All right. Welcome everybody to Deschutes County Budget Committee Day 2, Wednesday, May 13. Happens to be my oldest brother's birthday. Happy birthday, Mike. We will reconvene the Deschutes County Budget meeting. We will review any agenda changes and follow-up items, and then we will open up for public comment. So let's first look. Are there any changes to the agenda that we're discussing today?
No, there's no changes to the agenda, but I just did want to point out you all have a sheet of paper that shows the video lottery allocations for fiscal year 2027. We don't specifically talk about video lottery during budget week because that's something that the board allocates in March. But Jim did have a question about the details of how those funds were allocated. And so we've printed that out for the budget committee if you're interested.
All right. Thank you for that. In your overnight reading, because I'm sure everybody was just glued to their books last night, were there any topics that came up, or is there any further information that we'd like to request now so that we can have the team get working on it today? That would be a no. You can hop up there if you want.
Could I say something on a side note?
You may.
The Bethlehem Inn has a project in Redmond. It's where we contributed 900,000 for, I think it's called Birch Apartments now. Anyway, they have a project there, and I know we don't have the money for it, but it's like a $4 or $5 million project that they're looking into doing. So just want to let the community know about that. Bethlehem Inn does excellent work. It's to bring 7 families with a home.
Excellent. All right. Anything else? If not, I will open up for public comment. Is there any public comment in the room to start the day? Seeing none, is there any public comment online? Seeing none, we can move forward on our agenda. Our next item on the agenda is community justice. And that's Fund 355 on page 79 in your main book. And I see DV and team are getting settled in. I'll let you introduce yourselves and get moving.
Good morning. I'm DV Holcomb, Director of Community Justice.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Trevor Stevens. I'm the Business Manager for Community Justice.
And you will notice that our Deputy Directors, Sonia Little Deer Evans and Tanner Work, are not with us today. We'll talk a little bit throughout our presentation about our reduced staffing, and they are needed elsewhere. Could not be in 2 places at once today. They do send their regards. So thank you for accepting their absence. All right, let's get started. So yeah, we are here, and I want to just start by saying with a lot of gratitude and on behalf of our entire staff at Community Justice, we're here to present our budget for FY 2027. We are requesting a budget of $21.2 million. That represents, of course, both divisions of Community Justice. And I'll just draw a note. You may have noticed it, but we consolidated funds this year into just one fund. So some of those percentages year over year look a little bit different. And that's potentially why, because the 2 different divisions had different spending patterns in different line items. All right. So if our budget had a theme, and we could have done a theme, it would be acting now to sustain in the future. We have been through a tremendous amount of assessment, including a big mid-year budget adjustment that we made in FY 26. And we'll talk a little bit about what that was, and then, of course, how that plays into our request for this year. But as we did that, and even as we're doing that, we have a tremendous amount of pride in the accomplishments that we made. Interesting. I didn't do the timings aren't seeming to work for some reason. So I'll just, sorry for all the big slide all at once. But so if we think about one of the main purposes for our department's existence, it's community safety. So just looking at that as a metric, we're really, really proud that we have a continued and historically low detention rate. And with that, we also have safe communities. That has not resulted in big recidivism numbers. The chart on the left, the first chart on top, is a description of the average daily population of our detention center. The green are Deschutes County youth. The blue are out-of-county youth, as we're a regional center. And this is a 10-year chart from 2015 on to 2025. And you can see that drop in the last 10 years. It's plus minus 75, 80% drop. Despite that, we've only committed one youth to the Oregon Youth Authority. And within all of that context, with our most recent recidivism data, we actually reduced by 6 points to 21%. So basically 80% of young people who come into the system go right out of it after one offense. Thinking about the same kind of issue of an expensive, necessary service of prison on the adult side, we have consistently maintained a drop in our prison usage without additional harm to the community. So you can see this is a little bit of a different chart, a little bit hard to read, but it's a chart from 2012 up to 2026, and the gray is what our prison population has been in that time period. The red line above that is what our baseline was in the years 2012 to 2015, and the goal from the state is that we stay underneath that. So you can see that excepting some time in 2017-ish, 2018, we have been well below that baseline. Along with that, our recidivism rates on the adult side have not also drastically increased. They've stayed about the same or maybe been improved a little bit. All right, what's another purpose for our existence? We work with people on supervision or who come into contact with the justice system on accountability and how they can become contributors to society and learn new skills. So when you look at that as an objective, we also did really great this year. The chart on the left describes some of the main indicators that we use on the juvenile side, which is restitution, community service, and reducing risk. So you can see with the different colors there, that's a chart from 2023 to 2025. I'll just take as an example one to pull out, which is community service. That's the chart in blue. You can see an overall decline since 2023, and that's because we had to make some big changes in how we provided community service with some cuts to that program. But we've adjusted and helped youth move away from that crew concept more to individual community, like nonprofit sites that make sense for the youth or have some real interest for the youth. Those are a little bit harder to work on for various reasons, like criminal backgrounds, or young people might need to have an adult with them. So we're still finding our way with that change, but despite that, we've managed to really help the majority of youth complete their community service obligations. On the adult side, we have some other somewhat similar, but they're a little bit different. And I'll just, of that row of data there on the right under adult division, I'll just highlight a couple for you. Maybe I'll pick successful completion of probation and post-prison supervision. I think our attention in the community and even in our department tends naturally to go towards those folks who are not being successful. They take the most time. But when you think about it, 64% of folks completing their supervision is actually a pretty good number given the high risk of offenders and individuals who are actually on supervision. They are only felony, for example. I mean, we're talking about pretty serious offenders, and you're thinking more than half of them are finished in a successful status, which is really great. And then when we think about learning job skills, maybe I'll highlight that last bullet point, which is that 74% of women surveyed specifically, this was a survey we did provide for women only, reported that they learned useful skills from their POs, which when you think about women and their pathways to crime is really, really important. Financial independence, not being dependent on other people for their own livelihood and their own safety. Job skills are huge, not just for them to learn, but for any kind of public safety risk that they might pose. Any questions on that?
Oh, impressive look so far.
So I will do a quick read for you. You may have seen this in your presentation. The really unique thing about community justice is that we do get to work with people for a long amount of time. And when you do work with people who have criminal offending in their past, the importance of a therapeutic relationship just cannot be overstated. And that is really what we do. It often surprises people. I know it probably doesn't surprise you all because we share about it. But this is an example of how a relationship can come into play. This is a thank you letter, handwritten, as you can see, from a young woman on the juvenile side to her community justice officer. And I'll just quickly read it for you. It says, "Dear Katie," Katie is Katie Baldessari, if she ever is going to watch this, a big shout out to her. She's one of our CJOs. "Dear Katie, I can't believe this chapter of my life is ending. Time has flown by so fast. Feels like only yesterday I was yelling at you from holding cell B." That's a detention unit. If I was told then that I was going to flip my life around in just 9 months, I never would have believed it. I know that if I hadn't been arrested a year ago, I wouldn't have changed anything of what I was doing. That's why when I look back on everything, though my actions weren't good, they all took a huge part in me becoming who I am now. I'm grateful for everything that happened, and I'm even more grateful that you took my case. The backstory is this young woman tried several times to get a different community justice officer, numerous times. I felt she was very unfair to her at that time. I really appreciate all you've done for me in our time together. I know we got off on the wrong foot, but I'm glad that's behind us now. You never made me feel bad for my wrongness. You only wanted me to listen and help. Not many people do that. Thank you for everything. I'm going to miss you so much. Yeah, it's just lovely. All right, and I'm going to stop talking here in a second. Sorry you're hearing my voice so much. Last kind of accomplishment. We do not do this work alone. There is absolutely no way we can. So one of the big performance metrics for us is how good of a partner are we? How well are we accessing all the different resources that exist and building relationships and trust that we are good partners and worthy of that partnership? So we do that on both divisions, and I'll just highlight a couple here for you. When we think about young people or the juvenile department, I'll highlight one because it hits both budgetary and relationships. We, over the past year, established an $800,000 grant contract with the Department of Human Services to support functional family therapy. And that was to make sure we were expanding and able to serve not just youth involved in the juvenile justice department, in the system, but also in the dependency system, which is the DHS system. As you can imagine, when there's a crossover there, that's a pretty high acute situation, and family therapy is very unique. But DHS recognizes how important it is. And in fact, we've become a model that they are trying to roll out across the state in other juvenile departments. So I'm really, really proud of that one. We continue to make progress, very slow progress, second bullet point there, on becoming a Medicaid billable entity where we can provide some of those therapeutic encounters and receive Medicaid reimbursement for that. Medicaid's obviously in a pretty big I say it's not a particularly stable environment right now in the state. And I know even within the county, we're working with Pacific Source in various ways. So there's a lot that goes on there. But I will just give a big shout out to our behavioral health team who continues to also work with Deschutes County Health Services to figure out how we can get there. In a similar vein, on the adult side, moving to that third area, I don't know if you're familiar with the state, also it's not Medicaid, but it's a Medicaid adjacent program called Health Related Social Needs, which is a way for people to access different kinds of resources that aren't maybe typically thought of as health products, like housing, but recognizing, for example, that housing is as basic housing, stable housing is really necessary for healing and treatment. So we also applied for and received $200,000 from OHA to become what is called a health-related social needs provider. And that is really helping us because, as we'll talk about in a second, we had to reduce a lot of the subsidy funding we had available for housing. So this is our work. Can we get out there and work with other partners who still do have housing resources? Can we build that trust? Can we help our clients move to different entities that can serve them better since we no longer can? And finally, in terms of staff, it really has been a tough year with a lot of changes. If you haven't seen it yet, we have reduced our staffing by about 20% in the last 2 years. That does not happen when you start with 95 people and you cut to 20%. That is absolutely felt. And the staff are doing a tremendous job in feelings of uncertainty. And we're all doing a little bit more now, a little bit more generalist. And I think we're there. It's a little early to say, but we're doing a lot of support. Staff are being amazing. And I think that we're in a sustainable position.
And I'm going to cover some of the current challenges and just some future initiatives that we've been working on. So as Devi mentioned, budget constraints really led us to some mid-year staffing reductions. So we really had to look at how we provide services and how we could change models around and kind of reorganize in order to provide those same services. So we really looked at how we provided services. We utilized staff. You can see some of these pictures on here. I mean, these are work groups that we utilized and we put together to really kind of understand how services are provided and how we could shift those around with our reduced staffing model. And so we've been working through that for these past couple months and really have made those changes. We also kind of looked at how we provide supervision and how we could restructure that in a way that we could utilize under our reduced staffing model. We're really working at making sure that we continue to have that public safety element and making sure that staff are safe when they're providing those services. But how can we innovate, generalize, as DV mentioned, using staff that maybe just serve a detention function. Now maybe they help with another function when we're low on staffing, or analysts who generally just did analyst roles. Can they help cover a front desk? So we've kind of utilized ways to reorganize the structure of that team and of our community justice team to make sure we still provide those same services while still making sure we are providing the public safety component and that accountability with that behavior change, but also staying safe with those individuals as well. And we're really trying to figure out ways to inspire the staff that we have there, remaining our high caliber staff, and making sure that they're supported moving forward. And so that's why we've really involved them in this process. We've built in feedback models into this entire process as we've reorganized and restructured some of these services, just to really understand how it's impacting them and to make sure that when we're making those changes, that they also have feedback into how we provide those services. So some future initiatives that we're working on is really leveraging technology for relevant and usable efficiencies. We've been looking at AI technology. We've been looking at, can we look at a front office kiosk where, youth interact actually much more through a technological interface. So can we utilize that to help reduce staffing and kind of help our building? If you've ever been to the juvenile building, it's kind of an interesting way for wayfinding. It's not the most intuitive in terms of how you find services. So can we utilize some type of model like that to kind of wayfind and make sure that we kind of increase those services? We're always looking at alternative funding sources. As Dee mentioned, we do that through the health-related social needs, through our partnerships with the Oregon Department of Human Services, and we're just continuing to look for ways to find alternative funding. And we continue to partner with our community partners with the health-related social needs. That's really, we've had an analyst attending those meetings, kind of really getting involved in that space, to knowing that we had to reduce our housing funding. Can we leverage those relationships in order to make sure we're still providing those same services for our clients? So.
All right, so if we harken back to my theme of acting now to sustain in future, a very quick update. We'll just take a slight step back to remind you all of kind of where we went in FY26. So following the last time we were in front of you, some of you on the committee, Commissioner DeBone, thank you, really asked us to dive into what's going on with detention, right? When we have this reduction in use, which is what we really want to see. What does it mean, though, when you have a 24/7 facility with certain minimal levels of staffing? It just is an expensive enterprise. So we were asked to take a look at that. At the same time, when we looked at that, we really looked at this sort of new normal supervised population that we have seen since the pandemic. Basically, there's been a drop, and we've never risen back up to the level. I don't think anything in the public safety system has, actually. And then, excuse me, what also happened is the legislature came in with the final grant and aid funding amount that was much less than we had actually presented to you and that we had our budget approved for. In fact, it was about $2 million less over the biennium. So that all happened relatively recently after we saw you last. Clearly, we needed to come up with some different solutions to move forward. And those 4 points at the bottom are really where we went. We needed to realign and reassess detention. We needed to increase our revenue. We needed to decrease costs. And we needed to prioritize this flexible and agile staff structure. And this is a big slide, which I do regret that the timing isn't working here, because I get that there's a lot. If you'll work with us, Trevor, we'll try to take you piece by piece through what actually happened.
Yeah, so I'll start by focusing on that top left-hand corner, mid-year adjustments and the reduction of the FTE, the 15.8 compared to the total FY26 budgeted of 20 FTE. So that work came through our, as you may recall, when we presented during the mid-year budget review, when we did detention assessment with the community, really looking at having the community look at detention services and how we provide those services and whether we should continue with those services. And ultimately, they reached that recommendation of moving forward with detention services, but looking at that through a reduced FTE model. And that's where we took the FTE, reduced it down to that 15.8 mark, and then kind of worked with it to see how the last couple months we've really been kind of looking at how can we operate that detention with that model and moving forward. And then when we have low numbers, how can we utilize that FTE to potentially provide value other places within that department? So we've really been working through that. And we've been operating on that model for the past few months, and it has really been working. We do notice coverage issues that come up in terms of with that reduced staffing, and then definitely we're really working on building an on-call pool, just because when a call happens in that model, there's not any leftover for coverage. So we definitely have to have that on-call availability to be able to call them and pull them in. So we've been working on that as well. Moving on to that kind of second area, since May of 2025, we've obtained about $1 million in alternative funding, really focusing on those funds from that $800,000 from the functional family therapy through the Oregon Department of Human Services and the $200,000 for health-related social needs. We continue to look at ways to utilize those alternative funding sources just to make sure we still continue to provide the high level of services that we've really provided for community corrections and community justice in our community. So we've utilized some of those funds to help offset things like in our admin and operations team, and just kind of really, with that consolidation, sustain those efforts moving forward. Moving on to that mid-year adjustment for materials and services. During the middle of FY26, we made a pretty large reduction in our materials and services, about $200,000. And so looking at that now with our current ask for FY27, our budget is about 10% less than our approved budget from FY26, and about 5% lower than our adjusted FY26 in terms of materials and services. So we've really gone through those materials and service lines and really determined where can we make additional cuts and adjustments, and really brought those down. And I mean, they're probably as low as we could potentially get in terms of our materials and services lines. We've really kind of gone through those lines. What this has resulted in is definitely reduction in services that we can provide for especially adults on supervision, especially related to housing and just treatment services. That's where the biggest impacts were felt, and we kind of highlighted that for you guys during the mid-year budget review. But we've gone through and made those adjustments, and that's where the materials and services proposal comes in for FY27. As Dee mentioned, our biggest probably adjustment that we made definitely mid-year and then just keeping moving forward is the adjustment in FTE. We integrated our administrative support staff across both departments, and we worked with finance to consolidate the funds into one fund. So with this, we eliminated front office staff at the juvenile department, and we have utilized analysts to kind of help fill in that role. And this has been working. It's not always ideal because analysts can't always be at the front desk. So that's kind of, we're looking at that idea of a kiosk model, but it's still, we've been able to work through that. In total, moving between FY25 and FY26, it was 11.1 FTE that we reduced when we eliminated that. And that was on top of a 5.75 FTE reduction that we had done between FY25 budget and FY26. So overall, it's roughly a 20% reduction. So we had 88.75 staff in FY25, and for FY27, our budget proposal is 70.9 FTE. So it's about a 20% reduction of FTE, just moving forward. So we've really taken those efforts to make sure that we're sustainable, looking at a 5-year plan of maintaining a budget stability for those 5 years. So,
question, do we have cohort counties that are kind of doing the same thing? You know, we're kind of a mid-sized county in the state of Oregon, big for the east side of the Cascades, but who are your partners in this, and are they going through some of the same kind of scenarios?
Yes. Short answer, yes, they are. Yeah, I think, I believe with the reduction in that state grant and aid funding, which goes towards parole and probation, I think 80 FTE across the state were lost. I think, like us, most of those happened through natural attrition, or there were vacancies that could be eliminated. So I think on the adult side, primarily, because so many of those counties, just like us, really rely on that state funding. On the juvenile side, also like us, there's more different balance of revenue that comes in that makes it a little more stable.
I'm just kind of tracing it back to the legislative choices, what we're dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
yeah, and then that graphic on the right just kind of illustrates that from a graphical standpoint of just that reduction of FTE starting in FY21, and then you can see where we had some increases where we increased our FTE, but then down to FY27. That axis represents just the percentage of the increase or decrease that we had over those fiscal years, just to represent those between the two divisions. So,
And then you were leading with recidivism hasn't popped up as a shocking metric, I guess, is kind of the metric here that you started off with.
Yeah. Yeah. And I actually think, I mean, if I had a comment just looking at this slide, the cuts that we've made have been, for the most part, in line with that reduction of service population that I talked about earlier, both on the detention side and the juvenile and the adult supervised population. But that those aren't continuing to decline. They have definitely balanced out. So the thing that keeps me up a little bit at night is any further cuts. You know what I mean? We've reached that point. I think we acted pretty aggressively, not prematurely, but early on to try to get ahead of what we saw coming. And I think we've done that. But certainly, what's the future, right?
Any other
Yeah.
topic about it could be tighter.
Right. Right.
Thank you.
And the detention, I mean, just looking at these charts that the detention population for juvenile, it's very clear, it has declined and it's kind of settled out at a lower level. But the adult detention population, while it's not you're not seeing peaks like you did in 2015 and 2017. There's still some
Yes.
variability over the last couple of years, and I guess the question is, do we feel like we're within that range of variability? Do we feel like we're at a decent staffing level, or if
Yeah.
we see a little peak in there,
Mhm.
are we kind of strained to the point where we can't
Yeah.
do our work effectively?
On the P&P side, we're good. That prison population, we don't actually experience that variability, because that variability is folks who are sentenced to prison for various time periods, so they don't all come in and out in that spike way. It's actually a big concern on the juvenile side. So, for example, for about 6 weeks, until just maybe a week or so ago, we had eight youth in detention. So you think of our average is 2. Just at the staff level, the staff experience, we're suddenly and they were a very high acuity population. So we discovered right then that was a great test of our reduced FTE. Can we handle this? Now, yes, we could handle it. It absolutely required lots of overtime. We weren't staffed to just live with all the like if a call out comes in, someone comes in, calls sick that day. We are scrambling to find somebody else somewhere else in the organization or detention staff to take overtime for that model. But it worked. We did it. The staff did an amazing job. And now we're back to something a little more in keeping of what we thought. But it is that exact dynamic of, how do we budget this? Do you budget to always have a peak? And we didn't. We didn't budget as if we were always at that peak. That wouldn't be wise. But we do need a system that's flexible enough to cope when we do have the peak.
That surge, that surge in youth detention, what was the split among, in county versus out of?
Oh, they were all Deschutes County. Yeah, someone was in the water a couple months ago. Yeah, in fact, I think, yes. Yeah. But for example, I know that Deschutes County is not responsible for our region's youth public safety. And we have had a youth from a neighboring East County for,
He was in
months.
over 100 days almost.
there was a long time that was necessary. And this young person had a lot of medical needs and a lot of needs that we were meeting and providing, our regional partners, which is it's really great to be able to do that. And also we, grasp that is not our primary obligation.
Was one of the key points I took from the analysis that work group was when youth come in from other counties, we are not recovering our costs.
Correct. We did increase our daily fee this year.
Yeah. But that is how it is across the state. There is no detention facility that's charging a rate that recovers the cost that they get from other counties, just because if they did it, no one would be able to afford that. So yeah.
But a small increase to get us closer
Yeah.
is good.
Yeah. All right. Oh, yes.
I think Oregon has a really high number of sex offenders and only level 3 are identified. What's happening to that population?
On the juvenile side, we have seen a decline, a pretty significant decline over the last 5 years in the caseload for young people with sexual offenses. On the adult side, it's remained pretty steady. We have about the same amount of folks. And, you know, one of our juvenile CJOs just went to a conference related to this topic, and the focus there was actually on the young population in terms of technology and social media and the use of AI and what that means, which is really quite interesting. But the field has remained relatively steady in terms of how we treat, how we supervise, and the dynamics that we're seeing with the population. Is that what your question was?
What is the percentage that are sex offenders that are in your?
I think it's about 70, and our total population is 950. So 70, 80, yeah, 10%-ish, 8 to 10%.
But Tanner was, I thought I found a program that was going to actually help you because of your budget cuts.
Mm-hmm.
And this program they're doing pilots in California and Tennessee and other states. And they, because of Oregon rules, could not do anything to help. I was like, really? I thought that was really disappointing to know.
Right. I think that was
The whole email explaining to me
Yeah.
why, but I'm just like going, they're using it in California and they're using it in Tennessee. What, and our funding keeps being decreased. What's really going on here?
Yeah. I believe that had to do with legislative requirements that relate to every offender type in terms of our ability to search or what kind of probable cause that the state of Oregon allows POs versus other states, which is, I think, where that difference came in. But yeah, I don't think it had to do with sex offense specific stuff.
My neighbor used to always say, oh my gosh, Patty, we've got another sex offender in the neighborhood. And then I had to tell my neighbor, in California, they're all ID'd. In Oregon, only the level 3, the ones they say are going to probably recommit.
Mm-hmm.
So that was really
Yep.
sad news for her.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Thank you. Moving into more budget specific focus. When we look at short and long-term fiscal issues, I don't think any surprises here from what we've been saying thus far. We do have that tight staffing model. The fiscal issues related to that are primarily overtime and how we manage that. The other short-term issue that is probably also a long-term issue is this problem that the actual cost of doing community corrections or our parole and probation services just is not reflected by what the legislature funds us to do that. There's a lot of complicated reasons for why that is, and it's important to know that, but we just continue to live with that. Long term, of course, we understand fully the continued limited general fund growth projections. So, we're just looking forward and how we can maintain those. The detention operations and facility, we do consider ourselves to be in something of a testing period this year, right? And long term, we'll just have to see how that goes. I'm feeling cautiously optimistic or relatively optimistic about that, but it is an issue. To the extent that when we look ahead, even from this fiscal year, so when we look at FY 2028, I do think without some shifts, either on the personnel expense side primarily, or additional shifts in revenue, we could be looking at some additional cuts, which is what that I was referring to earlier. It continues to be absolutely vital for us to diversify our revenue and partners. So figuring out how to do that, when you look at the benefit, the risk benefit there of when you need to go to meetings to form relationships, to build trust, when you are also now holding down something else that you used to not be doing, and you're feeling really torn about how to do that work, that's a stressor. So I'm just sort of looking through that and making sure we don't burn folks out. So despite all of these particular fiscal issues, Trevor and I have just exhaustively looked at a number of different scenarios as we look over the next 5 years. And with that, I really do have a reasonable sense of confidence that we have a good 5-year balanced projection. Certain things will have to come in and certain things will have to happen, and you cannot predict the future. But I really do have some confidence that we can do that. So I hope that's also the message now. And we did act. We acted pretty significantly, and I think it's going to set us up for success.
I'm just going to highlight one of our our biggest challenge fiscally is coming from the state on the adult parole and probation side. And that's specifically the funding that comes in for community corrections. So we refer to that funding as grant and aid, and it supports about 70% of the adult's operational budget. And that's funding that's specifically for those felony and those specific misdemeanors on supervision, as well as housing inmates that are sentenced to 12 months or less. So that allocation comes into the county, and right now it's split between us and the sheriff's office. And so that is our biggest worry at this moment, is just any instability. I mean, we didn't receive what we had originally anticipated, so any more instability with that funding source just could result in further reductions that we may need to look at. So grant and aid right now does not cover the full cost of the services that we provide in Deschutes County. And how they do that funding is it's based on what they call a capitated rate. So they take a couple snapshots throughout the year of everyone that's on supervision and everyone that's in jails across the state serving that 12 months or less sentence. They average that out, and then they build a per capitated rate, and then that's how they do the funding. They did a cost study probably about 3 years ago, and legislature this past session decided not to fund at that cost study, but revert back to the original funding from that previous cost study. So right now, the funding just does not match or cover the full services that are being provided for public safety needs in the communities. We also just continue to utilize other funding sources, and I mean, the general fund and other funding sources have provided services for those that aren't generally covered through grant and aid, and that's for individuals that are misdemeanor sex offenses, those individuals that are misdemeanor domestic violence offenses, and then looking at some of the pretrial or misdemeanor jail stays that the funding doesn't currently provide for. So our current biennium funding for the grant and aid that we received was actually about $2 million less over the biennium compared to what the initial budget projections were done for the governor's budget. And so that's what really resulted in some of those mid-year cuts that we took with that 20% FTE reductions. So without some changes to grant and aid or additional adult division or community justice service reductions in the future, if we see further reductions for grant and aid, it is likely that we will also need to kind of reevaluate services and kind of determine where any additional reductions that we need to do may need to come in. We're working closely with our partners, especially with the sheriff's office on this issue specifically, just because they receive this funding as well, and just making sure that we continue to provide services that meet the public's expectations, but also that kind of fit within the framework of how that funding is provided and what that funding is specifically allocated for.
Trevor?
Yes.
18.5 parole and probation officers. Have we had more than that? I mean, what's the number trajectory kind of in the past, and where might we want to be if we had more resources?
Yeah, at one point we were up to 24, and then in the last couple of years we were down to about the 21 is where we had operated at. When we had some natural attrition, we did not hire, held those, and that's how we got to that 18.5. I think right now we're fairly stable on that adult side, but it's if our population increases much or if funding reduces much, that's when we'll need to really reevaluate and possibly look at service reductions in terms of the services that we provide, just because there will not be enough FTE to provide those services.
Yeah, for everybody in the legislative session, and it just didn't respond to it.
Yep.
Can I ask, so the way that the grant and aid formula is structured, it almost seems like it disincentivizes communities from reducing their prison population in some ways. I mean, you get a per person per day rate, right? So the more people you have incarcerated, the more funding you get. I mean, I understand also that it's only 70% or it's only a portion of the total of what it actually costs to have that person in jail or to have that person on parole and probation. But you know, for a community like ours, that's doing a good job of diverting people. That's doing a good job of reducing recidivism, you know, through parole and probation supervision. Is there not? I mean, are we basically being punished fiscally for doing a good job in those ways?
I think that that's a fair conclusion to make because the model does work that way. It is based on the population. So if you're successful in reducing the population, the funding is going to be less. And the question does become, it did take people to do that. It did take people to keep the population safe. And so at some point, I think that's actually a really great way to look at it. And I think internally, it probably feels that way as well sometimes.
They do try to offset that a little bit just with like justice reinvestment funding. And so they tie like through JRP, specific funding is tied to those prison reduction models. So that's additional funding that we receive for that specific population, but still it doesn't, I mean, that model still does result in that. Yeah.
So as much as we can advocate for grant and aid, you know, kind of higher levels of grant and aid funding, it also sounds like we should especially focus on advocacy for these other kinds of programs that actually incentivize success.
Yeah, I think, you know, the general consensus with the community corrections directors is that the grant and aid is the bread and butter. So, I mean, it's 70% for us, it's 100% for, or what, 90% for many other entities. And it's the bread and butter. It is that basic work. So sometimes it feels with the more specialty programs, there's actually this interesting thing that happens where you think my basic funding is being cut so much that I can't provide basic things. But then there's this special grant that comes that says I can only use it on certain population for certain kinds of things. And the majority of people aren't going to get to access that. So what's the use of my special program over here if I actually can't even do my basic stuff over here? I'm saying that's a general consensus. I don't necessarily see it that way. I think all of those pieces can come together. There are specialized populations. There are people who are different than other people and could use certain kinds of things. And you don't need to give everybody the same thing. So I think there's a way to make it blend together, but they do have to work together. It's true. So, and sometimes it feels as if they're parallel tracks, where the conversations are not the same. When you're over here drowning and someone's saying, oh, there's this great yacht over here, but it's over there.
I mean, from some of the conversations that I've had with county health, especially around behavioral health, you start off with different tiered programs. And if you start off with a high level treatment program, I mean, sometimes that's just healthcare. You treat the symptom before they fall to a next more expensive program, to a next more expensive program. Well, you're about the second last stop in terms of the next more expensive programs. Jail's the last one.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the answer is no. Are you seeing funding of the higher level things that's keeping people out, or are they just slipping through the cracks in the system and we're waiting for what did I use 5 years ago? Lump in the snake. We're waiting for that lump in the snake to pass all the way through. And all of a sudden that's going to stress all the high cost programs.
Yeah, that's actually a good question. I'm not sure. I think where we're at the moment is there's always room for improvement, without a doubt. And I think we're pretty well set to do what we can do with what we have, which is that second to last stop. I appreciate you pointing that out. We are working with a just inherently very high risk, high need population by virtue of where we're at in the system. So the gaps and cracks get bigger and bigger. That you can look behind a person's history and see where all of those things occurred. And by the time they get to us, it's not really cost effective or maybe even otherwise effective to fix all that happened in the past. So I think, I don't think our current budget situation has made that general dynamic significantly worse at the moment. But I think we're still seeing, for example, the results of deflection. That's always been a super interesting question to me of how many people who are being served by deflection ever would have got to the parole and probation front door. And it's not a one-to-one correlation. Not every single person would. In fact, that's the idea of deflection, that there's a low risk population struggling with addiction, getting into more petty crime that never would get to us anyway. And so, and as an example, we haven't seen a huge increase in our drug population once those laws changed. What does that mean? Maybe that is a crack that's being filled. That's a good crack.
Yeah. Is that a won't happen or is that a not yet? And that's the,
Exactly. We don't know yet.
well, and then the question that I ask you pretty often is where you're going sustainable? No is the short answer because you're not seeing any funding that's moving forward. You're stressing the team more. You don't really have the ability to add. And given Tony's question earlier, as the general availability of people trained in the work that you do decreases, that just makes it harder. And if anything, what you're doing is you're seeing people move around within the ever-dwelling system. But at some point or another, they're going to retire or they're going to find something different. There's not a lot of momentum to really replace it because the market mass is not there.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. I feel maybe a little more optimistic than that about our ability to make the changes we need to make to have a good, healthy workforce that does remain motivated. We still have, for example, one of our new partnerships is going to be with OSU, which is starting a criminal justice, not a major, but a emphasis in one of their degree programs. They're really excited about that on-call, working in an on-call capacity as an introduction to what we do. So I do have some optimism about the ever-present need for the work we do and the small but mighty population who is ever interested in working with this population to begin with.
Okay.
So you don't
Oh.
think your team's gonna burn out, or do they like that they never know what they're gonna be doing next? Somebody's gonna call them and say, hey, we need you over here.
Yeah.
I mean,
Of course, burnout is a concern, 100%. But we are aware of that, and we're continually working to assess when does something have to give. And I can think of a couple of wonky examples that I won't get into right now, but that we've sort of realized immediately, wait, this is just not working. We need to stop. We need to go back and look at how to do this. And in some cases, I think that will mean stopping doing something that some parts of our community have seen us do or expect us to do. So when we do that, that's going to be important to communicate about why and how and what the mitigations are. But we will do that. I don't feel in myself that I'm willing to let people just burn out and say, yeah, what can I do? The money's not there. That's not an option for us. So it's a really important priority that we don't let that happen. That said, sometimes especially great dedicated staff don't say anything until it's just like,
they're done.
yeah, exactly. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks, staff.
Absolutely.
And your staff has access to a lot of the tools that like the sheriff's office or a police department would have in terms of their own mental health checks, mental health baselines, or is that not something that you get?
We don't have nearly the robust level of funded formal services that law enforcement has. We do have a contract with a wellness provider who is specific to the law enforcement and the first responder community. That's on the adult side, not on the juvenile side, actually. But we're doing a lot of work related to just understanding workplace wellness and allowing a lot of space and time to involve staff from the beginning in decisions that maybe in the past we didn't, because we just know how impactful it is for them as employees. So I think workplace changes generally is something that we're doing on both sides, but we don't actually have the number of resources that relate to that some of the law enforcement folks do. Yeah, and some of that's structural. We aren't first responders. We aren't. It's a different job. It's very close. Second responders, but not first responders. So the stressors, the scheduling, the shift work is a little bit different on our side than with law enforcement, but there are a lot of similarities.
Trauma is trauma.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. All right, what's our time check here? How are we doing?
You have 15 minutes?
Oh, perfect. All right,
Actually 20.
20 minutes.
sweet. Well, we'll continue on then.
So I'll just give a brief overview of our FY 2027 resources. We mentioned some of those already, but so the majority of funds that come in for the juvenile division are through the general fund, and we kept within that 4% general fund transfer request moving forward. The majority of state funds that come in are for the adult side, and that's that grant and aid that I was referring to, as well as some other grant resources that we receive for specific services for adults on supervision. We still have that our beginning working capital. We're moving forward, and we've taken some of that vacancy savings that we've been realizing through the FTE reductions and putting it there to make sure we get to that point where we can balance out over that 5-year period and kind of really working on that. And that's been a major part of how we've been restructuring and how we've been doing that. And then we're just continuing to actively seek and pursue other funding sources. So I'm just looking at grant opportunities as they become available, looking at that health-related social needs and how we can offset maybe things that we had paid for in the past. Is there a way we can use a community partner to utilize those relationships and help get that person connected to that resource, but maybe it's actually not us paying for it this time. So, yeah.
I'm tracking that you've consolidated from 2 funds to 1, that there's some efficiencies and cost savings associated with that. Is it relatively easy to account for the, track and account for the funds discreetly, because there are restrictions associated with a number of the fund sources?
Yeah, we worked really closely with Cam and her team on just making sure we structured it in a way that the orgs are split up among how we do that, so we can easily do that. Where the consolidation really occurred is on that administrative team. Before, we had staff on both sides doing like invoice entry, some of that front office reception, and so that's where we were able to consolidate. And so that staff, that is basically where the major consolidation happened, is through that administrative staff, the team that I work with closely, and those analysts. And so that's where we see that major consolidation. But in terms of how we structured the budget, we split up the orgs by function. So we knew we could have that clear, and we also use project codes as well. So we're pretty confident we're going to be able to still remain to track what we need to. But you are correct. Grant and aid is one of the perfect examples. It's very specific on how those funds can be spent. So we tie that to a specific org, so we know how those funding is being spent out. So yeah.
That is true. A belated thanks to the finance team for every mid-year adjustment step we took was hand in hand with them. So I'm sure we were one of your problem children this year. Thank you.
So in terms of our requirements, overall, we're up about 1.68%. 65% of that is our personnel services. And you'll just notice if you look at the line items, some increases on those overtime lines and that on-call line. Those are where we see some of the major increases, and that's to detention. With that reduced staffing model, that's what we're expecting. 17% of our budget is materials and services. And as I mentioned previously, this is a 5% reduction from our mid-year budget adjustment, but about a 10% reduction from our approved budget from FY 26. And then between our contingency and reserve, it's about 17% of our requirements. So.
All right. So I believe this is, if not our actual last slide, one of them. We did make a special request to you all this year. Our total request is $209,000, and it's for these 4 items. So again, I'll just take them one by one. First item up is that we would really love to maintain 13 community justice officers. Currently, we are going into 2027 with the expectation that we will fund 12.6. So what we're looking for is that 0.4 FTE, and that's really to help us with something that is an interesting development. I don't know if you see this across the county and other service areas, but North County, Redmond and Sisters and Terrebonne are, of course, a small percentage of the general population of Deschutes County. But for our juvenile population, they're about 44%. So there's a really interesting, a disproportionate number of young people in Redmond. And in fact, we have almost the same number of CJOs in Redmond as we do in Bend. So we recently reallocated that 0.6 person to Redmond for that reason. We would love to be able to have that flexibility to keep that at 1.0 to make sure that we're able to preserve those mandated basic supervision services for the Redmond population. Second thing we are looking to do, and this may be a surprise to some folks, the county has, in partnership with the circuit court, actually supported the dedicated juvenile judge for as long as I've been with the county, which is a long time. The reason that we do that, I actually don't know how that started because it was before I was here. It's not a state requirement that juveniles see a specific juvenile judge. They could theoretically see any of the circuit court judges that we have, whoever's available or when that youth comes in. But there's no county that does that. Every county has some kind of specialized service. And this quote here is kind of why the young people are not small adults. They really are children, despite the behaviors that we see. And they deserve very specialized services, and juvenile court is its own animal. So the county general fund has supported that, like I said, for a very, very long time. And that's one of those things that's obviously not a core Deschutes County service. So we're a little concerned about that moving forward into the future. So we would, one of our special requests is to support the continuation of that.
What percentage of that judge's time is being paid for out of the general fund? I mean, so
100%.
talking about not one of the kind of regulars.
Correct. It's a judge pro tem. It's a specific individual who is not an elected judge. They are an appointed judge by the presiding judge. Yeah, and it's a part-time job. Juvenile court is only 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, because that population level is so different than the adult. So it's a part-time position.
Evie, isn't that at the juvenile detention?
Yes, we have our own courtroom at the juvenile. Yes, we highly support a juvenile judge. It is really, really important that young people see an individual, and that court is held at the juvenile detention center. So it's a great point, Eric. Thank you. If we didn't do that, we're still looking at some other kind of cost of transporting young people to circuit court potentially, or reverting back to video hearings, which is absolutely not ideal. So yeah, it's an important thing that we would really like to be able to preserve.
The court probably really appreciates not having that added to the caseloads of the.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So for this request, it says preserve the position, but is there already something in there, or is it going to be cut if we don't do this?
We will do our absolute best to maintain it for 2027. I think when we think of 2028 and looking ahead, it's just a choice that you all with us will have to make about what we do.
That's a discretionary choice at the justice on how you're spending a portion of the general funds that are allocated.
Yeah. And I mean, I would imagine it's a priority for us as a county in our partnership with the state court as well. But yeah, I want to lift that up as a non-core service that we feel could be in jeopardy if and when and how we look to the future, relatively near future. Third one, we would love to be able to, as Trevor's mentioned a couple of times, leverage relevant technology by purchasing an intake or a front office kiosk type of welcome for people who are coming to the juvenile office in Bend specifically. That's where we would start. We do not have front office reception. We have a red phone. We have a buzzer. We have a sign that says, if you don't see anybody here and you know their number, please call or just ring this bell. So, it's interesting. We don't have a lot of foot traffic in juvenile, which is interesting. That's one of the reasons we felt like we could make this change. But still, it's not the greatest. And if you have ever been to the juvenile or the adult buildings, they look exactly alike. They're the exact same color. They have many similar words in common. And people are constantly confused about where they're supposed to be. And is this the right building and where should I go? So we would really love to update that experience for a person who walks in. That will be good for them, and it'll also be good for our staff who get interrupted by the little bell. I have to come up.
Evie, if I could just interject for a minute for the budget committee, just want to remind the committee under the special request tab is the form that's submitted by Community Justice, and it breaks out these 4 projects with the cost as well, and their total request of $209,000. So just want to remind the Budget Committee of that.
All right. And fourth, somewhat similar, or maybe as a partner to our longstanding practice of supporting the juvenile judge, we also, through an interfund transfer, pay Deschutes County Sheriff's Office for the court security for those 2 court days. In the same way that the juvenile judge situation, those things kind of go hand in hand. So I think we would be looking for some additional support to see if that's a priority as well for the general fund to support the juvenile court security.
What does that look like? Is that hours to the sheriff's office for a deputy?
Yeah, I believe they used their own on-call retired folks who come over. And again, it's just the 2 days, Tuesdays and Thursdays. Yes, so that is our special fund request for the total. All 4 of those projects are 209,000. Each of them are broken up in that request by their specific amount.
So do you consider it all in all or nothing, or are you considering it a special request in 4 parts?
I think we consider it a special request in 4 parts, as you see here. Unless there are other questions, comments, we are finished.
Redeveloped a couple years ago. I mean, recently, but that all flowing real well because we talk about capital projects here also.
Yes, it really is. I welcome anybody to come out and take a look. What probably the best change it made, well, 2. One is we have that conference room, the large conference room, which is constantly used by us and community partners and even some different county partners. Sometimes we have AV issues, which we're still working on, but it's a really great space. Sort of. Smart rooms aren't always as smart as they seem. I mean, has anybody been in a meeting where there wasn't some kind of, but so that's been a great thing. Remember, my last thing is that we built 2 group rooms. So groups for clients to come and have cognitive behavioral skill building. And that is just brilliant. It's amazing. Those folks don't have to come upstairs. We don't have people checking in or, coming into the front office reception, wondering where they're supposed to be. It's all downstairs. The rooms are really nice. It's a comfortable spot to be in. It's a good place to learn. And it feels very vibrant and positive and forward motion, which is really great.
Yeah, one of those groups is specifically for females on supervision. And I mean, there's regularly, because of how that space is by itself, you can have kids there. They can have kids out there running around that little area, and it's all completely separate from the other spot. So it just really has worked out well to have that space, to really have those for those group spaces. So.
In fact, Commissioner M. Perfectly, we worked with them twice. Yes. Yes.
No, isn't she amazing?
Yes, she's great.
She's one of my real heroes.
Yeah, she's wonderful. So she's able to use that space as well.
She uses the Deschutes room almost every 2 weeks. She has a regular group that meets in the Deschutes room. So she really enjoys having that space. So.
Nice.
Thank you guys for,
Yeah.
No, she makes such a huge difference.
Yeah, very, very successful.
Any other capital on the horizon? We're not talking about this.
Yeah, I believe our juvenile building is on the public safety campus plan already for, I think it's the 5 to 10 year look. Yes.
I just want to recognize that restructuring an organization, like taking it apart and putting it back together in a different way, is a really hard thing to do. And especially in a situation like this, where it's not because it wasn't successful. I mean, you can see the success of your work in, some of the figures and charts that you showed us. But in this case, we had to restructure this organization for financial sustainability. And so just, I want to recognize that that was a very big, heavy lift, and, express appreciation for doing that work to try to develop something that will continue to be just as successful, but hopefully a little bit leaner.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that.
Right.
I also just wanted to commend the team for the thoughtful approach. That was a very difficult look at the organization and to involve the employees in the community and to make those changes without, pretty seamlessly is really a testament to the leadership and work of the whole department. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I will gratefully pass on your appreciation to staff. Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions for community justice? Thank you for all the great work that you do.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Sarah, doing laps in the hall or?
And for the committee members, just a reminder to please lean into these short mics. Just we want to make sure we're capturing what everybody's saying. And with our chair has a long neck mic, which is helpful. If you just speak
Well, I
into
also
it,
got
but,
told to lean into the mic.
but please be sure to lean into them so that we're able to capture all of your comments and questions.
All right. They are getting set up, so I'll stall a little bit while they get in the seats and the rest. But we're moving on to Deschutes County 911 Service District. This is a separate service district in the county, and so at this time, I will open the public meeting for the Deschutes County 911 Service District, and you can do introductions.
Good morning, Sarah Crosswhite, Deschutes County 911 Director.
Morning, I'm Emily Van Saraveld, the DC 911 Technical Services Manager.
Morning, Chris Perry, Operations Manager for Deschutes County 911.
Good morning, Megan Craig, Training Manager for Deschutes County 911.
Okay, we will move into the budget discussion, and after that, we'll open for public comment.
I'm going to start with it's a little humbling going after DV and her team, knowing how much she's done to change things. It's like, oh, because I'm so thankful all the time for our budget and for our levy, and so following DV is tough. So I just recognize that I'm going forward with my presentation today.
Although I can at least start off by noting, as I note every year, that you are the only tax fund in Deschutes County that is not maxed out, and I continue to congratulate you on that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So no changes to our FTE this year. First, I want to recognize this picture really quick before I move on to our accomplishments. This is Chad, one of our supervisors, and he delivered this baby girl last year. So that's always fun and special, and we try to recognize our staff for these accomplishments. And when people want to come in and introduce themselves, that's always really exciting for our team. So our accomplishments this year, we did our new administrative phone system. So that was on our budget last year that you guys approved. We initiated our dispatch floor remodel. Very exciting stuff. We're going to show you guys pictures of that after our presentation's done. We're super proud of the progress, and we're almost ready to move back in, hopefully next week. We were awarded the State of Oregon Spire Grant. So that is for a UTV. This will take us up to our sites in the winter. You'll see one of our capital requests is for tracks for that so that we can take it up to Mount Bachelor if we have any concerns with the radios. And then also just do some site visits in the summer, getting up there with our team. It's a lot easier to have that enclosed UTV. It's also available to go out for any kind of wildfires in the state of Oregon. They can call us, Ben Duda can contact us, and they can actually take it out for another department. And then our continued collaboration with our law enforcement, fire, and EMS partners. We're constantly working on improving our interoperability with them and our service coordination. So that's something we strive to do. We attend meetings with them and work really hard to maintain really good relationships. And then our consistent emergency communications levels while managing staffing shortages. It has been a really, really tough year for us. Lots of leave. I believe we had 3 babies born this year, 3 or 4. So, I mean, you can imagine if you couple that with some of our just current staffing shortages plus leaves, it can be a little bit challenging.
But you didn't have to call yourself to have them delivered, right?
No, thank goodness.
Little note on that Spire grant, as a effort that I've been doing on the SIEC Interoperability Executive Council. We were part of kind of putting structure around how that Spire grant would even work. Obviously, there's dollars coming in, what qualifies for it. So it's good to see it on the back end that, hey, something came out of that process.
Yeah, it's amazing. And so as our chair mentioned, our tax levy rate is going to be held for the 11th year in a row. We have our other resources, which is our telephone tax, I think was mentioned yesterday, which is also, it's telephone hard lines, it's the prepaid cell phones and VoIP lines as well. So that is what we receive from the state of Oregon. And then our IT and radio SLA agreements with our non-public safety and police and fire agencies, as well as we have, I guess that's all we have right now. Yeah. Okay, and then our requirements. So you'll see we don't have a significant change in our M&S this year. I like to say we're a little bit boring. We don't have a lot of big stuff going on, not so huge increases. Our bigger increases, I'll point to Emily over here, is our technology staff is increasing, and that's just normal rate. We just have new agreements we have to sign, new leases, and so we see an increase there. Our personnel service, me and Patty recently spoke about this when we were out I saw her at breakfast, and we have 6 vacancies. 1 is up front. We are keeping that open, and that's intentional. We have 1 in our systems team, and that one is actually being interviewed this next week. So we have 4 interviews scheduled, and then the other 4 are on the dispatch floor, and 1 is in background right now. So we hope to bring 1 on in June. So I'll have Megan in a minute talk a little bit about that for you guys, but it is always work in progress. For our fiscal issues, short term, our delays in technology procurement, they impact system upgrades. It's really hard sometimes when you have a plan to upgrade something and then find out that the equipment that you need is 8 months out or longer. And so that just kind of moves your whole timeline. Recruitment and retention challenges. Megan, I'll turn it to you for a minute. Do you want to?
So I feel like we get to talk about this every year. The interesting thing is it's not the number of applicants anymore that we're getting. So they know about the job, which is great, because for many years, that was part of the problem. No one even realized that this was a career you could have. So we've been really focusing on public outreach, letting the community see us as an actual separate career. So for an example, in 2025, we received 392 total applications, which is good. But interestingly enough, once we got those applications, the first step is testing, because we need to have some basic skills for this very important and complex job. And of that 392, 216 never replied again, ghosted us essentially, right? So fascinating. And then through that testing process, and again, we are always looking at testing. We're in line with national standards. We even dropped a couple of them just to see, are there good candidates that just need some help on those harder skills? And we only ended up from that 392 in 2025 to 59 that could just show us they can meet the very minimum level of standards needed to do the job in that initial testing. So interesting numbers. And then in 2026, because we're always hiring, right? We have it open. We understand the training time period. So far, we've had 141 applications. So again, a decent number. But of that 141, 59 didn't communicate with us again. And we've only had 26 that passed that very initial testing. So a lot of times we talk about, is there something we can be doing differently? And we're always looking at that. But the reality is this is a very complex job. And we want to spend the time on the front end finding the right people, because ultimately we save money, and our staff that are in the building doing the job on the back end, if we get the right people in the door, because they go through training quicker, it's a lower level of stress for everyone that's working with them. And then they are successful quicker. So we're always looking at that and evolving and changing based on industry standards as well. Any questions on that I could answer?
I just like to thank you. I mean, you've been doing it for a long time, but I mean, it's just this whole industry, it's always been like this, right?
Yeah.
Getting the right people in the door, getting them up to speed, making sure they're going to be successful on the floor, because that's a challenging position also.
Yeah, thank you.
What's the once you get them in and they're on the floor and in training, what's the average time from training to letting them loose in the wild?
So we have phases. We've built it so that it's not too overwhelming coming in. It is overwhelming. But so initially they come in and they start in a classroom setting. That's 5 to 6 weeks in a classroom that mimics the dispatch floor. And they start learning the basic skills of call taking. And then once they get through classroom, and that's everyday learning, testing, on the systems. We do lots of scenario calls. So before you ever call 911 and get someone, they've had hundreds of scenarios to be able to handle that. So after that, they go to the on-the-job portion of the training. This is where they're assigned one of our 11 trainers, and they work side by side. Usually takes about 6 weeks to be certified to answer 911 and non-emergency calls. So we're 12 weeks in at this point. Then depending on what's happening with staffing, sometimes we hold them there and they just answer 911 non-emergency calls. That's actually a huge help to our staff. It keeps the radio people off. If we're short on call takers, it helps with that. It just alleviates the stress in the room. Then they go back into police training, start again with some classroom time, then lots of scenarios, and then they go with the trainer, and that part takes about 3 months. Somewhere in there, they have to attend DPSST, which is over in Salem, for 3 weeks. So that kind of impacts the timeline as well.
Okay. And then as you're going through that, what's the wash rate?
So great question. There was a point where I could say it was over 75%. We were doing really well. What we've found now through our testing, we've dialed the testing in really well. So we get people in the door for the most part that they can do the technical skills, right? And then you add on shift work, listening to the things they listen to, just the fast pace of our work environment that also has some really low dips. So nothing's going on, then everything's going on, then nothing's going on. Then now we're losing about 1 out of 4 to just not wanting to do the job. Like our most recent person that left, she loved it. She loved the staff. She was impressed with everything, but she just couldn't see herself doing this long term. So it's been hard. So right now we're about 63%, but that really can vary from year to year.
Okay. My experience is more like an FTAP or fire academy or something like that. So I was just wondering, it sounds like your wash rate is a little higher, but the training that they get as they come in makes them ready to hit, and it's a much shorter window than you'd get out of like a police officer FTAP.
Yeah, and we're always looking at that. We also do work with our law enforcement and fire personnel partners because sometimes they'll have something that works a little better, or even it's just the mentality of training is a big deal. So those are all pieces we're constantly evaluating.
Thank you.
Yeah, me and Megan just returned from a conference, and I think there was a room of 60 people in the class, and they asked who was fully staffed, and there was about 4 people that raised their hand. So, and that's, it was a national conference, so it says a lot about, it's just a tough industry.
See what they're doing about air traffic controllers, that they actually found out, they tested someone in Oklahoma, that only 3% of the people that were applying for that job were not gamers, only 3%, and that there's actually a good use for people that like to game, that it transfers over. So I just thought that was, that kind of intensity.
Yeah.
So what is your call?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, what do people have to love to do? Just like being so flexible?
So I think one of the interesting things, maybe because we are that initial point of contact, and so we're talking with all members of the community. So someone that has a quick velocity of thought and they're comfortable talking to people, that doesn't mean they're extroverted, right? But they do, when the conversation starts one-on-one, they are good with like the banter of it. And it's truly, things can't stop with us. So then when they hit like a buffer or something that's going wrong, they have to be curious enough to get around it. Some people are really comfortable just letting it go. So when we're working with them, we're watching them test, how quickly they move through the tests. When they come in and see us, how quickly they're able to answer questions, how they're able to tie in an answer from one question to a question 3 times before. All of that helps us get a sense of who will thrive in our environment, right? Gamers also thrive in our environment.
I was wondering.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
Because it's.
Yeah, it's true.
Makes sense with the key control.
Now we just need keyboards to evolve to be more like a game console, because typing is one of the hardest things because they don't teach typing anymore in school.
Right.
Most important class I took in high school.
Yeah, right?
That's really too bad because it is, it is a skill.
We are working with the school district. There's a group that the school district put together, and we meet with them quarterly, and we just talk about problems and challenges that face us. And that's one of the things we talk about is the lack of teaching keyboarding any longer, basic map reading, some things that are helpful in this career.
You mentioned the drop off between applications and actually responding back. Is that just kind of the way the job application environment is these days? Or if you talk to HR, are they saying like, oh yeah, that typically we get this flood of applications and only this many people are actually interested?
Correct. Yeah, it sounds like that's really pretty normal that people put in that initial application. In NeoGov, you can apply. It sounds like pretty easy for a lot of jobs. And then when there's a next step, you don't see that response.
Is it AI is filling out applications for them or something?
Oh, maybe interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Our process, just so you all know, like we do understand that sometimes people need to see something more than once. So we actually give 3 chances to pass our testing. Because if you're a person that takes something and you have fun doing it, but you're just not quite there and you do the practice needed and you're willing to use your time to take it again, that's a great candidate, right? Like that's someone that we would want to have as an employee. So we do give 3 tries at the testing.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. So our ongoing investment required to maintain our communications infrastructure and redundancy. You'll kind of see that in our capital request as well, is that we have plans for a 3-year project, a 5-year project, and that's all about redundancy and stabilizing the system and keeping the system functioning appropriately. Facility improvements, we will continue to do improvements as needed. Efficiency, workspace is going to be important. Having everything we need for our staff. Our long-term, we got rid of one of our vehicles that we had since 2015, I believe. This year, we finally sent it to pasture. It was more expensive to keep it. We were realizing the repairs were quite a bit. So we have that for our next year capital request. Our upgrades to our backup system. This is one of our 5-year capital requests. Are planning for future facility expansion. Right now with our remodel on the dispatch floor, we'll be good for quite some time, but we also did build in 2 additional consoles and have the ability to expand further as needed with our temporary walls on the dispatch floor. And then the maintaining and expanding solutions in the changing landscape. And I have Emily to speak to that a little bit.
Hi, everyone. So as Sarah mentioned earlier, we have a lot of complications that are coming at us in terms of technology. Some of the frustrations we've been dealing with lately is that it can take a very long time to get the equipment needed in order to move forward with the project. Just recently, we ordered a new radio console and they're 10 months out because of the equipment needed to be built into it. But we're also seeing that a lot of our vendors are moving towards either a SaaS, subscription as a service model, or moving their services into the cloud. And that is altering the costs that we're receiving as well. So whereas we typically had a standard fee every year for the cost of some of our licensing, we're seeing that start to increase more and more as things are moving forward because they're taking on the costs of storage, of maintaining the safety and security in the cloud, things along those lines. So we are seeing those costs shifting from one-time purchases that we're making and controlling to having to acclimate to paying those fees out to our different vendors for the support that they provide. This is going to be an important discussion that I will be bringing forward in years to come, as we are looking at having our CAD system get moved to the cloud. We will run into a point where we will have to move our system to the cloud, and that is going to be a very expensive and a bit stressful of a project. But we are working on gathering the anticipated costs now, getting a better understanding of all of the requirements that go into it and how we can maintain the comfort that we have with how secure we keep our information moving forward. So that is a problem that people are seeing all across the country. It's a great conversation that we're having. We'll be in touch with our community partners and law enforcement and fire partners as we move forward with it, with the information gathering. But these are changes that we're seeing that do impact the amount that we have to spend to maintain our current services and also to provide those newer tools and systems that our agencies are excited to be utilizing. We have to up our game, so to speak, in order to help support that as well.
Well, they get excited to do it, but at some point or another, it's then a change that they have to adjust to.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes there's some reluctance in that, I would imagine.
Absolutely. Change management is going to be a huge component of this. Being able to set expectations and deliver on those is going to be important. We do have some movement. We have some interest in some of the new tools and functionality that will be offered when we do move to the cloud, which is fantastic. We do want to utilize that, but we have to do it in a responsible and strategic way to make sure that we aren't on the forefront of that move and we aren't the test subjects for it. So we are going to be very controlled in how we move forward. We are anticipating a lot of concern and pushback from some users, and I think others will really enjoy the benefits.
I'm familiar with one of the new FSA fire system alert, I think. I know that some of them are some agencies have been picking that up. Are you seeing more uptake now that a couple of the agencies have started to run with that? Because that's cost on the fire station side to be able to do all those updates as well.
That is. So we have 3 of our fire stations just recently upgraded to the Honeywell USDD product. And that's been going really well for them. I haven't heard of other fire stations looking to move forward, but the 3 that did move forward with it are our largest.
That's good.
Yeah. We're also seeing a lot of new tools coming out of the police agencies. So for example, Redmond PD just went through a process to look into buying new radios. They chose a Motorola product, which has a lot of amazing functionality. But in order to be able to support them to use that functionality, we have to make some changes to our base systems as well. So there's always a balance of the level of support we can provide to get them the maximum efficiency possible while still maintaining a system that is secure and safe and reliable for everyone. Any other questions for me?
Working on staying on task with our time. Challenges, I think we already kind of touched base on. Again, it's our recruiting and our technology and redundancy for our future initiatives. Next Gen 911, we know that is coming. The state's working really hard on that. Expansions of technology solutions, like Emily just spoke about. AI, we looked at a lot of that at the conference that we just went to. It's wild. It's interesting. We're going to continue to explore it. We have a demo coming up in the next couple of weeks just to see what it's all about and if it was something that would work for us. Lastly, I just want to talk about our future initiatives and continued initiatives, which is our support with CCRT, and I'll turn it over to Chris quick.
Yeah, you bet. So for calendar year 2025, we processed or tracked 4,389 calls involving the CCRT or Community Crisis Response Team. So the continued integration with CCRT in the district remains an important initiative for us. Of those nearly 4,400 calls that we processed or tracked, 2,676 involve CCRT responding into the field alongside or in support of law enforcement on active calls for service. And another 116 of those calls were directly transferred to 988 crisis counselors. We're currently handing off most first-party crisis calls to 988. This is an effort to free up the CCRT team to respond into the community in person rather than being on the phone nonstop. The remaining calls of those 4,400 involve coordination efforts such as conferencing callers directly with crisis counselors, processing requests for CCRT follow-up callbacks, which are often second or third-party callers, or dispatching CCRT counselors into the field to independently address a crisis situation. We also participate in quarterly meetings with CCRT leadership and our police and fire partners. That just keeps, we discuss challenges and continue to improve collaboration between all the agencies. We also have open lines of communication in between those formal meetings so we can improve workflows as needed. To support field operations with that team, we've trained and equipped CCRT personnel with radios so they can have direct communication with our dispatch center and police and fire partners in the field. They also carry iPads that have our computer-aided dispatch software on it. So there's information sharing is clear, timely, and consistent instead of over the phone. So overall, I think the partnership has allowed us to better connect people in crisis with the most appropriate resources while improving communication with dispatch, law enforcement, fire, and behavioral health.
And because we recognize the importance of the Stabilization Center and CCRT, we did a $75,000 transfer for them this budget year and plan to continue that. This has been a really successful relationship for us and has taken a lot of calls from us to them. And we want to maintain that. And we want to see them continue moving forward. So it's important.
we've only been doing this for a couple of years. Well, I mean, stabilization center a little bit longer, but the CCRT in just a couple of years. I mean, do you feel like from your end, you know, from the dispatch end, do you feel like the program is mature now and it's running smoothly, or are we still building the plane while we're trying to fly it?
I think it's always evolving, but I think it's matured and we're not having challenges. You know, we meet quarterly and lots of things are going good. Maybe discussing specific clients or specific issues going on, but it's running kind of like a well-oiled machine, actually.
So our future expenditures, you'll see for fiscal year 27, where we're at. There is that $900,000 rollover of the HVAC project that we didn't get completed this past year. We're still working with facilities. They had a lot of stuff on their plate. So the goal is to hopefully get that taken care of this year. I know they're getting a new engineering firm in, and I think that's where we'll start and then go from there. So the goal is to have that completed in this next fiscal. And then you can see that picture to the right. That is our new Spire Grant UTV. I wanted to share a picture of it because it's pretty fancy.
It's cool.
And then the jump that you see in fiscal year 29 is our replacement for the 911 phone system. That happens every 7 years. And then that gets reimbursed back to us, a portion of that. So you'll see it jump up, but then we get reimbursement back.
Just point out too that there is a more detailed capital outlay in your supplemental materials.
Mhm.
It ties out to those totals.
Okay. Our 5-year forecast. Nothing to see here. And then our levy rate projection. This is always my favorite to look at. It's just, you know, as you see it change, we have it at fiscal year 2023. I think over the next year, Dan and Cam and I will probably all be talking about what the future looks like, if it is just an automatic go to the full amount in 33 or something different. So I think that's a discussion that we'll all be having as we move forward. But we feel blessed. We're excited. We're working really hard to maintain the numbers that we need to maintain to keep an appropriate budget. We're not doing anything fancy. We're just trying to keep what we need, keep the services running, keep them steady, keep them what our taxpayers expect from us and what the public expects when they call 911 and the non-emergency number. So I think we're doing a good job at being able to do that. And then our 710, this is where we continue to work to build up for our capital projects. We continue to put funds aside if we have something big that comes up unexpected, if we need to do something with our radio system, if we need to do something on the fly with our phone system. That is an important place that we have that ability to do that in the future. Is there any questions? These are just some pictures of some 25-year celebrations we had this past year, a picture of our backup center, one of our pub ed events, and a retirement for one of our fire department friends that helps us out.
All right. Additional questions for 911? Really appreciate the work that you do. And you get a wide variety of calls, especially from some of the outside, smaller agencies. And so being able to handle those while you're handling the emergencies is much appreciated.
And we also have our backup, or our new center, remodel. If you guys want to see that really quick, we'll bounce through those pictures for you guys. So this is, I'll let Chris kind of go through this because he's been running this project with facilities, been doing a phenomenal job. And so I don't want to steal the limelight from him.
Thanks. And shout out to facilities. They've been an amazing partner. They were the primary point of contact for the first 2 weeks of the project, where we did construction from paint to lighting to sound absorption panels to electrical work. So they were a really, really great partner. They always are, and they continue to be during this project. So this, I'll go through this quickly, but this is the existing dispatch floor. This is the start of construction. We had 16 existing consoles on the floor. And at the start of COVID, we had some extra furniture in the training room as we were transitioning a different layout in the training room. So we added a few extra consoles for social distancing in COVID. So this is one of those right here on the bottom of the screen. So this is what the consoles looked like as they were getting taken apart. Each console has 3 separate computers, one for the radio, for the phone, and for the computer dispatch software. 7 monitors, 3 keyboards, 3 mice, foot pedals, HVAC equipment, radio jacks. So lots of equipment for Emily's team to take apart, carefully take apart, and save to go back in the new furniture, and with some upgrades sprinkled in as well. So that was a time-consuming process. We had the pleasure of donating 4 of our consoles that were in great condition to Jefferson County. They're developing a satellite dispatch center in Madras, so the timing worked out just right that we could give up 4 of our operational consoles and carefully take them apart with them, so they could transport them up and put them back together. So this is a shot of that process almost done. This is a picture of the floor, completely empty. You can see there's quite a bit of vinyl on the floor. Originally, we had carpet just around the exterior edges, and we decided to carpet the entire floor in an effort to reduce the noise. It can go from really quiet to really loud in the center. 8 or 9 911 lines light up, and the consoles there's a lot of wood, but there's a lot of metal, and sound reverberates a bit, so it can get loud. So we took as many measures as we could to keep the noise down while we had the opportunity. So it's about a week of electrical work and networking cable to get set up for the new furniture to come in. See, we added sound absorption panels. We didn't have those before, and upgraded the lighting to LED. The facilities department had upgraded the entire building to LED previously, but we held off on the floor knowing this project was coming. So we were able to do that upgrade to complete the building lighting upgrade. And this is a picture on Friday afternoon after 2 weeks of construction, ready for the vendor to come in the next Tuesday and start. So this was kind of an eerie feeling for all of us. My office is right off the dispatch floor. So used to having all the consoles there and the phones ringing and the staff there, and having it quiet and nice and clean was super interesting. Next picture is a couple days into the install from the furniture vendor. The consoles were going up super quick. So the new dispatch floor has 18 consoles with the ability to immediately expand to 20 if needed. And as Sarah mentioned before, there's some temporary walls where we have some leadership offices that could come down, and we could probably push the 26, 28 console number if down the road we ever needed to expand that much. But with minimum staffing at 8 and being pretty common to have 10 or 11 on the floor, I don't see us needing 26 or 28 consoles anytime soon. And this was after 2 weeks of install. It was ahead of schedule, and it is ready for Emily's team to start putting all that gear back on the console. So that's what they're doing this week. It's about 5-6 days of all hands on deck. They're installing the monitors to everything I listed. So we hope to start testing on Monday to make sure everything's working right, and hope to move in fully on Wednesday next week. So it's been a great project, really exciting.
All right. At this time, I will open the Deschutes County 911 Service District meeting for public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online? All right. At the time, close the public meeting. Deschutes County 911. Thank you for being here. Our next item is recess. We will take 10 minutes because I know that you get cranky if you don't get that. So we will reconvene at 18 after. All right, and we are coming back in session. We're the next item on the agenda, past the recess, is the District Victim Assistance Fund. See, Gail's up here, and when I saw him last week at the Law Enforcement Memorial, he told me that Jessica was truly the star. So, just in case he never tells you that.
That is true. I'm just the eye candy today. So
It
It is.
will be on the top of the bulletin tomorrow.
Oh, man.
And you're always eye candy, Steve.
thank you. Hi, I'm Steve Gunnels. I'm the district attorney. This is Jessica Chandler, who is our business manager in the DA's office. She really is the star of the show for the budget, for all things budget. She is our budget hawk. She tracks every nickel and dime in the office all fiscal year, and really does a great job. She's worked with the county to prepare this budget, and so we think we're in good shape. This will be the second year of limited growth for us, but it's doable. We believe that we can, deliver quality services to the public in terms of public safety and our fundamental core duties. Although obviously there are challenges that are presented by multiple years of limited growth. Okay, so let's get going. Okay, the district attorney's office is comprised of 61.7 FTE, and the victim assistance program has 7.5 FTE. That's we've grown in recent years, but kind of in fits and starts, and VA victim assistance program has struggled in recent years to keep good experienced people, and that's largely a function of the uncertainty surrounding grants, because some of the positions in the victim assistance program are grant funded, and not knowing whether the grant is going to be renewed in October is obviously that's a factor that most people don't want to deal with in their personal lives, just guessing. But we have maintained, and Jessica is currently supervising the victim assistance program. She's doing at least double duty. She's doing triple or quadruple duty, but one of the things that she does is that she supervises the victim assistance program. So the victim advocates are under her supervision. And that's just a way to create some cost savings, to leave the supervisor position unfilled. We do plan to fill that in the fall, though, after we have maybe a few months of vacancy savings to pay for some of the costs that we're seeing. Okay, so in the DA's office proper, so there are two different budgets. One is DA's office, the other is victim assistance program. In the DA's office proper, we do have about 900,000 in state grants, and those are in the form of the organized retail theft grant, the emerging adult program grant, and the justice reinvestment program grant. And then in addition to that, we receive $20,000 in discovery fees. Discovery is our obligation in criminal cases. We're required to produce records, police reports, body cam footage, and so on. And we get reimbursed to some degree, about $20,000 for that from the defense firms. And we are overwhelmingly a general fund office or department, to the tune of, in the next fiscal year, $14.6 million. And of that, we are very personnel driven. The money goes to people, to the people who work in the DA's office, $13.3 million. we have materials and services, a budget that is large, but it's there are so many things that we do that cost a lot of money when we have an extradition. So somebody commits a crime in Deschutes County, they flee to California or to Nebraska. To bring them back, we have to pay for the return trip in many of those cases. Sometimes the governor's office picks up the tab, but more often than not, we have to pick up the tab. So that's part of what we do. And that happens more often than you might imagine, or maybe exactly as much as you might imagine. People commit crimes and then leave and then have to get pulled back here for prosecution. The strategies that we've employed to try to meet the limited growth budgets has been really personnel savings. We've had a couple of positions that we've left open, or some positions that we've left open altogether. The victim assistant supervisor position is the big one. The other are a 0.4 management analyst and a 0.25 of a deputy DA. And that was voluntary. The deputy DA would prefer to work at a 0.75, and that coincides with our need to trim some budget. These vacancies do cause a strain. And so I mentioned before that Jessica supervises the victim assistance program. That's in addition to her other duties. And so that, just adding on to somebody's duties is not the best way to run an office, I will admit, but it's the way that we can afford to get all of our services out the door without going over budget. Materials and services have been trimmed down as well, and so that's the other way that we have identified to save money when we have the vacancy savings. When we have an opening, say a deputy DA leaves to go do something else, we will typically leave that position open for a longer period of time than is comfortable in order to pay for some of the limited growth impacts that we see. We do have relatively high caseloads. There was a time in 2020 when COVID hit, the criminal justice system kind of crashed. The numbers, the bottom kind of dropped out on the numbers. Not that crime stopped, but the interdiction of crime was really reduced. The number of DUIs was reduced dramatically. There were some other legal changes in Oregon that reduced things like drug crime, drug possession, prosecutions dramatically, and so that those two things coincided: the COVID related things and the Measure 110 related reduction in cases. But the caseloads are swinging back up to just about where 2019 numbers were in all areas. And that's partly because the law has changed regarding drug possession, and the reason for the lower interdiction of crime by law enforcement in 2020 have disappeared. And so you have more contact with people. The DUI numbers are back up and bad in Deschutes County. Okay. Some things that we have, some programs that we have in the DA's office that are, yes.
So just, the third bullet on the last slide there, you're talking about keeping the positions open, and you mentioned that specifically. So are you not being funded enough to make the budget complete the year? You know, I mean, you're using a strategy internally there, and it's a shame because, you know, we're empowering for the positions and hopefully funding it, but what does that look like from your point of view?
Yeah, that's it's really tight, especially in and going forward in the second year of limited growth is going to be tighter. It's kind of the way I view it, at least. It's like a vice kind of squeezing a little bit tighter.
Yeah, it's happening everywhere. Yep.
Yeah, I know. I know you're not picking on us, but it does create a need to get creative about the way we're trying to save money, because as we all know, salaries go up more than the growth allows, and so the only ways that we can live within our means in the DA's office while still delivering the essential services that we're required to deliver, and that we really, that's the reason we do what we do, is because we love prosecuting criminal cases, is by delaying the rehiring or the hiring, the filling of positions when those happen. And it's not that we're, you know, being deprived of adequate funds by the county. It's that, you know, somebody at a very high salary level leaves, they're going to cash out a lot of vacation. We at least need to eat that through a vacancy. And those extra additions, they add up, and they're unpredictable. You know, we have people coming back and you know, it's $3,000 to $5,000 to bring somebody back from, even like $3,000 from Central California. So these are not cheap propositions, and so we want to be able to do that because it's important to the community that we bring people back. They can't just commit a crime here, run away, and forget about us. So that, you know, I feel like that's our mission, and it's consistent with what our mission statement is.
You generally have one or two deputy DA positions that are open all the time now? I mean, just kind of rolling because of that?
No, we currently have one tier 1 position, which is the lowest level position, and that one would be filled, but we're having very specific issue about that, a candidate for that position. So that's a delay, but we held it open for a little while to feed the budget, just so that we are comfortable. We don't want to come up to the end of the year and come saying, well, we're over. Sorry about that.
Oh, wow, thank you very much.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're talking about one position that.
Yeah, one deputy DA position. Right. Yeah, not more than that. Okay, the Emerging Adult Program, this is for relatively young offenders under 25 years old. And we've had a really good success rate. Recidivism rate is really the gold standard in prosecution. If somebody is not recidivating post-graduation, that's a success. If they are, I consider that a failure. And we have a relatively low recidivism rate, about 17.5%. Most criminally related programs are upwards of 30. So we've had good success redirecting young people to get back on track. And these are relatively low level crimes. It's not like Measure 11 crimes are going into this program and just getting their lives turned around. It's, you know, people who are committing crimes that could dramatically affect the trajectory of their lives. But if they get their act together, they can make amends to the victim of the crime, pay restitution, and go to treatment and get their lives back on track. And so that's what that program is about. The Veterans Intervention Strategy is, as the name implies, it's a program for veterans who get involved in the criminal justice system, and we've had good success with that program as well. We have a 3% recidivism rate resulting in incarceration for people who have graduated the program, which is remarkably low because many of the people who have gone into that program are dramatically affected by substance use, mental illness, and other factors that make redirecting them very challenging. We work with the vet center and with VA resources to get them connected so that they can get their, get back to where they were at one point in their lives, where they were disciplined and able to conduct themselves and follow the law and, protect their families and go to work and do all those things. And so we've had good success in that program as well. The Organized Retail Theft Grant program is a project that we are working with the Bend Police Department and the Redmond Police Department. And the design of it is to get better communication among retailers. So they're sharing information with each other, photographs of individuals who are coming into stores and stealing. And then also sharing that information with law enforcement so that law enforcement can act. And we've seen good participation in Bend and Redmond with this program, and there's no reason really that other retailers around the county couldn't also benefit from this program just by sharing information, just joining in and saying, we've seen this behavior, we've seen this person come into the store and stealing or casing the store in order to steal. Just to go over some cases that are of interest, and they're big cases that we've prosecuted in this last year. We had a homicide prosecution that occurred. The homicide occurred in downtown Bend a few years ago, and a number of police agencies were involved in this case. It was a shooting outside of a bar in downtown Bend. The suspect in the case fled the state. We and the police agencies involved worked with Federal Marshal Service, the U.S. Marshal Service, in order to locate the individual in another state on the back east and get him into custody, bring him back. And there was a tremendous amount of coordination among the law enforcement agencies and our office, getting warrants, getting indictments, getting all the things that we needed to do so that we could get the individual back and bring some measure of justice to the victim's family. The individual was found guilty of first-degree manslaughter and unlawful use of a weapon just a couple of months ago. There was a very complex attempted mass violence prosecution last year, or this past fiscal year, in which an individual was planning to kill a number of people at an outdoor event in Deschutes County. Our office worked with the sheriff's office and detectives in that office in order to get warrants, and the individual was located, was taken into custody, and was successfully prosecuted. We put two very senior prosecutors on that case, and we got a number of really significant convictions in that case, and the gentleman was sentenced to approximately 30 years in prison after trial. Our drug prosecutor works regularly with the Central Oregon Drug Enforcement Team and the street crimes teams in Deschutes County, as well as federal partners. Our prosecutor is cross-designated. He's a special assistant U.S. attorney as well as a deputy district attorney, and so there are some cases that are more appropriate in federal court, and so he presents those cases to federal grand jury and takes those through the federal system, and some in state court, and that's basically where you're going to get the right result for this kind of a case. And so large quantity drug cases are better served in federal court traditionally, and that's largely what we've done. He had a case. This is a case highlight of a individual who had a warrant out of another jurisdiction, was taken into custody here and was found to be in possession of a large quantity of drugs. And our cross-designated federal prosecutor got a prison sentence of 17 and a half years in federal prison after a very spirited prosecution in that case. A couple of our younger deputy DAs prosecuted a domestic violence case a couple of months ago. It was a very serious case in which the offender escalated a pattern of domestic violence and threatened the victim with a firearm during at least one of the incidents. And that case went to trial, and that individual has been convicted of all of the domestic violence charges. Our victim assistance program in all of these cases with victims works side by side with the prosecutor to help the victim through the process so that they can just navigate it. It's very difficult for a normal person to understand the criminal justice system. There are a lot of things that are counterintuitive about it, and it can be very frustrating. And so our victim advocates are really good at guiding people through that process and helping them get through from beginning to end and beyond. Okay. I've mentioned kind of some of the challenges with prosecution here. One of the things that we see is a huge amount of digital evidence that prosecutors need to review. So the number we have is over 7,500 hours of body cam video that they've had to review in a year, which is that's part of the job. And it's really, having body cam video is extremely helpful. It's helpful to both sides just to see what happened, what the interaction was. But it is very time intensive. And that number represents about a 70% increase since 2022 in just the volume of body cam video that we have to go through. And we do have to go through it for cases so that we know what we're dealing with.
Well, and good news, the sheriff is spending more money to add more body cams.
That's, I mean, it is going to land on us, but it's great to have more body cam. Like as a lawyer, you just want to see, well, what happened. It's better than words on a piece of paper. It's the video of the thing. But it does come at a price, when it hits our office. One other thing that we've seen is AI-generated communications, requests for public records appeals, and pleadings in court that are AI-generated, you read it and it's close. It's close to the way a person would write, but it's not exactly. That has created a tremendous burden on not only us, but the courts and probably every other department in the county when we get those, because people can just generate requests for everything under the sun in an instant. And so every one of those requests requires our response. Public records appeals are up over 400% in the past 4 years. And so that's a trend that we're seeing, and I don't think that trend is going to go away. I think we're going to continue to see that demand. These are the case statistics that we pulled And so you'll see that dip between 2019 and 2020 in cases. That's the COVID dip, and this is pretty much universal around the country. When COVID hit, there were statistics from 2019, and then that was the last normal year of statistics, and we are getting back to, as you can see from last year, we're back up to approximately the same number of cases as we had in 2019. So we're on a different trajectory than we had been, and that is also taking into consideration a reduction in the number of drug possession cases that still exist because of the law changes around that, which affects. Go to the next slide. The reduction in the number of heroin cases is kind of startling, from 250 in 2019 to 2 last year, and that's because heroin is a narcotic analgesic that is no longer the desired narcotic analgesic. Now people who like that feeling have switched to fentanyl overwhelmingly, and so methamphetamine is also way down. It's down about almost 400 cases or charges between 2019 and last year. But fentanyl came out of nowhere, and now it's one of the drugs that we see in many of the large drug investigations that we work with our drug teams on. And you even see fentanyl in methamphetamine cases, because it becomes like a mix. And so people who buy methamphetamine or any other drug don't really know what they're getting, because almost anything could have fentanyl in it. The next chart is charges by year. And so we see that numbers that were dipping in the COVID years, like domestic violence cases, kind of inexplicably were dipping. And then last year they were back up to well over what they had been in 2019. Sexual abuse cases is that last one on the right, and the numbers are down, but that doesn't mean that even the cases are down. The cases are right where they have been since 2019. There was a change in the law in about 2020 where this has to do with charges, and so charges had to be very specific to each instance. It couldn't be a general. There was an incident on this date and this date and this date. You had to be very descriptive, and that's very difficult for children, especially, to identify. So the number of charges of sexual abuse have dropped, but the number of cases haven't. Total Measure 11 cases. These are the most serious person crime cases: the attempted murder, serious felony assault, rape 1 and 2, and other serious sex offenses are Measure 11 offenses, and those numbers are back up to where they had been prior to the dip during COVID. This is the awful chart that we have. It's murders by year. I think I've told this group before. Traditionally in Deschutes County, we've had 0, 1, or 2 murders. A bad year was 2 murders, and since 2020, the numbers are off that chart. We had our worst year was 2022. We had 8 murders, which was a really awful summer for us. And then currently we have 11 pending murder cases, but that means an individual has been charged with murder, 10 victims total in that, and 3 vehicular homicide cases representing 4 victims of vehicular homicide.
That include the driver, that's where the newly married couple.
Yeah, that's one of the vehicular homicide cases. That's the one that has multiple victims. Yep. Yep. So a couple of specialty programs that we wanted to highlight, the Aid and Assist Court. This is the statistic or the graph that shows the rise in Aid and Assist cases in Deschutes County. Aid and Assist means that people are so severely mentally ill that they can't assist their attorney in the process. They don't understand what the process is. They can't communicate effectively with them. And so the individuals get referred to psychiatric evaluation and treatment. And the idea there is that we're trying to restore the person so that they're able to aid and assist their attorney so that they can go through the criminal justice process. The number of people in that category has risen from 24 in 2020 to 53 at the beginning of this year. And so as a consequence of that for our office, in 2020, we had 437 hearings on Aid and Assist, and in 2025, we had 1,053 hearings to try to get people restored to competency. Okay, I'm very excited. I'm personally very excited about it, but we as an office are very excited about the office remodel. I've worked in that office for 32 years and my feet are killing me because we don't have any carpet padding. And so I've been walking on concrete for 32 years. You don't have to feel sorry for me. I can feel sorry for myself. I'm super excited. I did ask, and really all I asked for was carpet padding in the remodel. And I know that they're going to do more than that. But people are excited about a few different things, having a more professionalized office look, as well as 2 conference rooms that we desperately need, 10 additional private offices, 13 cubicle spaces, and a refresh of our old space.
Basically, you're able to take that second floor, the state's moving out of it. So that's the
Right.
plan for the second floor.
Yeah, well, that's the plan for first, second, and third floors, the remodel. And they better hit my floor because
You'll have a whole new floor to work with.
that's true. Yeah. So we do need the space. Things are tight. We have one attorney in what used to be our supply closet, which we've turned into an office, and she's a good sport, but that's not a good place to have an attorney trying to work and, talking to victims, things like that, or police officers for trial. Okay. This summer, we are doing what we have traditionally done in the DA's office. We have interns come in, both high school and college interns coming in for the summer. Some are paid, some are volunteer. But the goal of the program is to get people, young people, to see what the criminal justice system is like to work in, get them kind of interested in it, and hopefully someday they can come back to our office and work and, be legal assistants or prosecutors or what have you in the DA's office. But either way, it's a really good way to involve young people and get them to see the criminal justice system. They get to go to court and watch trials and also help with a lot of our clerical needs around the DA's office, which pile up over the year. And it's always fun to see young people around who are super excited about going to court, even to see something that some of us might find boring. Okay, we'll switch now to the Victim Assistance Program. The DA's office administers the Victim Assistance Program, and the Victim Assistance Program is required to provide due process rights, essentially, to victims of crime. so that victims have notice of hearings and an opportunity to be heard about decisions in the cases. And so that's what our victim advocates do. They help guide victims through the process. I am going to, because Jessica is the supervisor in victim assistance, and she knows this backwards and forwards. I'm going to turn to Jessica and have her explain the budget for VAP.
Yeah, so we anticipate our beginning capital to be around 400,000. We have the VOCA CFA grant, and as mentioned previously, the VOCA grant was really not concrete in what funding we would be receiving. So previously, we had 3 VAP or victim advocate positions under that grant between VOCA and the CFA, Criminal Fine Act. And unfortunately, we lost 1 advocate position, so we are down 2. Last year, we didn't know if we were, we didn't know if we were even going to, but ultimately we did, but they reduced it to a 1-year rotation. And as you can imagine, our current staff who are funded under that grant, you know, they're looking for other positions. They want to stay, but they're uncertain. So we did have a general funded position who just promoted to an LA. So opened that internally, hoping that we can kind of get these grant funded advocates into a general funded advocates. It's competitive, nothing's known. But that would be the ultimate goal. And then we'll have a grant funded position, but then we'll have 3 more months on the grant. So how likely we'll be able to recruit for that is going to be, you know, dependent on if somebody puts the faith in whether or not we'll get funded. State funding, we do have a 0.5 advocate position that is not hired for yet. We just received that grant and it's on the DA side, but that does fund a 0.5 grant. Doesn't really have anything to do with our inner workings in the DA's office. This is for the specialty program. And then to fund 2 LA positions over on the DA side, we are holding that supervisor position because the legal assistant position is very needed. So we're just pushing that VAP supervisor position, you know, out longer, but it does allow us to satisfy that need in the DA side. Personnel requirements, FY27 requirements, personnel. It's not a huge fund, but it's largely personnel. Materials and services, we are pretty bare bones. A lot of these costs are ISF fees. Beyond those expenses, we have travel training, we have a small client stabilization, and some of that is funded through our grant. And then, so the one thing I like about this slide is that a lot of people don't understand that having a victims assistance program is required by law. It's not just to, you know, sit for emotional support and you know, give hugs and do all of that, which I've heard from people in the past. It really is a needed support system for these victims. And as you could see on the DA side, Measure 11, these awful crimes are happening, and it's a lot for a staff of 6 to take on with all these victims. And as we know, mental health is a huge deal in regard to the defendant side, but also it bleeds into the victim side. We're dealing with a lot of highly emotional victims that don't understand the criminal justice system, and it really does lead to burnout on these advocates who are taking in all of those emotional victims. So That's just one thing I really wanted to portray is that victims have rights. It's required by law. It's an important program.
The one comment on that, and this isn't for us, but it's for kind of our society and community right now. State legislators, I've talked to a few of them, are like, well, you just go do your things with your money. And the state legislative concepts recently have been, we need to do stuff with our money, you do stuff with your money. And for some reason, some of the legislators are losing the concept that they're dropping these laws on us, expecting us to fund this, and we don't have the money. I mean, we run to the end of the path on the resources we have. So legislative partnership, AOC, Association of Oregon Counties Work Hard. I'm sure there's a district attorneys association on this, but one of the messages needs to be, hey, wait a minute. If you're giving us these requirements, please understand the resources are not there in the near future. And we've been doing the best we can with what we have. So as I say, that's not you. That's just what's going on out there. I've seen it down in Salem.
I was actually going to note the same thing, so you beat me to it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we can say this until our ears bleed. Unstable grant funding.
Please.
There you go.
That sounds really frightening.
Yeah. Yeah. Unstable grant funding, that is definitely something that we deal with day to day, but Steve and I mean, thank goodness for the support that we have from Steve. Like, we really try to make the office feel supported, and we all fill in the gaps that we need to fill in. And we do, at the end of the day, we do what we need to do to serve our victims. And so regardless of funding, we'll make it happen. I've stepped in, I've learned a ton about victim advocacy, and I truly do cherish the current advocates who are stepping up to filling gaps that we have. So, and then as you can see, this is just a chart to show you that our victims that we are serving, they kind of follow the trend of our cases, but they're not getting any smaller. So we served about 3,500 victims in 2025, and I definitely can see them going up next year. So, but we're proud of that. So.
Do you have any questions?
I'm curious whether you have statewide data or, county to county data. It'd be good to know kind of per population, numbers of deputy DAs, like how we compare with other communities, caseloads, that kind of information. It's just helpful to know whether we're especially strained, we're less strained, or if there's places that are that have higher caseloads and are doing okay with that. Like, are they doing something different? One of the things I wanted to ask about also was, the use of AI. You talked about the impacts of AI, other people using AI, but are there places where you can think about using AI within the DA's office to kind of enhance the productivity of your workforce, things like that?
Yeah, so we do. There are places on that last point. There are areas where we can use AI that helps us. For example, AI can go through an entire body cam and come up with a transcript in 30 seconds, a 2-hour body cam video, and then we can have a transcript. Transcripts are obviously faster than watching the video itself, right? You don't have the pauses and so on. And they're pretty reliable. They're not court reliable, but they're pretty reliable enough that you could read it and get the gist, at least, of what's happening. And sometimes they're uncannily reliable. They pick up words that you can barely hear.
And you can go back to the important 5 minutes and watch it yourself.
Right, exactly. And you're going to watch it anyway, but it's nice to have the transcript when you're watching it so that if you didn't hear what it was, you can see it and it makes sense. It doesn't make sense in the context of the sentence. And so that's a way that you can really save time and it helps with efficiency. There are ways that you could create communication. For example, the rote notifications to victims about upcoming hearings, things like that. You can use AI to help with that. The danger for me, and I see this as a danger, maybe more than some lawyers, but using AI for legal research and writing is extremely treacherous because what some of the AI, well, I guess all of the AI programs do is they hallucinate responses. So you put in a search to provide information about a particular area of law, and the AI program will produce 10 cases, 10 Court of Appeals cases, and 8 of them are real and 2 of them aren't. And so you need to read every case and know that it stands, or they'll cite the cases as for a proposition, the case for a proposition that it doesn't actually stand for. And so you have to read the case. And so I'm okay with deputy DAs using AI for legal research. I'm very reluctant to allow AI to be used for legal writing. And if they use it for legal research, they still have to go in and read every single case, every single statute to know that it stands for whatever they're claiming in their legal writing. And so that part is dangerous. And that's partly because I'm older. I think the younger attorneys are much more willing to give it a shot because it's technology and they're not afraid of it. What I see around the country, though, and even in Oregon, is some lawyers get lazy. They don't read the cases. They just submit a brief, and then they get there have been 2 cases at the Oregon Court of Appeals already where the attorneys have been sanctioned for thousands of dollars, essentially fined for submitting false or fraudulent case citations, and that's AI, because of AI. That's what the court said, is because of AI. And around the country, this is happening as well. People are going to get disbarred if they do it repeatedly or if it's egregious enough. Count me a skeptic on that part, but it is really fast to do research and pull up cases using AI. It's shockingly fast.
Well, you made that statement. It was repeated like 4 times as I was driving to work 2 days ago, like on people not doing the actual research where you have to read the case. But we actually had a transcription the other day at our meeting that was totally not what the person said. Scary if somebody wouldn't have caught that.
Yeah.
So
That's the danger is I'll use the word thinks. The AI program thinks it's being accurate, but there's something about the program that allows it to think that it's accurate when it's nowhere near accurate. And so, it's one of these things, like in next month, it might be perfect. It's progressing so quickly, but we're not there yet where I would say, yeah, go ahead and use that to write a draft of a brief to the court. And then on your first question about what other counties are doing, it's a mixed bag around the state. Some counties are really, Eastern Oregon counties in particular, are really struggling to keep people. So the caseloads of the people who remain behind are extremely high, like backbreakingly high. Some of the counties in the Willamette Valley are not having that issue at all. And I would say we're mostly in that category of not having the issue of struggling to keep people or to recruit people. People want to live in Bend. We pay really well. We're pretty solid on that in that regard. The caseloads, we are just about dead in the middle about where DA's offices are around the state for everything, right? We're population, we're high end middle. We're dead in the middle of the state, and we're caseload wise, we're right around the middle. Some people are losing people because they can't keep up with the caseload, and some people are not working not working as hard because they have a surplus of people. That's maybe putting it too strongly, but they have plenty of people in some offices. And so in my opinion is we would benefit from having at least a couple more attorneys in the office. But we're doing fine. We're hanging in, and we got a position last year, hired a young man from Willamette Valley DA's office, and he's great. And so he's a workhorse, and he picks up cases, and he wants to keep moving up and be a prosecutor on the big cases. And so that's that's one of the blessings of being here in Deschutes County, being in Bend. People are happy to come here to work, and we're very competitive in terms of salary with almost any office in the state. So my opinion, we're very blessed. So.
All right. Additional questions for the district attorney's office? Thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Bye. Right, coming up next is our solid waste. Is Jeff in the hallway?
Lisa.
What are you amazing with Furnish Health? It's a.
Research.
They furnish like the veterans village.
We'll check the research.
Okay. And they're, they just raised $385,000 at the fundraiser like this fall.
And so I sent it to him, the video.
Megan runs it, and she is amazing. Okay. You know, if you want to like homify any area that you own, yeah. So try them. This is. Yeah, he's actually one of our drug.
Did you officially make it right? It was like.
Step on up to the big chairs.
No, I didn't want to like. You know.
Director Merwin.
How we doing?
Children.
Good.
Yeah, kind of like on the road.
Yeah.
Being in the middle.
Hi, Jeff.
We have you to be front and center, and you can just take.
We are.
Yeah.
I don't care.
For 2 seconds or over, let's get moving.
Have the chair. You can have.
Yeah. No, I'm good here.
All right, we will move forward. Next item on the agenda is solid waste. Jeff Merwin is here along with staff, and this is your first time in front of the budget committee. We don't bite much.
Yeah. We'll see.
Don't believe it.
Well, we had a Tim and a Tim in solid waste, so now we have a Jeff, but I think that there was also the rules of you could only hire Jeffs as directors
Yeah.
this last year, so.
I get the Aaron emails.
Yeah. All right, feel free to introduce yourself and we can get moving.
Great. Jeff Merwin, Director of Solid Waste, Deschutes County, and Sue Monette. She is our management analyst and will be supporting on this and has done pretty much all the work on it. So feel free to ask questions as we go along. And got to figure out my.
The arrow.
Oh, it's a little. So solid waste overview, obviously our mission is to provide environmentally sound and cost-effective solid waste management services that are in compliance to all laws, regulations to the citizens of Deschutes County. Pretty standard language. And we have multiple funds in the solid waste department. So we have operations, landfill closure, post-closure, capital reserve, and equipment funds. So a little bit different than some of the departments, as you guys probably know, definitely with our closure and post-closure funds.
We also currently have 48 FTEs within the department. Solid waste accomplishments. So we've been busy, and we completed a cost assessment, and it hasn't gone to the board yet. We're still in the process of completing that for consideration for new composting and material recovery facilities at Knott. And that includes a commingle facility, and also a construction demolition material recovery facility. And our plan is probably first part of the summer, we'll have tip fee analysis to go along with that on how that would look. And also, it will have a master timeframe, so a plan for implementing those if the board so chooses to move forward with them. And I will say with part of that, the Knott build out includes a structure, and we have 20 million in the budget for that. That would either be part of a construction demolition facility or a transload facility. We just need that extra space regardless to move material out of the landfill as it when we go to closure. So there is some cost built into our model already, but the composting and really the commingle is not included in our tip fee assessment that we have today. So that will be coming later. We completed a new landfill final site evaluation for the SWAC and board consideration. We have a meeting next Tuesday. We're hoping that the SWAC committee will make a determination on which site to move forward with in the process, and we can bring that probably to the board in the summer at some point once we get purchase agreements in place for that. So, and that's really a $60 million facility that we're looking at there. We received approval to expand curbside recycling services in distant rural areas starting after July 1st. So that's out in that rural Lapine area. We're expecting 8,500 carts to go out, and it will probably launch the first part of August, right in there, somewhere in August. So they're a little bit delayed in getting that many carts. And that's all part of the CAA funding, and that's funded through Republic Services, I believe. So they're the ones that are implementing that. We implemented expanded RMA recycling requirements. So first of the year, there was a lot of different materials that were added to the mandatory recycling, and we have depots that were put out at multiple locations throughout Deschutes County. We're one of the first counties to do that, and it's been actually very successful so far. And that's again, the funds are covered under the RMA Recycling Modernization Act. So we purchased a new enclosed flare, so we won't see that big candlestick on the picture too much longer, maybe another 6 months. And that will go away, and it'll be a 45-foot, 9-foot diameter enclosed flare. So that'll be part of the RNG project. We're funding the flare. It's a requirement by DEQ. Cascade Natural Gas is funding the renewable natural gas project. So the timing works out pretty well for that project to get up and running and for our flare to go into service at the same time.
We're going to build a flare so they can pull the gas out and not use the flare.
Yes.
Backup.
That is correct. That's we fought fairly hard with that with DEQ, and we had to have a backup system.
I am going to miss the flare. I hum the Blade Runner theme every time I drive up Knott Road.
Yeah. We don't like seeing flames out at the landfill, so it makes us a little nervous.
Flames are generally bad and something.
Yeah, yeah. It could go away. So our resources disposal fees for 2027, we're assuming a 0% change in waste tonnage over last year, and that was at about a 7%. So we're not assuming we're going to be beyond that 7% necessarily. In preliminary, we're not. There's really no reason to think it's going to be too much more. Disposal tip fee increase from 90 to 95, which is in line with the model that we presented last year.
I thought, I remember it was 60, 65, 70. I forgot that we keep stepping it up $5 every year. So it's getting to be 95. We still haven't hit 100, which is pretty amazing.
It's $10 next year.
Yeah, and I.
I'm just, yeah. It'll jump. I think 125 is where we're modeled out with our current initiatives that we have. So, and as we add diversion facilities, it potentially could go up a little more on that. Some of those may actually make some money too. So.
But that's still very much in line with the market across the United States.
It's the Northwest is expensive, period. And a lot of that is the regulatory side. Oregon, Washington, and California have very aggressive air quality standards. And so we see higher costs typically in the Northwest. But we are in line and even actually probably a better cost than most similar places in Oregon. And we have a slide, I think, a little bit further down that'll show some comparisons to communities that are close. So 6%, so it's a disposal revenue increase of 13%. 6% of the increase is from tip fees, and the other 7 is that growth that I talked about.
Jeff, one question about that. So we're working on these modern franchise agreements right now, and with those tip fees, climbing in the next few years, the flow control component of our new franchise agreement. So those firm up our expectations about the collection of those fees. Is that,
Yes. I mean, that, it takes, solid waste is a little interesting because the more volume you have, the way that the fee schedules typically are, the more revenue you have. So if we were to lose a large portion of waste stream, for example, Lane County lost Springfield, it was, 80,000 ton. We lost 80,000 ton out of our 240,000 ton. You're going to have a tough time paying bonds back. So we need that commitment. And that's why those contracts are really vital to all these operations on that. So that's a big move for us.
Thank
you. So resources continued, special waste. We have alternative daily cover, contaminated soil, sweepings, compostings. That's currently 45 a ton, and we can use that for beneficial use. So there's a reduced rate on that. It's in lieu of using soil or other cover material that can be expensive. And that would go to 48 a ton with the 95, and the non-ADC soil that would be at 48 a ton also. And is that sod? So that's basically sod. They don't take much of it over at recycling. Clean fill would go from 6 to 7. And that is one where we take a bit of a loss on now. And with volumes up, and there's an increase in fuel, which really drives that one, labor and processing costs. It's mostly trucking on our end for it, and grinding, which is a fuel-based process.
That's for the yard debris and wood waste.
Yard debris and wood waste. Personnel budget increase. We're looking at adding 2 FTEs. One of them would be a maintenance personnel, and the other is a haz waste personnel, haz waste technician. So we started the haz waste program. We've been up and running about a year. It's been very successful, and we could use some more support there.
And is that expanding the days, or is that just expanding, or is that just covering for the volume that you collect on the given day?
We expanded the days, and it actually thought it would even out what we were bringing in, and that wasn't necessarily the case. We were getting similar volumes over the additional days we were open, and we doubled our service. And we also did additional rural events too, and all of them have been attended about like they were the year prior. So there's a big need out there, and I think the word's also getting out. That consistency of being open every Friday and Saturday at the landfill is really helped people.
One thing I just wanted to point out to the budget committee is that those two positions have been included in the proposed budget. Nick, as the budget officer, approved those to be included.
There's a 20% M&S budget increase, which is fairly substantial. Part of that is there's 600,000, 602,000 that goes for RMA that is reimbursable. So that's a Recycling Modernization Act. Basically, we pay out and then we get reimbursed for the services for the recycling and contamination reduction. And that accounts of about 7% of that increase. The other drivers are infrastructure repairs and upgrades, especially down at Southwest Transfer. Those are old facilities. It was built in the 90s, and we need to put a fair amount of work into that one. Also at Knott Landfill as well. That's 19 years old with that transfer station, and we have some maintenance work that we need to do on some of the safety gates and backstops and whatnot that we have there. So we're seeing a pretty good increase for this year, and then our model has it dropping back off a little bit in the next years. And I didn't forward that. I apologize. So continuing with that, we do have some fencing vehicles. There's a fair amount budgeted there. We cycle them out. We run them a long time. So typically a vehicle will be in our fleet. Then we'll move it to a site vehicle to get every last mile out of it. And then we'll replace it. So these are just due for replacement. The maintenance truck was budgeted last year. We rolled it over into this 2027. We don't think it'll make it quite in time. And that's about 151,000 of that 361. Sander inserts and GPS survey equipment that's aged that needs replacement, additional forklift for haz waste. And then security system and cameras up at our Northwest Transfer Station, and 120,000 for a cost accounting system. And then there's 6.6 million transferred to reserves. In the 5-year, we go into a little more detail than 5. So I'm going to skip through that and we'll hit that at the end when we go through the bigger sheet. I think we talked a little bit about this. I will say, with the short term, we don't really consider them issues, but projects that we have that require quite a bit of funding. We're looking to construct cell 10. It's our final cell of the landfill and this next year. So it will go out for bid in the fall, and that's about a $4 million project there. And that'll be the final one. Again, these I touched on earlier. I will say the bullet point down at the bottom on the left is conduct RFP for consultant to assist in development of new franchise agreements and intergovernmental agreements with local jurisdictions. So that's to support those contracts and keep moving forward with the municipalities and show that we're going to get these in place in the next, hopefully, 3 years for when the landfill closes.
Do you think any of them are at risk, or is it mostly just bookkeeping?
They're all terminated except for the city of Lapine. So everybody seems on board with. We had an agreement out there. It was a draft that they were looking at, and it seemed received fairly well. But we would like to bring them in and really see what the modeling is, whether they control the rates within the city and or it's maybe we have a universal rate. I don't know. We'll put that out to really for help with an RFP from a consultant to work with us and those municipalities. So it's a positive thing for all I think, all entities on that, and I believe they understand it at this point. So hopefully not very high risk.
All right.
Term one, or
Yes.
Or 611, so it's our landfill closure fund. One thing to note on this is the 500,000 we keep in our budget for potential contamination found at the demo landfill with OSU Cascades. So we sold the property to them, I think, for $1 quite a few years back. They are going in and remediating all the waste and putting it in one place. And part of our permit, we're co-permit holders, and then part of our agreement is that we're on the hook if they come across something that is hazardous and has to be hauled out. So far to date, we haven't come across anything. I will say we are in an area that they're going to be starting to excavate out that we don't know a lot about. So some of the previous areas were a lot of construction demolition, a lot of woody debris, and tires. But this one we just don't have a lot of history on it. So could be a little more potential, but we'll see.
in the arc of all the reclamation that they're doing out there, all the area, are they like halfway through? Are they?
I think they're slightly under half, maybe a third. This next phase is a deep pocket, about 60 to 70 feet of waste. And that'll put them really into that 2/3 at that point. They do estimate, it might be 14, 15 years before they complete their build out and excavate all the waste. And for us, the areas of risk are the last areas they're doing. That's where we've had the most problems with heat. And so we'll continue to work with them and maintain those areas up to that point. Again, this is a 5-year. We'll skip through that as we hit the bigger sheet at the end. Post-closure, this is coming not too long. We have increased from 500 to 850,000 to transfer into post-closure. We're going to, as we shift to closure and post-closure, we're going to need those funds available. So the way it works, we have to maintain the landfill per DEQ standard for 30 years. So some of those funds go for, fixing gas wells down the road, potentially perimeter roads. If you have a liner on top of your landfill, you may have to go in and do some work on the liner. So there's an estimated amount that's covered in our budget that we've budgeted for, that's required by the state. Again, another 5-year. So capital reserve, pretty big hit in 2027. We're anticipating spending up to $15 million in bond proceeds for financing new landfill purchase. So we'll see what those agreements may look like. So that would be the first of our debt service, and $4 million in cell construction for cell 10. Almost $1.5 million for resurfacing of the floor at Knott on the transfer station. It's a pretty big hit. And then another $125,000 in construction costs for the flare. Equipment. So we're budgeting 1.9 million. That's what we assume our reserve fund needs to be each year for equipment costs. That's gone up. I think we're at about 1.7 prior to that. Equipment costs gone up significantly, and the lifespan has gone down significantly also, unfortunately. So we're seeing higher costs in the equipment. This year, we're looking at replacing a loader, which we got 19 years out of in the transfer station when we opened. Pretty happy with that. A new water truck, a backhoe for compacting down at Southwest, and then mini excavator to rotate one out that's aged. again, a 5-year. So then this brings us to the forecasting model, which I kept referencing. And it's the big sheet. And I don't,
Find it in your supplemental.
And so,
yeah, and I don't think we have a slide of it, do we?
and
That
I'm
would be
5
very-
years into budget committee, and I just want to let you know that all 5 years, this is my favorite
I know.
piece of paper in the packet.
It's ours. So 5 years for us is not very much. So we can get ourselves into trouble if we don't plan beyond that. And Sue's going to support me through this. This is her work. So we'll start at the top on the cost of operations, personnel and labor. It's nothing real big to note on that. On materials and services, the second row, fiscal year 26, 27, you see that bump and it comes back down. That's what I was referring to before is we have a fair amount of infrastructure maintenance that we need to do across multiple sites. And then our proposed debt service. So coming in in 27, that 200,000 is the start of our potential debt service for siting a landfill. And then it increases and you can see the construction kicks in and really it's going to be in that 28, 29 and 29, 30 on that. Those are the 2 years for construction phases to get the landfill up and running. And then
So you can see that the proposed debt on row 8, that's the projects that are lying in, can you hear me better? Okay. On row 8, it outlines the projects that we were proposing to do with debt, and that directly corresponds then to the proposed debt service costs on row 3. So that's where Jeff mentioned the new landfill costs, the new landfill land purchase. That assumes just the bond issuance costs with the actual debt service repayments starting in 27, 28. And then in 28, 29, you'd have the construction costs for the new landfill. And then you get into the other projects, which he can speak to.
yeah, the one after that in 3031 is we've budgeted 18 million for a Southwest transfer station, either remodel or rebuild. So that's the other one that's in there. And again, those other projects that are part of the diversion that I mentioned earlier are not included, with the exception of 20 million for the not, excuse me, then it's the not TS of 21 million KTS that's on there. And then on the reserve funds, if you go up 1 to 7, you could see where C10, that's cell 10 construction project. And then we have Negus Road. So the entrance road to the Negus transfer station off of Maple is our responsibility, and it's in dire need of repair. And then you go over to fiscal year 31, 32, there's the CL, B and C, that's a closure for our cells at the landfill, the current landfill. And then there's a few more of those. You have another one in 34, 35. And then you have new landfill cells. So the NL would be cell 2 at a new landfill and then cell 3 at a new landfill. And these are estimates, and it's our best guess on when those would happen. Things could change, but we have to plan for it. So it's in our budget. And then, so we really talked about, do we need to go over closure funds anymore?
So the only thing to note on closure and post-closure is that the cost estimates, we get an annual estimate. It's prepared by an engineer, and that's used not only for our model to ensure that we have enough money reserved in these accounts, but also that we meet some DEQ requirements for financial assurance.
So we go down to the equipment reserve fund is line 27. And that's where you can see last year we put $1 million into equipment, and we have that 1.9 that goes into reserves for future equipment. And it balances out fairly well with, if you look at line 30 below that, of what we expect to spend on equipment each year. We try to balance it out a little bit so we're not having 3 million in one year and 800,000 in another. So it doesn't necessarily work. So we have a little flexibility with sometimes with the hours on the equipment.
And do you do all your reserve work in-house, or do you have a consultant that works with you?
On our reserve funds,
The equipment reserves, yeah.
on the equipment reserves, we do that in-house.
We
Okay.
have a detailed capital asset schedule where we have long-range plan estimated we work with the ops team and basically go through and based off of the costs of currently maintaining the equipment, we estimate the years of life remaining and then have inflationary, there's a cost build in there for additional costs. So if it's 200,000 now, 2 years, it could be 240,000. But it's by individual piece of equipment.
And is it depreciated asset replacement or new asset replacement?
I'm sorry, ask again?
Are you funding depreciated replacement? So if it's 20 years old, you're replacing it with a 20-year-old item, or are you replacing it with a new item?
New item.
Okay.
And we did look at leasing because of the cost of equipment has gone up so much since really about 2018. We're seeing huge increases, and the lease options for government entity was not really viable. There was no benefit to us. A mandatory buyback with Caterpillar, and well, that doesn't do us any good. We have to trade them in anyway. People don't want an old landfill compactor. So that was a little disappointing.
This is Central Oregon. You might have an audience.
Yeah. Right.
Steel.
Line 33, that's our vehicle replacement reserve. That's for our fleet. So even our pickups are part of it's not part of that. This is our vehicles going out to our transfer sites for the most part, smaller vehicles, Subarus, SUVs, that type of thing for transporting personnel. And then Sue said people don't like waste tonnage, but I like the waste tonnage estimates down in revenue requirements. Just so you get an idea of what growth looks like. We've seen since 2013, we were at, I think, 141,000 tons, and we're at 241 this year. And then it projects out. So quickly, we're hitting that 300,000 ton range. So that's a pretty good size landfill. It's a big operation. And definitely, I think it does go to support the need for siting a landfill fairly close. I mean, that's a lot of tons to be moving a long distance. So yeah, it is, we're growing. Central Oregon's getting bigger. You guys all know that. So we're seeing it on our end.
To all of our waste diversion plans, destruction, demolition, composting, does that affect your assumptions about waste flow growth? I mean, I would hope that it'd be pretty flat or declining, even as we add a lot more people to the region.
Sure. And that's actually a great question. It should have an impact on that, especially where we see, 35 to 40% of our waste stream currently is construction demolition debris. So it should have a positive impact on reducing that waste. And, at what percentage, it's hard to tell because we lose items out of the waste stream that we can recycle. Engineered wood is one that we've been really struggling with recently. It's just not a recyclable material at this point in time because of the resins and glues and your cogen plants can't burn that. So, and that, so you get little hits like that along the way, and it's a little frustrating because that you want that 45. Well, you just lost a pretty good waste stream. You're gonna have to work that much harder and spend that much more money to reach that. But it should have an impact on that. Now, King County has some very interesting studies out as they're going very aggressive on their diversion and how that is going to impact their waste volume and their funding. So it's, yes, something to consider, and because it does affect your funding, but it reduces, the amount of waste going in, and the need for building cells is quick too. And then on 35 has our average tip fee that we talked about earlier. We're at 90, 95, 105, 115, up to 125. So, and again, that doesn't include really two of those diversion projects in there, but we're not real sure what the effect would be on those. One of them we think would be positive. And then under other, that includes quite a bit of, sorry. We have quite a few different things that go into others. Some of that's your recycle, your scrap metal, tires, things like that. It's just a catch-all for items that don't go over the scales. And it also includes the RMA funding. And so there's, that's considered a revenue when it comes back in when we get reimbursed. So we'll have, 600,000 in there potentially. We also have rock royalties currently that we've had for a long time and that has boosted our revenue some. And it's not a lot, but it's been fairly consistent revenue source for us. And then also the big one, hopefully here next year, the landfill renewable natural gas proceeds. So we're anticipating around starting at maybe that 250,000 a year revenue off that, peaking out at maybe about 350,000 and probably about 10 years, and then it will curve back down. So again, and that shows up if you look on 38 and 27, 28, there's a bit of a bump there that covers that.
So the renewable natural gas is under other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really anything that doesn't go over a scale, and that includes a lot of different things. Do you guys have any more questions on the forecasting model?
I wondered does Jefferson County have a fee? You didn't list them on model.
They do. It was 105 a couple years ago. I don't know what that one is now. And they transport their waste up to Wasco County.
Wasco.
So this is a comparison. Crook right now is they're at that out of county mix would be right there at 94. Klamath, and I believe Klamath County is a construction demolition only. They don't have their own landfill. They've looked at trying to bring waste up here in the past. Lane County, 117, Marion, 130, and then your Portland Metros. And they're actually a little bit higher. I used it not too long ago. They were 167. So it kind of gives you an idea that and this is this year's or last year's rate.
Years.
So this is last year's, and that's where it's saying, I think Portland Metro is at 167. So they've gone up, that 125 even projected out puts us in, kind of in that mid pack right there. And currently we're on the low end, which is good. We want to strive to be there. We're a nonprofit essentially. So that's part of our mission.
And Jeff, as we've spoken about, I think Lane County increased theirs to 120 or 125, but to become more competitive with where the waste is being hauled to Medford, they're decreasing it to maybe 100, but still not as low as where we're increasing too.
And it looks like Jefferson County, they're currently at 109.
Some of the smaller counties too that, Crook, I don't think Klamath would count. Jefferson would. They're diversion goal is only 20% from DEQ, not the 45 that the bigger communities have or bigger counties have.
Jefferson County's minimum 1 to 200 pounds is only $10.
Yes.
But people were complaining about just taking like one item out to our state, our transfer station in Redmond, and they go, it was so much, they just said they were gonna dump it by the road.
Yeah, there's different ways and approaches in solid waste, and usually you have a minimum up in that 20 to 30 range. Some of them are 45, really to encourage people to put more waste in when they come. So that's, there's another way to do it, I guess.
And their minimum on their scale is up to 200 pounds. We're proposing to go to 500 pounds. So definitely gives a person an opportunity to bring in quite a bit of waste to take advantage of that $20 minimum that ours would be.
Right.
It's just,
But my friends weren't happy.
No.
They said, no, we're not doing that, Patty. We're not spending $20 to dump one file cabinet.
yeah. And the cost for us, it's the transaction, and we have the ticketing that goes with it, and then the processing and ticketing. So those smaller loads, and then you have more traffic, and they're more expensive to handle. So that's why you want to encourage them to bring bigger loads essentially on that. Is, that's kind of the solid waste model for that for the most part. But there's other ways to do it for sure. Some are really cheap you can pay by the pound, which that would,
Some people were dumping right by my house. And, yeah. I know we've had a lot of dumping out in China Hat too. when it
Yeah.
was open.
it's an issue. It's always been an issue, even when it's cheap. And then we pay to clean it up. Special request. We have the USDA Wildlife Services contract, and historically the Solid Waste Department has paid that. And this proposal is we pay our share of it, and then the rest of it's paid through the transient lodging tax and a small amount through property management. It's a total of 156,000. Their proposal was for 200. I think the feds kick in that difference in there. So this would be really, solid waste would not be covering the full amount of this. We'd be covering our portion that we use. And I think there were some questions potentially on this, and I have some information, not a lot, so I'll do what I can.
Yeah, Jeff, when I heard about this, I shared some concerns about the feedback or reports back that I've heard about wildlife services activity around the county, outside of the landfill or solid waste sites. In one case, I heard about coyotes that were slaughtering people's sheep up in the Terrebonne area, and I think that's a reasonably appropriate thing for the county to be trying to cover, protecting our agricultural businesses. In another case, I heard about a church that had a lot of rock chucks and used wildlife services to exterminate the rock chucks. And I just, in that case, I felt like it would be appropriate for a church to take care of their own pest management problems themselves. So that for me raises questions about kind of what wildlife services is doing with our funding. What is, and I'm sure they're doing a whole range of things, but like what's appropriate for the county to be paying for and what isn't appropriate for the county to be paying for. So I'm wondering if you could, if you have the information to speak to that, kind of what all is the whole range of things, services that wildlife services is providing, in Deschutes County with the funds that we're providing. And I also, I mentioned to staff, or we, it was discussed a little bit yesterday, that we could even invite Wildlife Services in directly tomorrow when we're talking about special requests to, have them report back more on what all they're doing if staff doesn't, have the full picture.
Yeah, and we'll reach out. We have 2 contacts with that and see if we can get them. I think it would be best if they could explain what they're doing. I do know, and Properties would know, Christy, I think, has utilized them for some services within the county that are outside of what ours is, mostly bird, right? But one thing they have done recently up out of Sisters is we actually have it's like a bait station at the transfer station up there to try to pull predators away from the highways, and where I think there's lambs up on top of the ridge there. There's some farms that have it, and ODOT's been dumping right off the highway there. And so it's been an issue with some of the raptors getting hit. So by moving that bait station down into that hole where we're at, it can potentially draw some of those animals away, and ODOT can move it, and they just clean them. The predators,
ODOT's been putting roadkill down.
Yeah, and it's just to keep them off the sides of the road. So ODOT does that, and then also our road department, but that was spearheaded through the Department of Agriculture with that, and Brian and those guys with that idea of trying to just move those out. So, and they come and set the traps up. It's pretty basic. I mean, it's not real high tech, but they monitor it and track it. But they could tell you the effectiveness of that. I don't know. We just have a location for them.
Yeah. Now that I'm thinking about that, the coyote, that coyote den that I mentioned, that was on county property. It was basically like there's this little sliver of county property, and the coyotes were denning there, and then they were impacting, surrounding agricultural operations. So that would be, that, for example, would be an appropriate thing for property management to be. But yeah, I do want to get a better sense of all the services that they're providing, and which ones are appropriate for the county to be paying for, which ones might not be.
Well, and that I was thinking about it last night after we had the conversation. It sounds like that's a contract negotiation that will affect the finances. I think the question that we need to potentially do, and we can discuss it more tomorrow, is how much does the county want to fund through various places, and then what do you get out of that for the contract? So the contract aspect of it isn't a budget committee thing, but really understanding how much funding we have, it probably falls to us. It's not going to be easily solvable, especially since it's a special request, but we are going to have to figure out what we want to do about it. But it's going to fall back to the county and the departments to then negotiate the contract with the funds that are available.
And also just the question of, if there's services that we think are valid for the county to be paying for, which, what the source of that funding, what's the appropriate source of that funding? I don't think TLT is an appropriate source to fund wildlife services. But you basically, pest control, basically activities. But for example, if if Wildlife Services is controlling predators that would be impacting farm businesses, that actually I would call that an economic development activity. That might be something appropriate for us to fund out of lottery dollars. So understanding better what services are being provided can help us also figure out what the appropriate place to pay from would be.
Sure. And if they're not available, I'm sure I can get a summary off them too, with some more information. I don't have that level of detail.
That'd be great. Thank you.
And then for me, I mean, please engage as public members thinking, oh, is this, what does this look like, plugging it in? And you know, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars in a budget and then this other $120,000 line item. But, you know, what you know, or ask questions, because I'm not an expert in it. None of us are probably experts per se in any of these domains, but this is what do we want to do for Deschutes County?
And finance recommended TLT funding really only because it's the only source of discretionary funding and didn't want, you know, this to land in the general fund, and there's really no room in anyone else's budget for this either. And so that's why we landed on TLT.
Yeah, your first 10 flashcards when you pull them out are TLT, so you can't do much around that. All right, do we have additional questions for solid waste?
If I just one more strand to this wildlife services story, yeah, as you all may know, we have a wolf livestock depredation compensation and financial assistance committee for the county. A significant part of that committee's focus is prevention of depredations. And for about a year and a half, Wildlife Services had a position that was really complementary to that work, to that prevention work. This young man named David Andrews, who was doing a lot of, he was helping a lot with carcass removals, you know, of roadkill, of, you know, animals, livestock that had died from other reasons, because those things are major attractants to wolves. And Wildlife Services had, you know, the federal funding for that program was cut, so Wildlife Services canceled that position. And so, you know, I'm kind of also wondering, okay, like if we're being asked to contribute $126,000 for services that I'm not sure of the value of, and then there's this other service that Wildlife Services was providing that has been eliminated. You know, if we're going to be spending significant chunks of money, could we actually fund that that help to fund a position at Wildlife Services that is supporting the wolf livestock depredation prevention functions in the region too?
Sounds like a great contract discussion.
So just one other note, thank you for the partnership for the tipping fees for some of the community lands cleanups that are going on there. And that's all of us in here. And I'm kind of both sides of that sometimes. I mean, I'm never calling and asking for an extra tipping fee, but I'm out there loading stuff into the containers sometimes as a community member. So it's just happening on working on the east side of Redmond, but also the federal lands around us. And we were just down in northern Klamath, which is the service territory of Wilderness Garbage, which is Republic, which I don't even know where those units are going. I think they might have been going to the Klamath, you know, disposal areas, whatever that was, but it's happening regularly, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of activity on those cleanups. There's a lot of material out there. I went out through that Redmond area, just south of the transfer station. There was a fire out there, and oh wow,
yeah,
it's
Believable.
big. It is.
It's supposed to be, it's like 65% done on the land we want to transfer state.
Yeah.
Okay, we could all be up here all next week. Just having a ball.
Any other questions for us?
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your first budget committee presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We look forward to seeing you quite often. All right, next item on the agenda is the all favorite lunch. We will reconvene at 12:30. 12:30.
Oh, I.
All right, and we are back. I want to thank the citizens of Deschutes County for our modest but tasty lunch. And we will, next item on the agenda, we will be moving to lead us forward.
Great, thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chair Chang, members of the County Commission, Chair Pfister, and Budget Committee members. I'm Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director, and joining me is Sherry Pinner, Senior Management Analyst. Let's see if we can. Oh, I have to probably engage this to be a PowerPoint. Oh, there we go. Thank you. The focus of our presentation today primarily will be on Fund 295 and our reserve funds that support the Community Development Department's core programs. As all of you know, the Community Development Department utilizes coordinated programs to facilitate orderly growth and development. We have 5 divisions, starting with the Building Safety Division, and we have Krista Appleby, our building official in the audience. Just want to recognize her. Thank you for being here. The Building Safety Division provides construction plan review and inspection services, not only for the unincorporated areas of Deschutes County, but also for the cities of LaPine and Sisters. Our other divisions include code enforcement, coordinated services, on-site wastewater, and planning. Later in our presentation, we will talk specifically about Fund 326 and the Natural Resources Team. Starting in July, the Community Development Department is going to absorb 2 natural resource specialists and a newly established position called Community Wildfire Protection Supervisor. And we hope to fill that position in the next couple of days. There was just the final round of interviews that occurred this week. So we're very excited to have a supervisor in that position. So stay tuned. We'll get into natural resources, their funding, their accomplishments, and their opportunities and challenges.
The Community Wildfire Protection Supervisor. So we got to figure out how to pronounce that acronym. It's probably going to be more difficult than churro.
Formerly known as the county forester.
Yeah, correct. Yes.
So the Community Development Department has 57 FTEs. 3 of those are the Natural Resources Team, which are going to be housed in the Planning Division. And I want to emphasize that the Natural Resources Team is going to be independent and autonomous from the Community Development Department's core programs. The Natural Resource Team focuses on wildfire mitigation, education and outreach, and resiliency. And so they're going to have the space to do that work independent of what the Community Development Department, as you are all aware of, what we do on a day-to-day basis. So we will provide administrative support, technical support, but want to, for the public and for everyone here, just to recognize that they're going to continue to operate in the way that they have with the support that we can offer. And there's some cross-pollination that, that comes with CDD that I think will be impactful as well. So these next 5 slides provide an opportunity to talk about some of the accomplishments for the Community Development Department's core programs. And right out of the gate for Safe Communities, this is an opportunity to recognize the work that our Code Enforcement Division does in terms of monitoring voluntary code compliance and case adjudication. Under service delivery, this is something that we take very, very seriously in terms of providing cost-effective and efficient services as it pertains to inspection stops that the Building Safety Division performs every day, the number of on-site permits that we issue upon completion within 12 days, issuing administrative land use decisions with and without notice within 21 to 45 days, and then our commitment to issue upon completion dwelling permits within 30 days. And this is something that we have emphasized this spring, and thanks to the coordination with our managers and supervisors. But we were accepting essentially incomplete applications, working with clients and design professionals, And what we noticed is that was penalizing those that were submitting complete applications. It was creating a bulge in our system. And what we did with significant outreach from our public information officers, with Central Oregon Builders Association, with their support, is effective on April 1st. We no longer will accept incomplete applications. And there's rigorous instructions and information to inform our customers about what constitutes a complete application. But if it is complete, we will void it and let them know what's missing. I want to underscore, to the extent that it's not a design professional, that it's a property owner, CDD remains committed to working with them to help them get to a status of a complete application. But we've seen tremendous results already, and it's just good, really good customer service. And I'm grateful for the support that we've seen internally and externally.
Peter, question. As a sitting commissioner, I get, the call once in a while, have the conversation about, why do you guys do this or that? I'm always an advocate and support. Was there a period a year or two ago where it slowed way down for reasons or not reasons? I mean, kind of the transition from automated systems and, because I just had a guy pigeonholed me the other day and said 2 years ago, so I'm just wondering, what does it look like now?
Yeah, I mean, I think, thank you for that support in the question. I think it's a combination of factors. Certainly, we are committed to e-permitting. There's been tremendous investment on our website and to provide instructions so people understand what's required for construction plans. The other thing, it can be a blessing and a curse. CDD is just hardwired to work with customers. We don't want to lead with no. We want to work with them on the counter. We had a culture where we would accept applications, and for some, they were incomplete. Now, I wouldn't say this applies to every incomplete application, but I think one of the unintended consequences of the system that we were previously accommodating is design professionals could submit an incomplete application as a placeholder, knowing that they were overcommitted, and they felt like they could keep their place in line. And we allow that. So I'm not at all offering criticism to that approach. But what we realized is that it penalized those that had made that investment to have complete applications.
I think the scenario is that new home permit within 30 days ended up being 60.
It was 60 to 90. Yeah, we had a huge bulge. Now, some of that was complicated. We've had turnover in coordinated services. So our intake process wasn't the most refined, but what we've seen, and share some of Sherry's slides that she'll share with you today, we're really, I think, reaching a point, knock on wood, where we have relative stability, where the investments that we've made across divisions are allowing for those coordinated interactions. But to your point, I think it was a multitude of factors, but we don't charge for pre-application meetings. So to the extent that our lobby's open from 9 to 4 every day. So we remain committed to that customer service. It's just, it was time for us to, with like a 90-day transition period, letting our design professionals know that we were going to be taking this approach so that we could, reward those that had made that effort for completeness, and then get those through our system and issuing those permits so they could make those investments in our community.
Well, it was, some of the contractors, I don't know, they hold on to it for a while and then they complain about it a year later. I'm like, well, we could have been talking about this.
Right. So again, it's our blessing and our curse, because we're hardwired to be available for we understand the value and the importance that these investments make, not only in CDD, but across the organization. When parties are investing in our community, it has impacts to the, to the general fund, to the tax base, to the vibrancy of the community. So I want to underscore that we still have that approach. It's just, it's imperative that we handle intake differently than we have in the past.
I mean, yeah, it was a catch-22 because I'll admit that the Sun River Fire Station, we submitted a very incomplete application, and it was like, when are you going to review it? When are you going to review it? Okay, here's everything. And so we wanted to hit it, but we also didn't want to wait 8 weeks by putting in an application and being done. So retraining everybody on that is going to be great, because the application process is going to blow through. I think at least the professionals will probably adopt it pretty fast.
Correct. Yeah, that's our hope as well. And to some, I gave you that scenario where for some it was a placeholder. It shifts that narrative back to the design professionals to say, hey, I can do your project. I'm a few months out. I can get plans in. And so they become the messenger in ways that I think in some circles it was, again, no criticism, we allowed it to happen where they could say, oh, CDD is just out 90 days. And that was true, but part of that was due to the numerous incomplete applications. And as you can imagine, when it's like fits and starts of reviewing information, finding out there's gaps, setting it aside, coming back to it. It doesn't lead to the most efficient level of reviews.
Is there a transition from single-family homes to these multi-unit dwellings? I mean, because we're seeing a lot of 3-story multi-family buildings in Sisters and La Paz, jurisdictions that we haven't even seen them before.
Right. Yeah, and there's been a significant amount of education and training. Krista and her team are very patient and also very committed to ensure that the building codes are appropriately applied. But, there's times where you have out-of-state contractors that don't understand necessarily the provisions in the building code. There's been several affordable housing projects that kind of have their own momentum. So there's a whole host of communication challenges, but at the end of the day, we remain committed, and we understand the importance of those types of investments, specifically within our 2 small cities.
Well, I know from my perspective, it was kind of a shock. March 30th, I thought I was the favorite child. April 1st, I wasn't anymore because of the new rules.
That was
you. I know, it could have been. But I do know this, it's been a pleasure to go back and tell the owner, I need these trust plans. I can't get them. You got to get them.
Oh.
And otherwise, I can submit these plans. They're just going to get kicked back.
Yeah.
And now it's put the onus on the owner to kind of comply with your requirements, whereas before we had no control over that.
Well, this was we didn't stage this conversation, so
I appreciate it. I think
those comments, I think are really magnified how serious we treated the situation and the partnership that we still have. So, while you may not have favorite status, you still have noteworthy status in our department, as does every customer. So, yeah. So no, thank you for those remarks, and that's helps validate kind of what we're doing.
Go back to code compliance.
Yeah.
I think in 2020, I started working on a street called Donna Lane. And I tried to call somebody in that neighborhood just to see how things were going the other day. And I'm sure they've moved somewhere else. And then ran into somebody out there, and apparently it's still a problem. So Donna Lane, it's right on the way in. It's a one way in and one way out. And I always worry about neighborhoods like that, because if there is a fire, this place looks like it could be ready to explode.
Yeah, I mean, and thank you for
it's a negative.
No. We understand that code enforcement has a very, very difficult job in terms of what constitutes a violation. I can't remember, is Donna Lane the one with the bark dust and the chips on?
Like 1 million pallets and a bunch of dried up juniper trees, and it went through a whole thing, but it's still like sitting there. It's sitting there according to this neighbor.
Right. So it's, does that constitute solid waste? Does that constitute, violations of land use or building code? We get back into the issues of kind of the natural resources team and the education and outreach that they can provide, presumably to that owner, about what it means to ensure that one doesn't have combustible, flammable items close to structures, close to, various types of vegetation. So, thank you for bringing it up. It is difficult to navigate those types of situations.
Since Angie's moved to the road department, I can't call her. So.
Yeah, but you're welcome to contact Jeff Williams, our new code enforcement supervisor. And obviously, I regularly field, emails that commissioners forward. So we take it very seriously. And as I recall, I think we also tried to see if the Rural Fire Protection District might go out there and offer some feedback. Invariably, the engagement with those residents and trying to leverage proactive behavior, it can take time in this case.
We're talking years.
Yeah.
Well, and I support the fact that we should probably have like twice a year, just kind of review what's the status. Are we having growing code enforcement cases? Because that's the other thing you hear about is like, well, because I tell people if it's open case, it's going to escalate. We're going to work through it. But it's kind of a growing environment right now. And then we're putting the pressure on people from public lands and on the city and county parcels. And all of a sudden, once in a while, these properties pop up where everybody said, hey, let's bring your RV here. And then there's multiple people setting up on people's property. So just sharing with what I'm seeing out there right now.
And it is true. We're seeing, I know homelessness is a topic of conversation. Whitney mentioned it in her opening remarks yesterday, but there are, patterns of behavior that when homeless areas change, people are redirected, and those that are most vulnerable are redirected, and some of that redirection goes to private property. We have a couple of cases where we're in Alfalfa near Juniper Ridge, where we are, this was a site that was recently abated, and it's now under another citation. So we are totally interested in being as transparent as we can with the code enforcement program, knowing the resources that we have, the limitations that come with it. So happy to share that if there's a need for, semi-annual updates or an annual report, we can certainly do that.
Well, I mean, as a board of commissioners, as the county, as in partnership with community development, sheriff's office, and the health,
Yeah.
Just everybody, maybe taking a moment and just making sure we're on the same page for the public to hear too.
Yeah, all great suggestions. Thank you for that. This is a accomplishment, I think, that ties into Commissioner Adair's early remarks about the property that had a lot of materials on the ground. But under Resilient County, as it pertains to fire hardening, new dwellings and accessory structures, the City of Sisters last fall adopted fire hardening provisions of R327 and the Oregon Residential Specialty Code into their local ordinances. Our building official, Krista Appleby, made herself available during that adoption process. As I mentioned, our Building Safety Division provides construction plan reviews and inspections for Sisters. The Board of County Commissioners followed suit, directed the Community Development Department to adopt fire hardening provisions for new dwellings and accessory structures. That occurred, the adoption process occurred in late January, and both ordinances for the City of Sisters and the unincorporated Deschutes County, that adoption date was April 1st. And I think it's important to recognize that the Building Safety Division was the first building division of any county that was implementing fire hardening rules in the state of Oregon. And that stemmed from Senate Bill 391 and some some additional provisions that kind of refined the language that allowed, or legislation that allowed, rural ADUs in the rural county. And so Krista's team has some significant experience with what it means to plan review for now new dwellings and to do that inspection. And one of the accomplishments that I'll highlight in the next slide is just the level of coordination that occurs within our department. You wouldn't see this, but to run coordinated programs you're never done. And there was a meeting that Krista's team convened in late March, early April that just talked about what it means to do fire hardening. There are a bunch of handouts. We had representatives from our permit technicians who help intake these types of plans. And so anyway, it's a compliment to the board for, again, following suit with the City of Sisters. I believe the City of Bend, just on this topic, adopted their fire hardening provisions or are about to this month. But I wouldn't be surprised in 12 months, 15 months that all local jurisdiction in Deschutes County adopt R327, again, separating Deschutes County from other areas in the state of Oregon and their commitment to resiliency. The other bullet point, just to highlight very quickly, is the obligations that the Community Development Department is doing in terms of establishing clear and objective standards for housing. This is a legislative requirement. We currently have active amendments that pertain to multifamily housing. We have a few areas, Sun River being one of them. When Terrebonne is successfully established as their sanitary authority and their sewer system, the likelihood of having multifamily will be much higher. So our team, with the board support, has adopted a pathway for clear and objective standards. So that means no discretionary standards as it pertains to rural housing in Deschutes County. This was the point I was just making a few minutes ago about the level of coordination that happens within our department. Our managers and our supervisors, our systems analysts, we are invested in training and developing new staff, again, recognizing the emphasis of having coordinated programs that facilitate growth and development. Every division meets monthly with representatives of other divisions to talk about issues that our respective staff are experiencing. We want to make sure that our subject matter experts, especially the ones that we're onboarding now, Sherry has a bullet point that will acknowledge the diversity of our staff, from emerging professionals to seasoned professionals. And we just remain committed to ensuring that the collaboration, open communication, how do you implement a new program where we're going to handle intake differently in terms of applications. That all takes time, and I'm grateful that our team embraces those constructive conversations. Another process improvement, again, as it pertains to code enforcement that we wanted to highlight, is with coordination with legal counsel, we established voluntary abatement compliance agreements with property owners. So if they agree to that abatement, we've had experiences where they've been willing to pay for that abatement. We organize it with biosolutions, we clean up the property, and they pay for it, and/or they agree to allow us to lien that property. So those are examples of in this case, of code enforcement continuing to look at new approaches to address the complexities that we have in administering and enforcing not just the building, land use, and on-site wastewater codes, but solid waste as well. The other point that this slide underscores is we continue to provide technical assistance. Todd Cleveland, our on-site wastewater manager, has been on a number of rules advisory committees with the Department of Environmental Quality as it pertains to alternative treatment technology. These are these higher performing septic systems, ensuring service providers are monitoring and maintaining active contracts, the way that we're billing that process, all in coordination with DEQ. This is I think a good time to remind everybody that Deschutes County issues and oversees more of these alternative treatment technology systems than any other county. I think Todd said we have 2,000 in the ground already, and in very shortly it'll be up to 2,100. So state agencies look to Deschutes County, whether it's our on-site wastewater program or natural resources, because of the level of investment that has been made, not only within CDD, but within the community, and certainly with the Board of County Commissioners' leadership and direction. The other opportunity in partnership with the road department is our senior transportation planner, Tarek Rawlings. Incidentally, Nicole did have her has a baby girl, our principal planner. Many of you likely knew she was expecting. So sorry, that was just impromptu announcement of Nicole having a baby just a few days before Mother's Day. Anyway, Tarek provides oversight and in this case provided input on the Baker Road Interchange Management Plan. So I only have 2 slides left, and then Sherry will get into some of the budget details of Fund 295 and our reserve funds. I share this slide with you. If you look at the last 4 fiscal years, you're going to see, a nice plateau there. That shows relative stability that we're seeing in our development volume. Admittedly, that volume matches what we saw in years 2015, 2016. This budget committee and the board will remember that in the fall of 2023, CDD had to make some very tough decisions with layoffs. We're very, very grateful for the budget committee and ultimately the board's support for modest fee increases that have happened over the last 3 to 4 years. It has allowed CDD to stabilize its revenue, shore up its reserve funds, and maintain our service delivery to our customers. The applications that I'm citing there on the right there just show that we are seeing steady growth and development. Land use, while it's down only 6%, as the Board of County Commissioners knows, there are, what do we have now? 8 active plan amendment zone change applications. So it's been a very, very busy fiscal year 26, and I certainly think that's going to spill into fiscal year 27.
I think I've noted it a couple of times, but when you were going through it, I said, well, you're probably about 2 years ahead of a lot of the rest of the county departments. So one, congratulations on being 2 years ahead of all the other county departments that are suffering it now. And to all the other county departments, there is light at the end of the tunnel. All you have to do is look and see Peter smiling again.
Well, thank you. We remain very grateful to the financial situation that we're in currently. It started with code enforcement and with code enforcement. Just want to recognize the good work that this team is doing. They have closed more cases that have been opened this year. And this shows that the team handles approximately 500 cases a year. Admittedly, there's been some turnover in code enforcement. As Commissioner Adair noted, our administrative manager took a management analyst position with the road department. Our lead code enforcement officer became a deputy sheriff. So we've got Jeff Williams is he came up through, he was a lead code enforcement specialist, is now the supervisor. We've just hired 2 new employees that have been here, I want to say 3 weeks. So we're very excited to onboard them. But with these types of transitions, it provides an opportunity to look at the program differently. So that's the mentality that we embrace here in CDD.
Well, and honestly, again, that's another sign of success when your employees are staying effectively in the organization, but going to better jobs. That's a testament to the quality of the employee you're hiring and the quality of training you're providing.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. That is well said. Okay, I'll turn it over to Sherry.
Thank you. So Fund 295 is Community Development's operating fund. And in fiscal year 27, we submitted a $13.1 million budget. The assumptions based within that budget are anticipating level permitting volumes. As Peter spoke to, we've seen sort of a 4-year stability, and we're hoping that that continues. We are also requesting fee increases for land use and onsite of 5% and the administrative fee of 0.01% increase. And the International Code Council building valuation increased 4% on April 1st. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with that particular term, it is a price per square foot that it costs to build. That data is managed by the state of Oregon. It's kind of behind the scenes, if you will, outside of Deschutes County's operating options. And then what that does is it calculates the building valuation, which is what we base our permitting fees on. And we also budgeted transfers in of $1.6 million. About 600 of that will be available for the general CDD division. So that's your administration, code enforcement, coordinated services, planning, and onsite. And the other million is for building safety. And certainly what varies throughout the year as to whether we need these funds or we don't need these funds would be the permitting volumes we receive and the types of applications, because, you know, some application types have a higher cost than others because they're more complex. On the requirement side, pretty basic. We have our personnel and materials and services. Personnel includes our 54 FTE for community development. Within that, we have our market study, our COLA and step increases. We've also budgeted a $205,000 vacancy savings rate to account for any potential unknown unfilled positions or use of FMLA or Oregon paid leave. And then our materials and services, those are really pretty basic also. And the highlight there is that our internal service charges increased 3.8%. This is the 5-year forecast. And what I would want to highlight for you here is that you'll see, again, we just discussed fiscal year 27, we're budgeting for the need to use reserve funds. And if these projections build out over the next 5 years, there will be a need for reserve funds in each and every fiscal year in the future. A lot of that also then depends on the types of permitting volumes we have, the types of applications, the building valuations according to what walks through the door, if you will. Often what we budgeted is not what becomes reality, and we just kind of navigate that throughout the year. This is a 5-year forecast of our reserve funds, at least the reserve funds for CDD General, the Building Safeties Fund 301, 302 is our electrical. And what I would highlight here is if the need for reserve transfers in for building safety actually occur as we projected, there's going to be a need for a fee increase in building safety, probably in fiscal year 28 or 29. But again, much of that depends on the volume that we receive. Fiscal issues. In our short-term fiscal issues, we constantly are adapting to the economy and the economic volatility of such. Revenue fluctuations and permitting volumes aligning with fiscal year 2015 and 16. And what I mean by that is what I've mentioned before is, although we may get the same number of permits, the types of permits or the payments associated with those permits could be very different. As Peter mentioned, we've had a fiscal year where we've had, I believe, 8 plan amendment zone changes in land use, and that's exceptionally high. So that's not something we've seen before, and I don't know that we will into the future. We spend a fair amount of time on non-fee generating work, which is basically assisting customers with questions, applications, any research that property owners are doing or our realtors. We also have unfunded legislative mandates that we implement. And then the implementation of the Oregon Pay Equity Phases 1 and 3, we don't know what that looks like yet. And so I know that will be known by the end of the fiscal year. It's just we don't know what it is yet. So under long-term fiscal issues, we are very aware that we need to have a contingency plan for decreases in reserve funds. And some of you may be aware that we have sort of an internal guideline where we have hopefully the intent is not to allow those balances to fall below 6 months of operating expenditures and to not exceed 18 months. Staff recruitment and retention, many of our positions take multiple years to train up and have them work independently. And so being able to retain that is a great resource for the department. And then retirement and succession planning, I believe we've been talking about for a number of years. And so that process has started. We've started having staff who are retiring. And I think and I'll speak to this a little bit more, but over the next 3 to 8 years, we're going to have quite the turnover. And then adapting to changes in the economy and complying with evolving legislation is always a goal. Some of our challenges and future initiatives. Challenges includes managing difficult customer interactions, and we do our level best to make sure that staff receive trainings in how to kind of de-escalate situations and kind of navigate those experiences. We are continuing to see complex applications in development as well as code enforcement. And then succession planning, again, the next 3 to 8 years, we're going to have 19% of our staff eligible for retirement based solely on their length of service. That does not include others who may have joined us much later in their careers. And then an estimated 46% of our current staff have 5 years or less experience with the department. And that's that retention and training piece that I'm talking about. It will be nice once that percentage starts decreasing. Future initiatives, so implementing process improvements for application intake to ensure timely permit issuance. There was a very nice, robust conversation about that earlier. So that was implemented on April 1st and will continue to be revised as needed as we move forward. Addressing housing and environmental issues by collaborating with cities, the county property manager, and other partners. And exploring opportunities to increase efficiencies in CDD's business practices. We are constantly looking at ways to become more efficient and manage any kind of creating these sort of efficiencies today that will help us in the future. And then participation in the Department of Environmental Quality Operation and Maintenance Enforcement Committee. That is what Peter was speaking to earlier, and that's to achieve consistent enforcement. And that is the annual reporting requirement for those ATT systems. So a little bit more back to our reserve funds. So I mentioned we had the 3 reserve funds for general CDD, building safety, electrical, and then we also have a 4th one, which is a capital improvement fund, which we do not anticipate dipping into. So the resources for those reserve funds are either transfers in or to or from Fund 295. Again, I mentioned we had an internal guideline that we try to maintain at least a 6-month balance and not to exceed 18 months. And the balances at the end of 2026 should meet that requirement, or that guideline, if you will. And then again, I mentioned we are budgeting to transfer in $1.6 million in fiscal year 27. CDD manages several other funds, one being the Code Abatement Fund. And this is resource for enforcement of county solid waste and sanitation codes. This fund is funded through a transfer in from solid waste. We abated 2 properties in fiscal year 24. 1 was repaid in fiscal year 25. I do not believe any are going to occur in fiscal year 26. So we believe that the current balance will get us through fiscal year 27. So there will not be an increase. Fund 296 is our groundwater partnership fund. So these are prior year proceeds from land sales and the pollution reduction credits for developed lots within the Reserve of the Pines. These dollars are used to put back out into the community through nitrogen rebate opportunities for for property owners who have updated their systems. They have the opportunity to receive a $3,750 rebate if they meet the criteria. And then we also fund Neighbor Impact, has a non-conforming loan program. So that would be money spent out of Fund 296. Fund 297 is our Newberry Neighborhood Fund. So that's also proceeds from land sales to ensure groundwater quality in southern Deschutes County. And the way these funds have worked together in the past is when land sales occur within the Newberry neighborhood, they're credited to Fund 297 and then transferred into Fund 296 as we have need to spend it.
Okay. To Fund 326. So the natural resources overview, the team of 3 FTE, they oversee a number of projects and programs that, again, address wildfire mitigation, resiliency, and education and outreach. They administer the noxious weed program and interface with the advisory committee. They work with the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project, the Deschutes Soil and Water Conservation District. Fire Free is something, there's a slide following this one that underscores the tremendous work that they've done in 2025 to compel, incentivize property owners to remove their yard debris. Similarly, we have a slide that highlights the incredible work they're doing with recognizing and expanding the number of fire-wise communities in Deschutes County, and then they staff Project Wildfire. So under just a couple of accomplishments, just 2 slides before we go back to their budget, but really worth highlighting under Safe Communities. The Natural Resources team collected essentially 47,000 cubic yards of yard debris last year. And we're highlighting 3 projects in the slide. They did some work in partnership with Christy Bollinger with Juniper Ridge. There's a property that Central Oregon Irrigation District owns upstream of the Bill Hilly Bridge near Brookswood, where they did fuel reduction. And I'm not sure, Commissioner Chang, you may know where the Buttes to Basin project is. I admittedly do not, but they did work on fuel reduction on lands bordering the Deschutes National Forest of 28 acres. But again, yeah.
It's South County.
Yeah, South County. But anyway, tremendous work of harnessing that yard debris. And then this slide is really another way of championing their efforts under the goal of healthy people and healthy community and community-wide needs. Deschutes County has the most FireWise certified neighborhoods or communities in the state of Oregon. And I think we're second nationwide. They award projects with the grant resources that they have. I'll call them sweat equity programs, where they're taking this momentum that has happened in FireWise communities and they're giving them resources, yard debris bins. I think sometimes they also have contractors out there to help mobilize these efforts to mitigate for the vulnerability of wildfire with yard debris and limbing trees and whatnot. And so they've awarded 30 FireWise communities so they did a fall and spring sweat equity program. And I don't have the precise number, but I know since 2022 or 2023, the number of FireWise communities continues to rise. And I just think that they have seen, yeah, please.
Then we had 35, and I believe, aren't we over 100 now?
I think that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, in 2019, we had 35.
Yeah, so the way that they're deploying these grant resources with communities that already are bought in to deal with private property, common open space, to provide these sweat equity resources is really moving the needle. And it certainly is, I say it respectfully, empowering neighbors. They're engaging their Board of County Commissioners, their rural fire protection districts of wanting to do even more. And that remains an ongoing conversation. But this is a small group and they have been tremendously successful over the years. And even just, I think this calendar year, there were 2 grants that were recently awarded that Sherry can talk about in just a second. So tremendous success on this front.
Okay. So Fund 326 is a natural resources operating budget. And as Peter mentioned, there were 2 new grants received this year. So one of those is the Lapine Wildfire Mitigation Federal Grant. It expires in December of 2030. That is going to put $3.4 million into the community. And the Oregon Emergency Management Hazards Mitigation Grant expires June of 29, and that's for $150,000. And I wanted to highlight that this grant was awarded just as budgets reduced, so we didn't understand how we would spend it over the time period. So it is not included, but we will appropriate that once we better understand the plan. They also receive payment in lieu of taxes, so they're PILT funding, which supports staff operations, staff cost and operations cost. They have a branch called the Oregon Living with Fire, and they're federally grant funded. They have 2 federal grants that will be expiring in June of 28 and also July of 28. And then we are also a recipient of $52,000 of the video lottery funding for the Fall Fuels Reduction Program. On the requirement side, it includes 3 FTE. Personnel increases, of course, the market study, COLAs and step increases, and then the materials and services are the expenditure side of those grants. So the Lapine Wildfire Mitigation Grant, we believe will spend close to $700,000 during fiscal year 27. The Oregon Living with Fire contracts are typically about $150,000 a year. And then the Fall Fuels Reduction Program is $52,000. And again, the newest grant, the Hazards Mitigation Grant, is not yet included in the budget. I also wanted to mention that they have a Fund 327, which is Secure Rural Schools. Up until the 9th hour, I believe we all thought that fund was going to close because it didn't receive funding last year. And in the very last minute, we received funding. We submitted a budget for that, but I failed to include it in the PowerPoint presentation.
It's a pretty benign budget. I think we get it.
So their natural resources fiscal issues on the short term, I believe the PILT is the payment in lieu of tax is annually reauthorized, and I believe that's not always a given. So I believe that that is somewhat a annual concern. Limited funding to treat Deschutes County properties for noxious weeds. And long-term fiscal issues, certainly as their grant-funded team, their future funding opportunities are always a concern. And then managing the scale of the natural resources issues. So the fire and fuels reduction, the amount of juniper encroachment, drought, and then noxious weeds.
So Deschutes Soil and Water, I've been chatting with them a lot because we have $585,000 to use in the county. And they said they've been looking at properties in order to have that work being done, but it hasn't, I don't know if it's started yet. That was like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you.
Good to know. Right, junipers, yes. But unfortunately, the legislation was 400-acre properties. And even though we had 21,000 properties that have high risk for, you know, that original map, I was hoping that some of the neighbors could put it together, but apparently not. And of course, Kirk County had 1.2 million.
Challenges and future initiatives. So challenges would include contract administration and fiscal service capacity, transitioning to CDD planning division, federal funding uncertainty, as I've heard mentioned by a number of departments during this year's budget presentations, and increased presence of noxious weeds and the need for noxious weed control. Future initiatives would be centralizing the noxious weed program. Right now, the road department performs roadside treatments and then also are designated as the weed master. The natural resources team, they are programmatic and grant management. And then the CDD code enforcement team manages the noxious weed code enforcement program. Increase the pace and scale of fuel reduction and noxious weeds control is also something that staff wanted to make call out as a future initiative. Any questions?
One additional challenge or concern I would add for the natural resources program, which is also a solid waste concern. So it's really exciting that we have lots of people doing the work at their homes and utilizing the fire-free event. But those 50,000 cubic yards of material that were deposited, were brought to not landfill and deposited at the edge of the landfill, then just get pushed into the landfill, maybe compressed a little bit through crushing, but otherwise are taking up a bunch of valuable landfill space. Solid waste estimated that 50,000 cubic yards is taking up $600,000 worth of landfill space. You know, if you were to dig cell space to accommodate that. So this points to it points to a need for us over time to figure out how to make it cheaper for everybody to dispose of the material that is produced when people do defensible space around their homes. Also, I mean, another strand of that is we don't just want to make it cheaper and easier for homeowners, property owners to do the work, but we want to make it safer because when people do the work and then they do yard debris burns in their yard, that's one of the #1 causes of wildfires in our region and in our state is escaped yard debris burns. So there's this whole need to both encourage people to do more defensible space around their homes, more people to do more defensible space, and our Firewise communities are really awesome. But if you talk to the Firewise community leaders, they will tell you that they're lucky if they're getting 20% of the homes in a Firewise community to do the work, which is it's not enough to actually affect the behavior of a fire at a landscape scale. So just another piece of what I am hoping to see from not just the natural resources group, but also from solid waste is some innovation around making it safer, easier, and cheaper to dispose of material when people do the defensible space work at their homes.
I know one of the things that we did around our place, we live at Lower Bridge Estates, and they come through and do this every year. And they do the limbing, they do all the, normal work. But they have an industrial sized chipper behind it, and we all gather that information, that product, and we use it in our yards. So there's no product that ever leaves that whole area. It is all maintained on site and used there for a productive process.
Yeah.
So I think if we encourage that, you might see a big reduction in the amount of stuff that makes its way to the landfill.
Similar, the water company in South County, when they, because they collect debris and turn it into compost and sell it back out. So there's a lot of reuse options. It's just a matter of funding it.
Yeah, and when people don't bring it directly to, not during Fire Free Week and just put it right at the edge of a cell, it can also go through the compost operation. But as you heard from solid waste, our compost operation is undersized. So there's a whole lot of material that shows up at the compost operation and is turned away and then goes in the landfill. So there's a lot of pieces to this, and the Natural Resources Group, as part of that Community Wildfire Defense Grant for South County, they bought a little what's called an air curtain burner unit, which allows you to burn the material on site, and the air curtain aspect of that keeps it from emitting lots of smoke, and it it's a safer burning process than a lot of individuals just doing yard debris.
I just wonder if some of these grants couldn't be used for doing a countywide chipping process where people take the material to a special spot, and an industrial chipper is brought in there and the material's chipped. I know if you go online, I think it's chip.com or whatever, you can find areas throughout the county where they've done this. You can go and get stockpiles of chipped material. And if we could work that together, you might be able to alleviate some of the pressures that are being put on the landfills.
It is tricky because, I mean, we're learning over time that, putting down bark mulch or putting down wood chips right next to your house is also a fuels risk. You don't want embers flying over from a quarter mile away, landing 2 feet from your house and having a bed of wood chips to.
Yeah, I don't think I'd do it in that situation, but when you get 10 acres and, you've got a large area of space that you're maybe trying to turn into a future garden down the line or whatever, the mulching can be put some distance away from a structure and not cause any fire hazard.
Yeah, but those embers, if those things ignite, they can blow 2 to 3 miles. That's how fires go. And I do want to acknowledge the BurnBot that we used in Juniper Ridge. That is an amazing robot invention that does the work of like 20 men. I believe we paid $8.50 an acre to use the BurnBot, but I've been I saw it demonstrated over at a ranch in Cook County, and it was unbelievable. It took out trees like this. They were there 1 minute, and then the next minute they were gone. And we used it also down by Baker when they were doing work next to the railroad, because it had that capacity to work in that area where they didn't want a bunch of people. So BurnBot, please look it up. It's an amazing invention, incredible capacity. And there's no smoke.
Point being that we need the natural resources team and the solid waste team to be working at this in like a comprehensive and analytical way to figure out some solutions.
Right.
Yeah. One other question. Going back to going back to the discussion about the groundwater partnership and the Newberry neighborhood. Looking at the numbers in our budget book, and my first question was, I know that we generate a little bit of revenue to go into these funds from sale of an acre in the Newberry neighborhood.
developable lots.
Yeah. So which one of these funds does that go into?
Those, so the pollution reduction credits that are associated with developable lots within the Reserve of the Pines, that gets credited to Fund 296. And I did an analysis yesterday. I think there are approximately maybe 28, 29 lots left remaining, and that will generate perhaps around 43, 46,000.
Okay, that's it. That's Reserve in the Pines, but then in
Newberry.
quadrant 2,
2A, 2D, neighborhood
maybe
3 and 4.
Yeah, 2A, I think, or it was either 2A or 2D. There was, we donated 4 acres to Habitat, and then they bought the 5th acre. So that, does that also go into 296?
And it did, and we spend, currently the balance that is in Fund 296 is available for that nitrogen rebate program.
Yeah, and then so to go to the kind of what we're accomplishing with those through those programs, I can't remember where I was reading about it, but the number of septic upgrades that we accomplished last year.
The rebates?
Yes, or
I would have to look for exact numbers, but it's typically 20-ish a year.
20-ish a year. Okay. And that's great. And it's also, it's not nearly enough. So one of the things I would love to get a sense for is, both how many we should be doing a year to actually kind of make significant progress on the thousands of standard septic systems in shallow groundwater that exist in that zone. How many should we be doing a year, ideally, and then what would it take, basically? How much do we have to increase the subsidy to actually get up to a number like that, and then how much is that going to cost us per year? Because that's the Newberry neighborhood is a great opportunity. We own hundreds of acres that we can sell, generate funds specifically for this purpose. But my suspicion is that even the value of those hundreds of acres that are still left to sell is just a drop in the bucket compared to what the likely need is for cost sharing to actually motivate these septic upgrades that are needed.
Yeah.
And we don't have those numbers now. Earlier this month, the Board of County Commissioners invited or respectfully requested a meeting with DEQ on 3 topics. And we can certainly we can provide this information forthcoming, but that would also, your question, Commissioner Chang, is also very relevant to the topics that were identified for that meeting.
That's information that, or analysis that CDD could prepare.
Correct. We could provide that for, it's certainly, and you've noted this in the past, that, we've done CDD is doing everything we can within our authority, within the resources that we have to address groundwater vulnerability. We know that there are 2 quadrants that have a prospective purchasers agreement, which could replenish Fund 297, ultimately 296. If and when one of those 2 quadrants sell, we will engage the Board of County Commissioners to ensure that the way that they're being invested is meeting the board's expectations. But to the question at hand, we've got thousands and thousands of conventional septic systems. We have nitrate loading that's been in existence for years, and you've got the nitrate load, and then there's also the importance of clean drinking water, and so it's not one or the other. And you are correct that the amount of resources is quite significant compared to what CDD through the Newberry neighborhood can generate.
Yeah, we are hearing, anecdotally, I'm hearing people who are installing under the sink, complex nitrate filtration systems at their homes. At this point in that region of the county, and I was asking how much that costs, and on the high end, it might be $1,000, but at a certain point, it may make sense for us to accept that the wells for some homes are that we can't prevent. It's too late to prevent a contamination of those wells, and what might be a smarter thing to do would be to mitigate the impacts by helping people invest in home filtration systems.
Okay. Any other topics for community development or natural resources? All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
See, the assessor and deputy assessor are in the room, so we can turn on county assessor. Need our signature set. We're a little hot here. I like fiery presentations. All right, and as I said, next item on the agenda is the county assessor's office. And we have Scott Langton and Tana West here to do a presentation. Take it away.
Okay, we're gonna break this. You'll hear from me first, and then you'll get the good stuff from her. So, yeah.
Who's good cop and who's bad cop?
No.
Or who's the shining
Or
star? Yeah.
bad cop, worst cop? I don't know. We're both good cops. So I let you guys read through some of this boilerplate stuff. Just kind of sake of time, focus in on, let's start with the 6-year history. That I know you've seen this before, I've updated it again. That we're a very lean shop. We've leveraged technology. We want to continue leveraging technology so we don't add FTE. So you can see over 26 years, the amount of value we've added, the amount of new taxes out there, number of new accounts. So I think I did this last year, but everybody picture every single property in the city limits of Redmond. So the airport out to the new high school, going north, all that. Multiply that by 2.5. That's how many new properties we've put on the tax roll in 26 years, and we've only done it by adding 2.5 FTE. So we're lean. There's no fat in our budget. So when we get budget messages like we've been getting the last couple of years, it puts additional strain on us being able to keep up with things. Current and future challenges. One of the big ones is recruiting and retaining trained staff. We have a significant number of retirees or retirements coming up, myself included.
They want included, yeah.
Yep.
Scott, so just on the previous
Yeah.
115,000 tax accounts. Remember, I was asking about how many tax accounts, and he said, well, we send out 114 something bills. So I was just asking about, a property with a house on it is a tax account, or a commercial with a building on it, correct? I mean,
Or a bare lot, or yeah. It's a number of properties out there that
that's
we're
at about the same number. That's a good sign.
Yeah. And with that, that's where we're at. Well, we've added like 34,000 new accounts to that with very limited increases. It is difficult to recruit staff, and we're in a cyclical product that we put out for that property tax bill. So really, when we hire somebody, even if they do have appraisal experience or other experience, unless they're coming from another county, it really takes a full year before they see the whole cycle. And it's really year 2 where they start becoming very valuable to us. Now, by year 3, they're pretty much turnkey. And you look at the stats, and we're not unique by any means, that the workforce of today, you don't keep them for 3 years. So we invest a lot of time and money into trying to hire and train staff. Another reason that we've been and will want to continue, how do we leverage other ways of doing it? Looking at our business processes, looking at technology, how do we leverage that? To keep up with, as you well know, even though maybe things are a little slower percentage-wise, we still are putting the same number of new properties on the tax roll. It's just as the base grows, that percentage looks a little smaller, but we still have that same volume of work. So how many properties we have to touch each and every year. We're also in a unique spot too, is with the way the property tax system works. That first year, it's crucial we get that value right. That establishes that maximum assessed value. That's that 3% limited value. So if we're too low, we can't fix that in the future, and nobody's going to say anything. If we're too high, we're going to get challenged. Or if we got it right, especially on these higher dollar properties, we're still going to get challenged. And it's only good business sense because it's the same for the property owner. That sets their base. And we want to be fair and equitable and accurate. So we are increasingly having a need for county legal counsel to help us defend these. And we've had some big cases that have gone to court recently. The other side is lawyered up. We have to lawyer up. And we're talking tens of millions of dollars in assessed value on just a single property. So when you put that back to taxes, it's a significant amount of exposure that we want to get right.
Well, and we're fortunate here as a county because the county is still fairly healthy. If you look at some of the other counties in Oregon, notably like Multnomah or Clackamas, you are seeing a lot of decline in property values, which is affecting the assessed values. So there's a there's a best known method that's starting to come up that says, well, go challenge it because that might help you in your property affordability.
Yeah, and there's a number of tax reps that are attorneys, and that's their business model, and they'll do it on a contingency basis. So if I've just opened up a new apartment building or a new industrial property, and I get somebody to come up to me saying, hey, this is the year you need to get it right. Maybe I can get it lower for you. You'll get the future benefit. It won't cost you anything for me to challenge this and take it to court. So they work on a contingency basis, just part of the game. Can't blame them, but we also want to be fair and equitable and accurate. So we are having to put a lot of resource toward that. The limited growth impacts, like last year, due to the budget officer's direction, we're doing it through unfilled vacancy savings. With that, and I know there is some different opinions on this, but really, when we look at those savings, because we're general fund, that's in essence a hiring freeze. So we're having to keep a couple positions open. Now, I've heard it argued that it's not a hiring freeze, but from an individual department that's general fund, it is, because I can't overexpend my budget. I don't know what the budget message is going to be next year. I don't know what my turnover is going to be. So to make this work, we have to basically freeze those positions. Now, a couple different ways this could work would be if that savings would then stay within the assessor's department as a contingency for the next year, then we could offset and not have to worry about the exposure of overextending. So you'll see that, yeah, we're not spending our budget. Well, that was by design of last year's budget message. So I don't want that lost in anybody that, we really do feel like we're in a spot where we can't hire those positions. So really, if we have 2 vacancies, and I said over the last 26 years and all the growth we've seen, we only added 2.5 FTE. Well, basically, we're at a staffing level where we were 26 years ago. So
I just had this conversation with the district attorney. He's in the same spot. He's basically holding that last, when somebody leaves, he'll leave with a position open for X amount of time, knowing that he's going to possibly need that money for some other extradition stuff is what he was talking about, but same scenario. So we're seeing it.
Yeah, now if you allowed us to have that as a contingency for the next year with the same budget message, then it would allow us that flexibility because yes, over time, you're not going to spend 100% of your budget. But when it just goes away being part of the general fund the next year, we start afresh. So it really does put especially general fund departments in a pinch with the way the directions have been.
Well, I mean, let's acknowledge that as a request. That, I haven't thought that through as a budgeting philosophy yet.
And I just wanted to share that the 4% limited growth, number target, it was set by the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, well, I'm speaking to the body here.
You
so-
can, yeah, I mean, you can, you can
whipping
direct
boy
your
with the unit.
comments.
And with that 4%, if I did have that flexibility, like last year, it was 3 or whatever it was. Had we had that as a contingency for anything underspent that we could have offset for this year, that would have given us a lot more flexibility and not having to force to keep positions vacant.
And then the other part of that deliberation with the Board of Commissioners was, I believe that expectation is that the growth rate cap would be 5% next year. Was that kind of what was discussed?
That's what I have in the model, but again, it has a lot of variables in it, and so we just have to continue to revisit the model and make sure that 5% is achievable in order to maintain that financial sustainability. But that's what I currently have built into the model.
And see the dilemma, and if we say it's going to be 5 and it's 3, then we're in a layoff situation.
Yeah, I understood, but I mean, the point of the 3.3 last year and the 4 this year is so that we can be at 5 next year. I mean, a model's not perfect, right? But it's.
Well, hope is not a strategy. Now you're making your own luck in terms of doing that because you're setting it that way, but you do have to be careful that you are setting an expectation, and then budgeting is all about amnesia. I forgot what I said last year, so here's what I've decided I'm going to do this year, to some degree. What is being offered here is potentially, well, can we at least write it down so we remember it, in terms of being able to move forward in some of these departments that are totally general fund constrained.
And don't forget, people in Social Security only got 2.8%. I mean, if you want to talk about how are they surviving in today's world. So.
Oh, I thought you were just reminding him he was going to retire.
That's fair enough, but that's something different. Well, that's something different because, and I said this last year, and maybe that's your comment on, I came in a little hot last year, but I honestly think that you show me any other department in this county that has had the amount of growth that everybody's seen, and we have not added FTE. So now everybody's getting set. It's like everybody forgot that. I could have asked, I could have gotten more FTE in past years, and then I could have acted like it was a hardship to lay them off. No, we did what I thought was right. We were very fiscally conservative, and now we're getting penalized.
Yeah, and Social Security is not a good comparison because you're being asked to do more. Someone who's living on Social Security is asked to live another year with the same, but you're being asked to do more. So I mean, so 2.8 is not it's not the necessarily an appropriate comparison, but.
Yeah. But now that I'm retiring personally, I hear you.
But also, I mean, I'm not sure if we'll see it in Rhodes PowerPoint or not, but Rhodes is an example of a department that has significantly less staff than they did 20 years ago. And completely different business and function, but there are other departments that have.
And you have to remember, most of our growth, due to the way Oregon land use laws work, is in incorporated cities. So I'll touch on this real quick. CAFA is the grant we get annually from the Department of Revenue that basically has not grown with inflation. So it's a pot of money that's collected locally and goes to the state based on recording fees and a portion delinquent interest. The DOR keeps 10% of that for utility valuation and large industrial. But the way this works is it's based on budgeted dollars. It's not based on what's spent. And so there's no retroactive look back or anything. So it's a dollar, basically every dollar you put toward A&T. So both Robert's portion of the tax assessor, there's a portion of IT, portion of the clerks with the property appeals. So it is a dollar to dollar. So every dollar that you lower, well, it's 10 cents less that we get through that. That fund used to fund upwards of 36%. And I know there's a huge push both at AOC with tax collectors, assessors, and others to try to look at some sort of a stable funding because this continues to decline. So I just point that out just for reference.
It's funding about what, 10 or 11% right now?
Yeah, and it's trending down because it's the pot of money historically stayed about 20 million statewide, and since 2001. So the percentage of what, because you've got A&T budgets, of course, are going up.
About CAFA, can I just say, so our board and the Association of Oregon Counties did a little bit of advocacy around CAFA and trying to improve improve state investment last year. Didn't get very far. One of the things I had learned during that whole process, though, was that other taxing districts have no idea. Have no idea about CAFA, have no idea about the need for more assessor capacity. And they also have no idea about how that benefits them, right? So we only get 17 cents of every dollar at the county, while there's the other 83 cents worth of interest in good assessment capacity in the community. So I would just encourage you all to think about next round of advocacy using your relationships within to those other taxing districts. And I mean, maybe it's through the tax office, but we need that.
Actually, Commissioner, I do a lot of presentations to various budget committees, and I've got several slides that point that out. And here's one of them, because if you look at, if you add up all the county stuff, it's about 17. But if you look at just the general fund, who funds A&T, it's only 7.7%. I show this to them. We talk through this. We explain. So really, this slide is good. And I talk about CAFA. I talk about the decline. So our districts do know.
Okay.
The associations,
we need them to show up.
LOC, schools, all of them understand it, special districts. They get it, but they don't want to have to. If somebody else will pay for it, why should they? So it's a very contentious conversation at the state level. We have a lot of support here locally, though. They get it. But with this too, this is something for you all to consider as well, that really when you fund the assessment and taxation function as mandated by law, when you set these budgets, you're also impacting the 92% of the other districts out there that don't get a seat at this table.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying we need them to show up and advocate with us.
Sure.
Well, you can get them to show up and advocate, and that's a state level thing. I think there is an option to say, now you'd have to you'd have to build the formula and present it, but it's, we need to take some of this, we need to take a very small amount of this off the top to be able to go fund the continued defense of your tax dollars. So school districts, if you want to make sure that that growth is going to be, is going to remain right around 6% and it's not going to drop down to 5.5%, what's it worth to you to be able to ensure that Deschutes County is a healthy and functioning taxing organization on your behalf?
That's spot on. And those conversations have been occurring, and there was legislation the last two sessions where a lot of that has come up. The Tax Collector and Assessors Association has put together some, because every county is going to be a little different for different reasons, but the impacts of whether it's they're already losing money and trying to quantify that, or they're potentially on the verge of, which we are, of not being able to get those dollars on. And I think it was received okay, but of course, nothing happened. What's occurring now is the Senate Finance and the House Revenue Committee have directed the Legislative Revenue Office to actually do their own study. So now, instead of assessors and tax collectors saying, hey, this is what the damage is, and it could be seen as self-serving, when you have an independent, respected third party that's going to be reviewing the stuff we put together. They're independently going to come up with that stuff, but they've been directed to have that study done before they start the next general session. So hopefully, but I encourage all of you to be actively pushing.
You know,
Okay.
We'll give it the office.
Now the fun stuff. You gotta listen to,
That's me. Okay.
well, it's fun if you approve it.
Well,
Oh, we're going to talk about the general arms race that happens anytime money is involved.
yeah. So we initially put in for the entire 350,000. That before I went to the conference in April, the first bids that I got back on the software that we'll be talking about was 586,000. From there, I went to the conference. The IAAO GIS valuation conference that was in Mobile, Alabama.
Okay.
And not a lot going on there, but yeah. And met with several vendors and came back, used their bids, if you will, against each other. And now I'm excited to say we only need 125,000 from the 350. So we got it down significantly with still getting about the same tools. And that was actually, we were trying to go with one vendor and we switched to another one, and I think we're going to get a much better product because of it. And so, to the software that I'm talking about is an AI software and a partial upgraded imagery. And yeah. So the reason we want the upgraded imagery is right now we're using the state imagery, which is at 12 inches, and the estimate we got is at 1.5 inches, and it's ortho and oblique. So when we run into the issues that are identified on the slide, we have a way to still see the property. So we can still see, let's see, there's a good picture of this in here. Yeah. So you can, it has changed detection because the company that we're looking at flies over every year, regardless of if we pay for it or not. So we actually get the historical data as well. So sometimes we go out on a building, let's say the after picture there on the right, but we don't know how long it's been there. Maybe they didn't pull a permit. Maybe we never received a permit. And this way we can go back in history and look at the imagery and know how long it's been there. And The statutes say if we discover that information, we shall go back 5 years plus the current year, because they usually know that it's been there. But in the case of a bona fide purchaser, they are not held, they're held harmless, and they don't have to pay any back taxes. They only pay for what's there going forward. So we're just trying to treat everybody the same, because if you built a shop and you built a shop, you should both have to pay the same amount of taxes for it. So that's partially what the imagery will help us achieve. And then, let's see which one I'm on. The AI portion of the imagery, and it's probably not AI like you guys think of AI, but it helps us with our data. And so what this is going to do is we currently have over 1,300 neighborhoods within the county, and we're responsible for having market value on every single property every year. And so we have to do what we call a ratio study to index the properties to bring them to market value every year. And the neighborhoods that we haven't been inherited for the last 20-some years, and it's extremely labor intensive to go through and redefine those neighborhoods. And so what this software does is it uses AI to go in, clean our data. And right now we're only looking at 3 data points for a neighborhood. This looks at 45. So it'll go through and it'll reestablish our neighborhoods for us, and it'll help us achieve a better accuracy and efficiency on valuing our property. Plus, it will reduce the amount of time the data analyst has to spend going through 1,300 different neighborhoods. And so the AI portion of it, there's all the information that we use, our sales information is all public information anyway, but it's not attached to an account, so that when it does its modeling, it learns from our information, it's not going out and sharing that information where someone else could get it. And the modeling that it's using isn't attached at the account level until it's brought back down. And so that's one piece that it does. The other piece that it does, Scott was talking about appeals, is it has a module that will do a sales comparison analysis for us using our own sales information. It'll come up with the adjustments for us rather than an appraiser going, okay, I need to make an adjustment because this sale is different than this sale. And they'll spend a considerable amount of time looking up the sales, and doing this analysis to try to figure out how much an extra bathroom is going to add to a neighborhood. This will do that for them. So it'll speed up the appraisers, and it'll also create the report for them, which will be a uniform report. So when we do hand over, here's our information, we're all handing over the same report in the same format, and it helps us look credible. So it does that.
Well, in both of the cases that you're talking about here, that's a defensive tool. This is one that says I can clean and improve the data because somebody else has a similar tool that is cleaning and improving the data to prove that your evaluations are wrong. So they're doing the offensive tool. And then your other defensive tool is that you're getting ahead of the game and saying, okay, I'm going to redefine what the base value before somebody comes in and tries to redefine it for me. Your first tool was more of an offensive tool. It's a change management aspect of, okay, I can't have eyes on all the properties driving down the street, but I can have them from over the air. And a good example that I think do it is look at your house on Google Maps and figure out when the image was taken. Mine was about 4 years ago, based on the car in the driveway.
And those are good. They're a component to this also. It's going to be allow us to not have to, it's going to be a cost savings where we're not going to have to add additional FTE.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to be able to get rid of FTE per se, unless something really magical happens with all this. But right now we have 2 dedicated FTE to that ratio study. If we get this tool, we can free up those resources to look at other deferred maintenance that we should be doing in other areas, and we can leverage. And that's where we've been doing for, what Dan and I have been working together for 25 years. That's how we've accomplished what we have, is that type of way of looking at things, trying to leverage technology instead of just doing the old model of throwing more bodies at it.
Right. Although with that, just, go back to or at least we can all go back to the discussion that we had with the DA. You still need to prove that the result that it's giving you is the right result.
Oh, absolutely.
So even as you're getting this done, it's making your work a lot easier, but you've still got to have somebody coming behind with the broom and the dustpan, making sure that everything is clean as you're rolling through.
Yeah, review appraisers, instead of them having to do kind of the busy work, they can actually do the professional work.
What was that cartoon, Fractured Fairy Tale? I used to come, never mind.
Well, and the other thing we run into is we're not the only ones trying to use AI. So you have taxpayers out there trying to use AI, and there's actually a new company out now that we got our first AI generated a contested, and it was basically like a full appraisal that AI made for them. And it's this company that says, kind of like the bigger ones for the tax reps, that says, here, we're going to give this to you for free, and you don't have to pay for it unless you have a monetary savings.
And that's your arms race.
And yes, and so we're just trying to keep up with what everybody else can do at their home in 5 minutes, which takes us hours to do currently. And hours is in plural.
And it really could vary us where these tools, then you have that ability to offset that.
And then there's a third part to this AI software, so it's all one package, that has a chat bot, and it will take, we feed it the statutes and our policies, and it stays within us. It doesn't go out to the learning model. So I don't know the term, it's like closed something or other. And so that way we have the institutional knowledge, like Scott will leave behind. It might be a little late, but but we can retain that and we can keep that. And so then we can help our staff learn from other staff who leave behind. And then when we get information from outside sources, from like Oregon Department of Revenue, when they give us an opinion, we can store it in there that everyone can have access to it. And it just makes us all better employees. So that's also part of this package.
Well, another piece of this as well is this is standalone. I mean, it can be leveraged into other county departments, but that wasn't what we were tasked with or looking at.
The imagery. Yeah.
Yeah, this is something internal to our office. The impact to the rest of the county, like IT or anything, is very minimal.
Right.
If any, because it really is working with, it's kind of like our software vendor Helion. Yeah, there's some systems and whatnot, but really that is that vendor doing that for us. So this proposal can be leveraged other ways, possibly, especially imagery, but that's not part of what we're doing at this point.
So for the software, they call it whitelisted. We just have to whitelist that this is an acceptable website, so it has a minimal impact on our internal IT. And then the imagery, we met with other districts, and the city of Bend was looking at being a partner with us. And basically, our cost would be the same, but we got them a super killer deal, and so that we'll share that information with them. But we do have a license that we could extend this to other county departments at a minimal cost. And if there was an interest, we wouldn't take on that cost. But if other departments were interested, we'd be happy to share that information, because it really isn't a lot of money. And that part of that would also allow the city of Bend to use this imagery too. And then we could either do a separate contract and they could pay for it, or we could bill them for our service.
Will this become part of Deschutes Dial?
Not what we're asking for. That would be an additional cost. And so that would be up to IT or another department if they wanted to share in on that cost. But what we're asking for stays only in our office. And for office.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question, because then there's some policy issues or some other things. That's somewhere down the road, if the powers to be the commissioners decide they would
value in it.
and see value in that. But no, this is that's somewhere separate down the road.
So this would
is
be
just a
our
tool
own
that-
internal use.
Yeah, this is a tool that we can use that will give us an ROI for assessment and taxation.
And just for clarification, the revised ask on the special request is what?
125
125, okay.
I could, Tana,
instead of 350.
what's the split between the imagery piece and the AI piece financially?
The AI piece is 86,000.
Just in terms of where you are in the process, it sounds like you have a license already, or you are planning to have a license?
If you say yes, I'll have a license.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also just want to remind, sounds like you did a lot of the back documentation, but we just got to follow the public procurement laws as well. So make sure you work with procurement on that because it is.
This is all exploratory. The trip that we sent 3 of them down to Mobile and looked at this was more than worth it because we wanted to give you guys enough. We wanted to know enough. And we've always been of the opinion, leading edge is fine, bleeding edge is bad. Where is this stuff at? There's case studies out there. There's still some more due diligence to do, but you're not going to go through the whole procurement process if we don't know if we're going to be able to do it or not. So
Want to lay that reminder. We don't want to be a follow of that. And further clarification, and it is the 125 and it's one-time request as well, correct? Okay, thank you.
One more question about this. So some of the other special requests we're looking at they're presented in terms of FTE. You know, you give me this much money and we can have this much FTE of capacity. So this is, it's sort of apples and oranges in some ways. So I'm wondering if there are ways that you could translate this to like, this is worth 2 FTE for us, or you know,
Well,
this makes every person that we have 10%, you know, this adds 10% to their productivity so that, you know, then we could multiply that by the number of FTE and come up with some kind of, you know.
I mean, that's a fair request, and I think it would help in terms of giving us more information, more facts and data makes a better decision.
Well, at a real high level, I understand that is that Oregon Department of Revenue is the oversight agency to make sure we're meeting the mandated. And with that, they have a staffing model. It's a little outdated and I'm not sure, but just to give you an idea of where it should be, we should have 7 more FTE than we currently do. And we have not, we should have 7 more than we currently do.
And if you have this investment,
we're not going to need to add any. Yeah, so if you look and as it grows, and they look at how many accounts do you have, how much new construction do you have, how many accounts per FTE, there's a lot of different things in the model. We're actually, I think, getting a quality product out, very lean, of course, but way below what they say we should have. We're going to continue to grow in this county. So that's the reason we haven't been in here asking for FTE. If we were using the old school model, we'd be in here every year asking for more FTE.
Well, I think it's safe to say that you, Scott, will probably not be asking the county for FTE anymore. Sure, retiring.
You got it. But I want to leave it better than I found it.
Well, given that we can't fill the 2 vacancies that we have too, this would help us get a quality product done, especially where the sales come in, because that is pretty much 2 staff right now that are doing that full time, and it could probably go down to 1, or at least it could definitely help to take the load off one of those appraisers and help them be able to do some training and do some other things that could really help our staff. And then the appeal load, we have a lot of work we have to do in the winter. We have to get ready to pick up our new construction, and we have to also do BOPTA or PBAV, and our appeals and do all of our sales studies, and it all happens at one time. And so this would allow the appraisers more time to review sales and have a better product instead of really being pushed and strapped for time. And so that actually affects every single appraiser.
Yeah, and I was going to make the point, Commissioner, that we have in the past done apples and oranges special requests and managed to figure it out. It's just helpful to have all the information we can, because again, more facts, more data,
And
better solution.
this will help the tax office as well, and I'll turn to Robert on this. You know, and we have roll corrections, whether it's through appeal or omitted property or anything. It's not an easy process. It's very labor intensive. The fewer of those we can have, the cleaner both offices are as far as that. So it's more than just our office.
Yeah, and from the software imagery, they do their own ROI. They set with Scott and I, and they asked us how much time we spend on certain tasks, and they came up with 2. They said, well, basically, you're saving time by using just the imagery software, not even the AI software, of equivalent of 2 FTE in time savings. And so, and the last couple of years, we've had to resort to overtime. Not a lot, but we still have had to have our staff work overtime, and I think that would eliminate that too.
Okay.
Got to imagine there's going to be reoccurring costs on this. It can't just be one-time costs. I mean, next set of imagery, next update of some software package, another cost to it.
Oh, there is. It's just going to be less cost than throwing FTE at it. So yeah, it's.
Well, I'm saying $150,000 investment this year.
125.
125.
All right, round.
80.
Hey, I worked hard to get those numbers down. It's 125.
But next year there'll be something, is my thought.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
$50.
But it won't be like an FTE where then you.
Yeah,
have
understood.
But it
the
would-
other costs that roll with.
I mean, basically, it's something that would have to be absorbed. I mean, it's like any software license. You have to pay to get the original deployment, and then you have to absorb it into your departmental costs as you go forward. So there's got to be some trade-offs later. But
But it's being presented as a one-time cost, but it's really, there'll be some kind of reoccurring cost.
fair.
Yeah, that's all.
No, we were doing it out of a one-time ask. We didn't say it was a one-time cost.
Yeah.
That was our one-time ask.
All right. Anything else you have to present?
Oh,
see.
that was good, better, best. I missed that one.
There you go. No,
All right.
no, that's where we're at. So.
Right.
appreciate your time.
Other questions for the assessor's office? Thanks to both of you. And we will take a 10-minute break. And so that means that 22 after we will resume with the Office of Coordinated Houselessness.
That'll take 5 minutes, right, Eric?
All right. Okay, before we get started on, we decided it was crow or churro.
It's both.
Okay, the crow churro. Cam wanted to update us on a couple of things.
Well, you'll see that I passed out an email that came through to the board. I just wanted to make sure the entire budget committee had it. It's a public comment about extension 4H budget, which they'll be presenting tomorrow. So she'll be able to speak to that. And then we were able to get in touch with USDA Wildlife Services, and they will be here tomorrow at 11:15 via Zoom to answer questions.
And they have a sense that we'd like to hear all the kinds of services they're providing in Deschutes County.
Yes, I think that's the message that Jen conveyed.
Great. Thank you.
All right, so next on the agenda is the Office of Coordinated Houselessness, and I will turn it over to Eric Kropp to give.
Thank you. For the record, Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator. I'm here to talk about the Coordinated Houseless Response Office. Some people call it the CROW, some call it churro. So it goes both ways. Just as a quick overview, the Coordinated Houseless Response Office was created and funded from House Bill 4123. It was a pilot program throughout Oregon. The office serves Deschutes County and the 4 cities. And the mission is to create a coordinated houseless response system. A couple of accomplishments over the last fiscal year. One was the office was kind of housed in Deschutes County, and the operational oversight was moved to Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council, or COIC. Another accomplishment was the CROW budget paid for planning fees for the Gales property. There's a proposal from the Gales, which who own property east of Bend, to provide some homeless services on their property. And there is a recent application submitted to CDD to change the zoning that would allow them to provide these homeless services. There was also a grant fund program that paid for, in addition to the Gales property, it paid for J Bar J trafficking project, Bend Church, which was that project is for outreach and essential needs. Saving Grace to assist with domestic violence survivors. Also Habitat for Humanity, the Lapine Sun River area. That program is to help with prevention of homelessness, with assisting homeowners with home repairs. And then the last project was St. Vincent de Paul of Redmond, which provided rent and mortgage assistance. Current challenges. One of the reasons why it moved to for operational oversight to COIC was because COIC is organizing the Regional Housing Council. The Regional Housing Council is actually a tri-county effort that also includes the tribes of Warm Springs. But part of the reason why it moved to COIC was so that it could align with the Regional Housing Council. So that continued integration will be occurring over the next fiscal year. And then when the office was created, there's an IGA between the county and the 4 cities. That IGA terminates at the end of next fiscal year. So those are some just not really challenges, but just upcoming transitions over the next fiscal year.
Do you think that the IGA will get renegotiated, or is COIC on its own to go herd the cattle?
That's yet to be determined. I mean, I think part of the discussion will be whether or not the CROW will require ongoing funding, because the initial funding is from the state of Oregon in the amount of $1 million. So that will continue to be spent down. So I think it's whether or not it could be integrated with the Regional Housing Council on a financial standpoint, or will require additional funds. If it requires additional funds, then an IGA would certainly be required.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead.
I'm actively on the COIC board, so we're a commissioner from each county plus counselors from all the cities, and the COIC staff is supporting these efforts. And it's really, for my fellow commissioners, I mean, I've been supportive of the position of Deschutes County, even though I haven't really supported by vote some of the decisions that have been made. So just sharing, it's still a very dynamic world.
Okay. Other questions or comments on this? Okay, we will hit the road, so to speak, and move on to the roads department and CIP. Good to see you.
Great to see you. Good to be back.
I already made the joke about gas, so I guess the next thing is, should we flip a coin and determine whether you're gonna either gain or lose $1 million in federal or state funding? Just
what do I do? I not know.
Well, I don't know what happened yesterday, what happened today. It's
All that,
I think everything's
yeah.
up in the air.
Yeah. May we all live in interesting times. Good afternoon. Where's the keyboard? Got a clicker? Oh, yeah, there it is. Is it the clapper? Okay, you're right. Should have known. Well,
That was really good. You had your crow hat on and then you threw on a risk management hat really fast.
Yeah. And I did give a shout out to the road department during the risk management presentation for the support of the skid car and the skid pad. So
okay. Well, thank you. You may have a cookie now. Good afternoon. Chris Doty, Road Department Director. With me as always, Cody Smith, Assistant Director and County Engineer. Very pleased to bring you fiscal year 27 proposed budget for the Road Department. Can you all see what I'm saying? A big gap in space there. This is the slide that usually shows our department overview. You've got it. Okay, good. It's only the same slide I've showed you the last 15 years. 4 divisions, engineering, operations, fleet, and administration. We have 61 full-time employees, and then we hire seasonal contract employees throughout the year, but mostly in the summer to help with workload. Oh, good. This is the important slide. I'm glad you can see it. This is our patented budgeting priorities slide for the road department. Also a slide I think that you've seen quite a bit over time, and one that gets talked about a lot. When we budget at the road department, we budget with maintenance first as our first priority. The public has invested hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in its pavement asset. And so our primary goal is to maintain that quality of that investment for them. Second piece in operating a transportation system, a piece of the transportation system, is to operate it, reacting to things that happen on the system. Our third priority is to improve the system, generally through capital projects, major maintenance, and what have you. So normally this is a nice slide to kind of explain, what our thought process is as we budgeted funds. It works in the opposite direction as well. When times get interesting, as they are right now in transportation with funding, we consult this in reverse order in terms of how we're going to adjust for maybe the assumption that future funding may or may not be there. And so obviously, as we're making adjustments, it's going to be through the capital program first before we touch operations and maintenance. Another slide that just kind of demonstrates the funds that you have before you, the funds within the purview of the road department. The 325 fund is our mother fund, and it's fed into and out of a variety of sub-funds. 328 and 29 is a surveyor fund. We have building and equipment, 330, transportation SEC. The 465 fund, that's the bulk of this presentation that Cody will talk to you about, the transportation CIP. Vehicle maintenance and replacement. And then this year is Fund 715, an experiment in trying to acquire more federal dollars that didn't quite go our way a few years back.
So the coin flip failed.
Yep, for sure. Called Tails, lost. So Fund 715 is being retired this year. You see a lot of these pie charts. This is ours, showing resources and requirements, dollars in, dollars out. As you can see, we are primarily funded through state government payments, and the bulk of that is the State Highway Fund.
To that, you might as well add that green slice of the pie, beginning working capital. Those are funds, of course, that are unspent from our prior fiscal year, mostly made up of state highway fund dollars as well. So we're 80% funded at the road department through the state highway fund, same fund that you're hearing a lot about that we're going to get a vote on next week, actually. There are other minor federal payments and interfund charges that help round us out. On the requirement side, we have fairly even slices of pie, so to speak, in materials and services, personnel services, and transfers out. Transfers out mainly go to the CIP program and then the building and equipment fund. And so what you can anticipate based on that reverse order of budget priorities is over time, without additional new funding coming in to fund the program's needs, it's the capital and building and equipment that's going to shrink. That slice of the pie is going to get smaller if new funding doesn't arrive. This is our revenue assessment and outlook for this fiscal year. I'll take a quick perusal of that. It's very flat. For the first time in a long time, the state highway fund is projected to actually decrease. The remaining funds, PILT and SRS, I think you've been introduced to those acronyms earlier today. They have been reauthorized federally. That's great news. A lot of times we come to you in this budget meeting with just an assumption of whether or not they're going to be there or not. They have been reauthorized for one more year. So this is the last of the reauthorization. As soon as these funds arrive, we're going to need to start advocating federally again for these two programs. We have fund exchange revenue, SEC, some no grant revenue coming in this year, but we do have other investments from other agencies, state and federal, being built on our system, but through their budgets rather than ours. And then partnership funds, stuff that we do for other agencies here locally. I want to spend just a couple minutes talking about transportation revenue, since that's what I like to talk about as much as I can here lately. Just kind of walk you through, the important parts of it, especially as it relates to the road department and where it hits home. As I previously mentioned, the road department is 80% dependent on the state highway fund for maintenance, operations, and capital improvement. I like to say, and I believe this to be somewhat true, we're more dependent as an agency, Deschutes County Road Department, than ODOT is in a lot of ways with regards to the state highway fund, funding 80%, more than 80% of our programming. So we're very much like ODOT in terms of our funding, not so much like our other local government partners in the city, so to speak. The state highway fund is made up of your gas tax, your DMV fees, and then what freight contributes to that in the form of soon to be a diesel tax. It used to be a weight mile fee. It's collected by ODOT and distributed based on whatever legislation is enacted at the time. But generally, ODOT receives about 50%, counties 30%, and cities 20%. And so we're mostly, focused on that 30%, and that's a ride or die as it pertains to how we advocate every legislative session, every transportation funding bill. Have to really advocate hard for that 30%. Unlike most forms of government taxation, the majority of transportation funding does not have a built-in inflation hedge. What I mean by that is when we're talking about property tax, property values go up, tax revenue goes up. Rate stays the same, but the revenue increases. There's a built-in inflation hedge through that mechanism. You can say the same for income tax. You can say the same for sales tax. We don't have one, but if we did like the rest of the world, there's a built-in inflation hedge to those primary funding mechanisms. Commissioners spit out her water when I said a sales tax there. So I just like to note that.
It's up more, so the revenue should have gone up more.
Not exactly. Yeah. You're right into the next point I'm going to make. Our funding does not have a built-in inflation hedge. It's cents per gallon, whether or not it's $10 a gallon or $1.50 a gallon. And that's what separates us from other types of that government taxation. In a lot of ways, I like to think of the transportation system as a utility. A utility is that thing that you rely on that needs to be there every day for quality of life, for the economic function of our community, and so many other things. Just like all the other utilities that are actually underneath that pavement, the pavement itself is a utility. And the funding mechanism that we use for that is somewhat similar to how utilities, charge for their services. You generally have a fixed portion of any utility you pay. In this case, the DMV fees are kind of that fixed piece, and then you have that variable piece based on how much of it you use, and that's the gas tax portion. Like utilities, those funding mechanisms, the taxes and fees, in this case, require occasional adjustment to address inflation. That's the biggest thing that we're fighting here and that we're having to address in this whole conversation, is that the cost of goods and services are going up significantly in construction and the road business, but those mechanisms aren't necessarily tracking, and that's the big issue. Unlike the Public Utility Commission, various councils and other entities that set rates for their utilities, our rate setting authority is the Oregon legislature. And so they have that duty upon them to visit that, and unfortunately it gets caught up in the politics, and that's where we're at present. Historically, the legislature has approved a funding package every 6 to 8 years. In 1993 was kind of the start of that unfortunate habit. Prior to that, the gas tax went up 1 or 2 cents for 11 out of 12 legislative sessions, very much like an index. However, 1993 was a package was passed. Next package came in 2001, then another in 2009, and then 2017, every 8 years. Of course, in 2026, we get to vote on something next week. Nobody has any great hope for the outcome of that, especially with the fuel being what it is at present. So it's at least going to be 2027 before the legislature talks about this again, and they're already talking about it in various committees and everything. Ultimately, it just has to be a bipartisan effort. I think that's what this whole process has become now. We got to see how easy it is to refer something out, and so all right, it needs to be bipartisan in order to escape that process. So hopefully 2027, that'll happen. Do want to draw a distinction between our local government, partners, cities, counties. Like I said, are more in line with the funding that comes, the way ODOT gets their revenue, from the state highway fund. So counties can't use property tax. We're restricted from doing that statutorily. Also restricted statutorily or prohibited from collecting franchise fees. It's basically leasing out your rights of way to utilities, and that's a great way to put money in the city's general fund. It usually comes right back into transportation. Counties can't do urban renewal or tax increment financing. That's how cities can build infrastructure in certain areas. There's really no way to practically implement a local fuel tax. If you're a county, there's a way to do it, but unfortunately all the gas stations are usually in cities for the most part, and so you're drawing from a very small pool there. Similarly, there's really no practical implementation of a transportation utility fee, which is another mechanism that cities are using. Cities get 20%. That's not a lot, but they do have these tools in place to generate additional funds and bring it in. Counties don't. In fact, a lot of times we're outright restricted in state statute from doing these sorts of things. Back to the budget. Okay, you've all passed the class, Transportation 101. Let's talk about the budget. This is a very standard program for us in terms of our pavement management investment this year. 75 miles of chip seal on our system, 12 miles of slurry, $500,000-ish of crack seal patch and leveling course, 12.5 miles of paving delivered through the capital budget in addition to slurry. Total program investment of $9.6 million on our pavements will allow us to sustain our pavement condition index, which is our primary tool of measurement for quality of pavement. Most importantly, we don't have any deferred maintenance, again, because we prioritize maintenance with that first dollar. I always like to show you this slide. This contrasts state highway fund revenue coming into the department against the number of employees that we have working in the department. And Over time, we had a little dip there, and we've added some back where necessary. There are 2 employees in the budget this year. The first one is in the surveyor's office, basically a survey tech type position. This is fee supported. It's not competing with any funds that are dedicated to the road department, road maintenance and what have you. So just want to separate that from one side. The other is a GIS specialist. We had one GIS employee leave the department here last year. I kind of exposed the fact that we don't have bench strength in this critical service where we maintain assets and have an asset management system. GIS is just more and more important. So we got exposed. We realized we needed to develop a little bench strength, and so we're bringing in an entry-level GIS position. Now, this position has been with the department for over a year in temp services, so you're not going to see a big hit on this budget per se because it's already been funded and invested in the prior fiscal year. Building and equipment. I should just say equipment. Part of that prioritization process is looking at things that in that category 3, that we can defer, and we've brought to you pretty significant site improvements, last several budget cycles, warehouse plans to put this equipment under cover. But that's something that we're not going to be pursuing until we have the funding solution in mind. Most of this equipment you see here is winter ops related, and winter ops equipment's been hard to actually to purchase. That industry's somewhat been shook a little bit, even coming out of COVID still. There's a few things I do want to point out, and all of what you see here is replacement of existing. And if we're talking about equipment, it's 15 to 25 years old. So new sign truck with auger, herbicide application truck, chip spreader, that's our core service, chip seal, crack seal machine, belly dump tractor, the primary pieces of equipment that are being replaced based on our replacement schedule. Standard vehicle replacements. We have the fuel pump and piping replacement. That project's expanded as we've determined it needs to include a little bit of piping replacement as well. And that will be delivered this year. And then our car wash is something that we'll actually be walking away from and instead offering a high pressure rinse instead of an actual car wash. It's outlived its life cycle many moons ago. And it's just too expensive, really, $1 million plus to do an on-site car wash anymore. So we're going to try something different. Yeah, and that's the great point. We'll have lots of other opportunities. They're closer to the departments that do need to keep their fleet looking good, and we'll be talking to them about a contract or special pricing. Well, I'll just kind of talk about just an overarching budget message before I pass the keyboard over to Cody. First is don't panic due to funding uncertainty. Transportation will be funded. It has to be funded. I don't think anyone wants to see all the heavy highway contractors run out of this state.
For yourself.
It's for all of us. Yeah. But first, then there are 13 people watching on the line right now. Second, to kind of get through these interesting times, stick to that patented prioritization schedule and principles that we have. Fund maintenance first, operations second. With what's left over, pursue capital based on the plans that you've put in place to do that. With that, and this kind of leans into what Cody wants to talk about, we're going to complete our in-process investments or projects that we've already started, but not initiate new projects that require actually significant capital resources until we have some funding certainty back into the department. We're not going to take on any big projects. We talked a few months ago maybe, about our Transportation Safety Action Plan as the document that we work from now, and a lot of safety projects. There's a lot of good small scale projects in that plan that we can work on and develop rather than the big projects. And so, that's a slight pivot. And then finally, educate and advocate for system needs. So part of that discussion today is letting you know the importance of a state highway fund. This is not an ODOT problem. This is a transportation system problem. It's not it's a utility issue, and it's a utility rate. And it all comes down to that. Lastly, before I pass it over, this is our 5-year projection that we're putting in the budget. Not showing any new significant revenue dropping into this 5-year plan, just given the uncertainties that we're living in. Where you're going to see the impact is in that transfers out column on the or row on the bottom. As you can see, that slice of the pie is starting to shrink when we get to the end of that 5-year period. So with that, I'm going to pass this over to Cody, unless there are any quick questions, and he's going to walk us through the CIP.
Okay, so we're gonna go through the CIP near term. It would be helpful just to reemphasize this point that without new funding, our capital construction, our capital investments are going to dwindle over time. It would be really helpful to know either during or at the end of this presentation on the CIP what in the staff report, it says modified CIP has delayed implementation of 15 projects totaling $27.6 million. It'd be helpful to know what those are. You give it a face and a name.
We got a slide for that.
Right.
Okay, how are we doing on time? All right.
About a half an hour.
All right. Real quick, just to get a little more granular on how our road CIP fund or 465 fund works. Kind of 3 primary revenue sources that feed into our 465 fund. First is transfers out from our operating fund that Chris has already talked about. Again, keeping in mind our maintenance operations first philosophy. What's left is going into this capital fund as well as our 330 fund as well. Second is our transportation system development charge fund. So that's the fund where SDCs are collected. So those system development charges. The one-time charge on new development that's proportional to their impact on the transportation system. Those funds can be used for dedicated projects that are identified in our transportation system plan. And then lastly, state and federal funding programs that we participate in. Primary source of these for us right now is the ODOT Fund Exchange Program, the annual allotment we get from that program every year. Some other grant programs that we participate in from time to time, such as the ODOT Local Bridge Program, the Federal Lands Access Program, other programs like that. So for fiscal year 27, anticipated revenue that we're proposing, approximately an $8.8 million transfer from the road fund, operating fund, about $1.6 million in SDC eligible costs that would transfer out from the SDC fund, about $900,000 in ODOT Fund Exchange funds that would come in. So that funding, top with our anticipated begin fund balance of about $14.7 million and some interest we anticipate will accrue, looking at a total revenue of $26.6 million for fiscal year 27. Okay, so within our road CIP, our projects are categorized into 4 different programs. Our transportation system program is our major road improvement projects. These are primarily the projects that are identified in the county's 20-year transportation system plan. They can include other projects that are identified through interim studies or intergovernmental agreements we have with other agencies. But our big major road improvement projects all fall in our transportation system program. Next is our pavement preservation program. So these are our contracted pavement preservation projects, our overlays and inlays, as well as our slurry seals and minor paving projects that we deliver every year. Our traffic safety program is our contracted systemic safety projects we do. So these are lower cost safety projects. Chris alluded to earlier, we've got a host of these that we've now identified with our transportation safety action plan. So this program is going to be more geared towards delivery of some of those smaller scale projects that we identified in our TSAP. And then lastly is our bridge construction program, which is our bridge replacement or bridge rehabilitation projects. So for fiscal year 27, we are proposing, we have $10.7 million in transportation system projects, about $5 million in pavement preservation, $700,000 in traffic safety, and almost $900,000 in bridge construction for a total fiscal year 27 program of $17.3 million. So we'll look at, well, first, real quick, just to get a little more granular on that. So breaking that down a different way, that's about $17.5 million in intersection safety and capacity improvements, $7 million in pavement preservation and road surfacing. So on top of the $5 million in the pavement preservation program, many of our bigger transportation system projects include a paving component or a pavement preservation component too. $900,000 in bridge preservation, about $700,000 in systemic road safety improvements, and then about $800,000 in bicycle and pedestrian improvements between different corridor improvement projects and intersection improvement projects that have a bike and ped safety component to them. Yes.
So back on the slide, the safety improvements. Is some of that right-of-way tree removal part of that concept? I mean, is that safety improvements? Well, there's rows of trees in the right-of-way that have been removed recently. We're always talking about juniper removal, but is that part of that? Is that the concept?
So we don't have any large-scale tree removal projects identified in our CIP. So we do have money that we budget for contracted road service in our 325 operating account. And so we do some tree removal projects out of that every year, but that's not included in what I'm showing here.
So the project on Young Avenue, where did that come from?
The operations side. Yep.
Saving water and lives.
I mean, to use your classification, would that be a maintenance or an operations?
It's just the strictly tree removal that usually falls into maintenance. Yeah. I guess first looking at some of the larger scale projects that we're currently working on or that we've completed here in fiscal year 26 to date. So really only one of our bigger kind of marquee projects that we've got wrapped up so far this fiscal year. That was our paving a Tumalo Road project that included repaving of the entire length of Tumalo Road, which also actually included most of Cook Avenue and then a portion of Swally Road, and then some bridge work for the bridge crossing the Deschutes River there at the west end of the road. Total cost of that project was just a little over $2 million. We wrapped that up last fall. So we have a couple of big projects that are under construction right now and will be complete or substantially complete here very soon. So the first one I'll talk about is phase one of our South Century Drive Sun River Corridor intersection improvements project. So this is phase one of that is the new roundabout at South Century Drive in Huntington Road. We actually opened that roundabout up to traffic here a few weekends ago. We're still putting some finishing touches on it. We still have some striping and other traffic control devices we need to wrap up on it. The street lights that still need to go in. But yeah, getting that project wrapped up here in the next few weeks. Total cost for that project. So again, that's phase one of this bigger project that I'm going to talk about more here in a little bit. About $2.2 million. Another project currently under construction is our Tumalo Reservoir Road Improvement Project. So this project includes full depth reconstruction and widening of Tumalo Reservoir Road. This project's kind of broken up into three different phases. the first two phases are the east-west portion of Tumalo Reservoir Road that's up on the top of the hill. We're working, finishing up work on that portion of the project here in the next couple of weeks. They're actually out there doing final lift paving today through tomorrow. So end of this week, we'll have that portion of the project all paved and mostly buttoned up. Through the month of June, we're going to be working on phase 3 of the project, which is the portion of Tumalo Reservoir Road that comes down the rim, comes down to Johnson Road and O.B. Riley Road. So hoping to get that wrapped up in actually in the month of June. Right now, contractor schedule showing in early July. So anticipating a total project cost of $5.2 million there. Okay, so looking at our fiscal year 27 proposed budget and some of the bigger projects that we're identifying in there, beginning with our Northwest Lower Bridgeway, Northwest 43rd intersection improvement project. So this one's been in the hopper for, or been in the works now for a couple years. We kicked off design of this project actually in fiscal year 23. Last couple years have mostly been devoted to getting through the NEPA process, the National Environmental Policy Act process, through the Bureau of Land Management, not only for the new right-of-way that we need to accommodate this project, but also for the existing right-of-way for both 43rd Street, Lower Bridgeway, and about 200 other miles of county roads across the county that go through BLM lands. Because the right-of-way grant for those right-of-ways actually expired in 2025. And so with this NEPA process, we're also renewing that original right-of-way grant for these roads. So that NEPA process has taken quite a bit of time. We're finally finishing up that document here this month. We're anticipating the BLM is going to get that document posted for comments for its 30-day public comment period here in the month of June. And then this summer, we'll be all through that NEPA process. So we'll be ready to put the project out to bid here late summer, early fall. So the intent is to have this project fully constructed by the end of fiscal year 27. Total estimated project costs at just over $3 million. Okay, back to our South Century Drive, Sun River Corridor intersection improvements project. So looking at phase 2 of this project, which includes improvements at 2 intersections. And road department staff gave a presentation to the board on this project, provided a lot more detail on this project here just a month or so ago. But real quickly, the phase 2 of this project includes the intersections of South Century Drive with Spring River Road and also with Venture Lane right there at the Sun River Business Park. So showing the concept for the South Century Drive Spring River Road roundabout on the screen right now. Currently have this at 30% design. The plan is preliminary engineering is going to continue through into fiscal year 27, and the intent is to have this project out to bid in calendar year 27, hopefully within fiscal year 27 as well. So here we're looking at the concept for the intersection at Venture Lane, which is the barbell concept, as we're calling it. So again, we've moved this concept to 30% design now. So here this summer, we're actually going to start kicking off the right-of-way acquisition phase, as well as the getting more serious with the utility relocation phase for this project. So right now, looking at total project costs, so this includes phase 1 and phase 2. So we take the $2.2 million out of this that we've spent on phase 1 for the roundabout at South Century Huntington, but total project cost of about $10.2 million right now is our estimate.
Never let it be said that county dollars don't go to the Sun River area.
Okay, one fell swoop.
Next, look at our Buckhorn Road project. So this project is technically phase 2 of the Buckhorn Road project. So milepost 1.6 to Lower Bridgeway. That's basically at the south end. That's the piece that goes over the rim rock and goes down the hill and then goes up to the north end at Lower Bridgeway. That portion of the project is going to be a county-funded project. The southern portion of the project, which is phase 1, I'll talk about here in a little bit, actually. So current status of this project, right now we are in the midst of negotiating the contract with the engineering firm that's going to do the design for this project. Let's see, right now, something's throwing me off here. We have that $3 million spread between 2 fiscal years there. I think that's actually supposed to be $6 million in 1 year. But right now, our intent is to have this project out to construction early next summer and have it completely done within fiscal year 27, calendar year 27, actually. So anyways, I'll talk a little bit more about the phase 1 of this, which is actually a Federal Lands Access Program project, in just a minute here. Looking at our major paving projects that we have on tap for fiscal year 27. Start with our 6th Street Dorrance Meadow Road project. This was one we originally intended to get out the door a little bit sooner. We've postponed it a little bit. We want to make sure that this project doesn't interfere with Frontier Days down in La Pine. So we're actually pushing this project back so we don't start it until after the 4th of July. With that postponement of the project, we've also decided to expand it a little bit. So down there on the 4th project on the list, the paving of 3rd Street, Walker, 5th, and Pangra in La Pine area, we're going to bundle that together with 6th Street and Dorrance Street in La Pine, put that out as one bigger project here that we're going to do. Current plan is to do that in the latter half of this summer. So next is our paving of Skyline Ranch Road, and this is really we're not paving all of Skyline Ranch Road. This is actually a full reconstruction of the pavement section of the roundabout at Skyline Ranch Road in Metolius. The roundabout that's there was kind of built to I'd say a mediocre standard in terms of the pavement section. It didn't last very long, so we're going to get in there and do basically a full dig out of that pavement section and pave it back. Next project on the list is our Northwest Way Altmeter Sedgwick paving project. This is a project we've been patiently delaying now for a while to accommodate some projects that other agencies in our area are delivering. A big one was the city of Redmond with the Redmond Wetlands Complex, which they're finally wrapping up this summer. Next one now is we're in coordination with the Terrebonne Sanitation District, who has a new sewer line that they want to run down a portion of Northwest Way to tie into that Redmond wetlands. So we're working with them to figure out how they can get their project delivered, at least within our right of way, quickly, so we can get our paving project done here that we've already deferred now for a couple of years as we're waiting for others. So. Real quickly, yeah, it's just some other costs. Our slurry seal program for fiscal year 27, looking at some neighborhoods around the Terrebonne area and including within Terrebonne proper there that we're going to be doing slurry seal on. Our miscellaneous local road paving projects, still identifying where those projects are going to occur. Most likely that'll be early summer of calendar year 27 though. And then our bridge construction program, we have our South Century Drive bridge rehabilitation project. This is the bridge that crosses the BNSF Railroad there, just east of the entrance into Sun River there at Camp Abbott. This is not a full replacement of this bridge, but this bridge does need a kind of a significant facelift. There's some concrete structural issues in certain areas, not necessarily in key elements of the bridge. A lot of it's mostly aesthetic stuff. The bridge rail is a big one, but there are some necessary repairs that need to happen there. So we just got the design contract for this project underway. In the month of July, there's going to be a bunch of testing we'll be doing out there over the railroad, which requires railroad flagging, but to kind of diagnose some of the concrete issues that this bridge is currently having, and then be working on the design and through the fall and winter. And the intent is to have this project out to bid hopefully next spring.
You think you're going to have to close that bridge?
No full closures, no. And so during the testing that's going to be happening in July, there will be some single lane closure for a day or two out there. During construction, I think we kind of anticipate some single lane closures at intermittent times, but yeah, no full closure.
Just mostly it's a major exit point for most of Sun River, Three Rivers in the case of an emergency. So
well aware.
Nothing that we'd have to figure out.
Don't take it apart in the middle of fire season.
And as Chief Booth would say, as long as I can get a fire engine through it in an emergency, we're all good.
Yeah. No, and more impactful, quite frankly, is going to be the South Century Venture project there. And we also, with that bridge project, want to make sure we don't have conflicting traffic control between those two projects. So there's potential the bridge project might get pushed out a little more so we can finish up construction of the intersection project first. So quickly, I want to talk about our two federal lands access program projects that have just kicked off here in the last couple months. Design on these projects just started. So first is the first phase of Buckhorn Road. So this is the south end, Highway 126 to milepost 1.6, which is approximately where the Rimrock is on that road. So this is the portion of the road through the Klein Buttes recreation area. So that Western Federal Lands just started the design on that project. Estimated cost of about $2.1 million, which right now is supposed to be 100% funded by the FLAT program. And then next is Three Creeks Road from beginning of our jurisdiction at the sister city limits all the way up to the Forest Service boundary. This project will include a full depth reclamation and widening of that roughly 2-mile section of Three Creeks Road. Similar deal. This is design just kicked off by Western Federal Lands Highway Division. Estimated project cost right now is about $2.9 million. The expectation is that's going to be fully funded by the FLAT program.
Is there enough traffic on that road to justify that much money?
Of course there is. It's a Christmas. Then.
Yes. It is heavy. Right.
Oh, yeah.
All the people going up to Tam MacArthur Rim.
Oh, I'm on it quite a bit. I was asking, I wasn't demanding.
Yeah, and then making it a perfect candidate for the federal lands access program. So those aren't projects that were
that.
Okay, so in the little bit of time I have left here, looking ahead to our 5-year plan, and so Chris was kind of setting the table for some of this stuff, and I'm going to kind of bring it home a little bit and show what some of these future revenue impacts that we're looking at here, what those are going to look like. So with our 5-year plan that we're proposing this year, a total of $47.5 million in total project costs. That is compared to $75 million in total project costs that we presented to you last year with our 5-year CIP. So I want to talk just a little bit about some of the assumptions we made with our CIP last year compared to the new assumptions we're making now. So last year in fiscal year 26 budget time, when we were preparing our 5-year CIP, some key assumptions we were making. First one was we were anticipating that the legislature was going to adopt some type of meaningful transportation package that was going to provide in our assumption, we were thinking a more conservative $9 million in additional revenue over the 5-year period. With that additional revenue, that meant we're getting more projects out the door, which in turn frees up more SDC funds. We anticipated we'd be able to spend about $6 million in SDC eligible costs during the 5-year period. And we were anticipating kind of a nominal easing of inflation impacts. We weren't anticipating the spikes in diesel prices that we've seen here more in recent times. So looking at the bar chart there, by year there, the light blue that you're seeing on top of the bar was the project costs project expenditures that we had anticipated. The blue was our end fund balance, or our reserve at the end of each fiscal year. So jumping forward to this year, the 5-year CIP that we're proposing now, our assumptions are different. First, we're actually looking at a slight decrease in our anticipated state highway fund revenue compared to fiscal year 26. Right now, it's a very nominal decrease, 0.26%, but a decrease nonetheless. And then looking forward into fiscal year 28 through 31, where right now our assumption is no annual increase in state highway fund. So with no increase in annual state highway fund, no increase in our federal revenue sources either. That's effectively kind of flatline revenue for this 5-year plan. Because of that, because we're reducing the number of projects we're putting out there, that means we have less SDC eligible expenses. So we're only looking at being able to touch about $3 million in system development charge funds. And as already indicated, now we've got some increase in fuel, in particular diesel prices that are going to be hitting us. We haven't put out really a substantial bid package here in the last month or so to really see how those, the new diesel prices are going to hit and how contractors are going to account for that kind of risk on projects that are, anywhere from 3 years in the future to a year in the future. So we're going to start seeing that some of that here real soon. So with this 5-year plan, that leaves us at the end of the 5-year plan, that leaves us a kind of a nominal reserve there of about $2.6 million, which is fairly comfortable for any unanticipated project expenses. In particular, if we have some type of grant funding that comes through where we need to have matching funds for that grant, we'll have that money there available. So as indicated, significant adjustment to our fiscal year 27 through 31 CIP in comparison to our fiscal year 26-30 CIP. 15 projects that we've had to defer in this 5-year plan that were shown in last year's plan, that amounts to $27.7 million in total project costs. So all those are projects from our either our transportation system program or our bridge construction program. That was $17.2 million in deferred project costs that was identified in last year's plan, plus the approximately $10 million we'd otherwise be bringing on for fiscal year 31. And as Chris mentioned earlier, projects that we initiated in fiscal year 26 or earlier, we're still carrying forward. We're going to bring those projects through to the end. Okay, and this is actually my last slide. But so we're actually looking at a list of those projects that we're going to defer. And I'll just go over these real quickly. So first one on the list here is a corridor project, Sunrise Boulevard improvements. So Sunrise Boulevard down in the south part of the county, currently a gravel road. Road functions, acts like a collector road, which is why we redesignated it as a collector road in our TSP update here recently. This project would have paved that road, brought it up to county standards, and allowed the county to take over maintenance of that section of road from the Forest View Special Road District that currently maintains that road. Next is our Southwest Helmholtz Way project from Oregon 126 up to Antler Avenue. This project was intended to kind of go hand in hand with the eventual intersection improvement at 126 and Helmholtz that ODOT is currently working on a planning effort for right now. Next is Northwest Lower Bridge Way, Northwest 43rd Street Teeter Avenue. So this is another corridor improvement project. So this would be taking off from our new roundabout at 43rd Street and doing widening and reconstruction of Lower Bridgeway, heading west. This was going to be the first phase of that project. Next was a roundabout at South Century Drive and Vanderbilt Road. We also have the Rickard Road, Knott Road to Bozeman Trail improvements. So this was, again, corridor improvements along Rickard Road that kind of tied into corridor improvements we did from Bozeman Trail out to Highway 20 a few years ago, finishing off that corridor. Next is Johnson Road, Tyler Road intersection improvements, which is actually a project we were going to be initiating here this year in early fiscal year 27. So that was kind of a combination intersection safety and roadway realignment project to address safety concerns at that intersection. Next is North Canal Boulevard, O'Neill Highway to Redmond city limits. That's another corridor project. Tumalo sidewalk improvements was basically kind of filling some gaps in sidewalks within the Tumalo community. Another project identified in the transportation system plan. And then we have kind of at the tail end of the transportation system projects here. We have some big intersection improvement projects that were otherwise going to be kicking off towards the tail end of the 5-year plan. So first is Klein Falls Highway, Cook Avenue, and Tumalo Road intersection improvement. So there was some high-level planning scoping done for that project as part of the Tumalo Community Plan update. So that project was going to be initiated. We were going to be initiating here in a few years. Next was the intersection of Northwest 43rd and Chinook Drive in Povey. So this is Lower Bridge 43rd. Project is at the south end of 43rd Street. This was the intersection up at the north end of 43rd Street along that main access into Crooked River Ranch. And then these last two transportation system projects were both intersection projects at Deschutes Junction. So the Deschutes Market Road, Greystone Lane intersection improvement, and then Greystone Lane, Pleasant Ridge Road intersection project. Those two projects kind of went hand in hand for the Deschutes Junction interchange there. And then we had three bridge projects that are also on this list. So the Burgess Road Bridge replacements. This is the bridge carrying Burgess Road over the Deschutes River. This bridge actually would be eligible for FLAP funding, and as such, we are currently working on a FLAP application for this bridge. So we'll be talking to the Board of Commissioners here in another couple of weeks about the Federal Lands Access Program applications that our office is working on right now. But so this one does have some potential for another source of funding, but otherwise, with no funding identified for it, so we're pulling this one out of the 5-year plan for right now. Next is our Spring River Road Harper Bridge Rehabilitation Project. And then lastly, a replacement of the Wychus Creek Bridge on Camp Polk Road.
There you have it. Sorry, we're in stoppage time. Literally use a soccer term. That's the culmination of our budget presentation. Finally ending with that summary of what we can't deliver that we hoped we could deliver until we get the funding situation figured out. So, any questions?
Questions for the road department?
I'll just make a statement that we're not the only county that is struggling, expressing grave concerns about transportation funding. They're all just as dependent on the state highway fund as we are. And at a recent AOC seminar on rethinking where you can find revenue. The three counties that presented their independent thought processes on where they're going, what seat cushions they're going to go look under. All three of the counties, all three of the Oregon counties interviewed said we're going to look at a local registration fee for vehicles because they're so concerned about their county road programs.
And because it's really one of the only tools that counties have to implement.
You saw the slide in Chris's slide deck that just like can't do this, can't do that, can't do this, can't do that. So it's one of the only options. But I just, that is a kind of measure of how desperate counties are feeling. County road departments are feeling. I think we're in better condition than many. But how desperate county road departments are feeling in the face of all the shenanigans around transportation funding in the legislature over the last year and a half. Personally, I would much rather pay 6 cents a gallon more to build and adequately maintain our roads than I would rather pay $1 more per gallon to fight a war in Iran. But that's just me. But I sincerely hope that we can make some meaningful, practical, bipartisan progress on transportation funding in the next year.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Shenanigans, but 253,000 Oregonians were not happy. And yes, it would be nice if we could work together.
Full for that.
You can only hope, right?
That's right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Catch a sense of the budget committee. We have a recess scheduled in, but we actually did a recess not all that long ago. Do you want a few minutes or do we want to make Jeff start sweating now? What'd you say? Okay. I think the vote was go for, stand up. Okay. Let's do 5 minutes. So we're coming back. I know, don't do 5, but we're coming back and restarting at 28 after. All right, welcome back, everybody. Oh, it's over here. Yeah.
That's so great.
Just we've had a short recess, still recovering from it, and we are now moving on to the Fair and Expo Center. I will turn it over to, as we remarked, a solo Jeff Curtis, and we might see an appearance by Steve Curley online. And Jeff, take it away. Welcome to the Budget Committee for your first time.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. Timing was ideal. I started 3 months ago, and I said ideal in the context of a budget perspective. I remember my first week on the job, and I already saw the emails from County Finance saying, "Here's where we're at, and here's the budget process." So it was a great opportunity for me to understand the county structure as it relates to financial, and at the same time acclimate myself to the job at hand, both the historical performance of the Fair and Expo Center, as well as my own vision and leadership, to kind of blend those two in this budget process. But I'm excited to be here, and I thank you for your time this afternoon. So a couple of specifics before I get into the meat of the slides. If Steve Curley does jump on board, I want to thank Steve Curley. He's the chair of our board's finance committee, has been involved for a number of years, and a great resource representing the board of the Fair Board specifically. I also want to thank Elise West, our on staff, who has been instrumental in working with County Finance Department and working and preparing this budget. And appreciate all the support of the staff up in Redmond. So with that said, I'll go ahead and provide some context to my overall leadership, how this budget was presented, and go into some narratives, and hopefully have some time for a few questions at the end of the presentation. So with that said, I'll just jump into specifically, and I'll note that as we go through this presentation, it's not significantly different than past budgets in the context. It's largely a budget built on where the situation where we're at today, with a sense of vision and drive for what we want it to be in the future, but using the resources that we have wisely. Mostly, and the resources, one of the greatest resources we have is the team that we have that's built around making sure that the facility functions well on a daily basis, but also produces quality world-class fare, which we should be proud of, our Deschutes County Fair. Mission is to provide and operate a premier multi-purpose facility, offering exceptional customer service and an environment of fun, while maximizing, I think this is really important, this is the hard part, the economic impact of Deschutes County. And also doing that in what's not in that mission, kind of the underlying message for me, is doing it in a fiscally responsible manner, which we're managing costs, at the same time managing the need of the facility and getting as much rental facility as we can year-round, and managing different budget expectations in different user groups. All that blends into the daily operations of the Fair and Expo Center. Structurally, we kind of breaks down into three categories: the admin side, the sales, managing the marketing side, fair production. Myself is included in the administrative side, operations, the team that's out there on the ground, building maintenance, ground maintenance, event support, and also assists in annual fair production. And then the RV park staff as well. So this is the current budgeted structure that's been in place. Not all these positions there's a few positions that are vacant. There's currently 4. Correct. And that's the conversation we're having with the Fair Board about the importance of getting those filled. Because that is a big part of driving continued success. There's some key areas like food and beverage, and I'll highlight specifically as one area of as well as a sales role. And there's currently a building maintenance role as well. Yeah. So those have been vacant for quite some time, specifically. So that's absolutely imperative that we get those positions filled. I think that'll really turn on some of the growth engine that I'm looking for. Let's recap briefly. We're in 2026, but specifically we're recapping the 2025 fair because the July is the first year of the fiscal year. So we're recapping last year's fair while budgeting for the 2026 fair into the 2027 budget cycle. But I will tell you that I inherited a structure at the fair, and the accomplishment specifically is the fair itself was more than largely very successful. Credit to the team. It ultimately had good attendance. It wasn't record attendance, but excellent attendance. And the ultimate performance of the financial performance was met budget expectations, specifically. The team successfully produced, prior to my arrival, 3 music festivals over the course of this fiscal year. And of which, of note, a couple of those festivals will not be part of our plan in 2027 because they have specifically one major one, the Farewell Festival, for sure. Which has been widely publicized about their not returning in 2020, this coming year, which should be the 2027 budget year. But the reality of it is, and the good part about it, what it is the bread and butter of this organization, what it was chartered to do is to host 250 events annually. That results in nearly $1 million in operating revenue and an economic impact that I'm studying and still need to do a new study in tens of millions of dollars in this county and specifically throughout the county, and obviously a big impact in the Redmond area as well, and the hotels surrounding that. But a significant amount of our work is about those 250 events, supporting those events, and having a facility that can function well and can host thousands and thousands and thousands of people that make their way across it. We also played a minor role, which is something that we need to continue to emphasize in emergency response. It is a facility designated as an evacuation center, and will continue to be so. And that's something that I think we will continue to emphasize going forward, for sure. From a nutshell, as it relates to the overall fair and expo, the details of this budget specifically, if you look at in 2 pie charts, kind of the resources and the requirements, and this is no surprise to this budget committee. I'm having to learn this side is that 25% of our specifically of our budget is really relying on dollars that come in from state or the TLT or all those lodging tax revenues. That is a significant amount, and ultimately that's kind of a case in point that we heavily emphasize and appreciate that and need to ultimately need those dollars. At the same time, being an enterprise fund, we have the ability to be somewhat entrepreneurial and drive other sources of revenue, which is charging for services, as well as having a solid working capital that kind of fills the circle year round. And on the requirement side, really the personnel services and materials and services specifically, all the tools we need to operate year round, and the people is what drives the functionality of our budget year specifically. This one I'll take a bit of a pause and share with you. As we built this budget, and I want to thank county finance staff. Dan, thank you for your efforts on this. This was a slide that was showing a little bit of a different picture a year ago. And I understand what it was showing. It's showing was really the challenges over the next 3 years with rising personnel costs, which are very real, specifically. But it didn't, in our estimation, wasn't as appropriately seeing the potential revenue as we actually try to run this place function over the course of the coming years. So with that said, basically, I think that there's a couple of drivers that are important in this kind of longer term runway that I think is important. First of all, we stay well above the minimum working capital, but at the same time, while we have a dip in this next year, we start to see some significant changes in our operating model from a health standpoint. On the revenue side, and what's driving that is a stronger working capital. The organization has gotten healthier, but a driving factor is an effort by Fair and Expo team under my leadership and board support is to better monetize the property. And what I mean by that is understand its true value to the renter community and charge appropriately for that, But more important, when we lease the rights to use our facilities and put names on buildings, naming rights is a structure that takes into account market rates, industry analysis, and ultimately we will obtain through a careful process the dynamics of our revenue generating when we do put names on buildings out there. And that's a practice that has come to the table with my hiring, and is something that I'm spending a great deal of time in, and ultimately confident enough in working with county finance staff to project some significant growth, and that revenue is captured in event revenue specifically. TRT stays basically pretty stable on the revenue side, but and expenses is really driven by rising personnel costs for the most part. So that's in Fund 615 specifically, Fair and Expo. In Fund 616, we also see a little bit of kind of flatting, kind of staying stable for a couple years, just keeping things moving forward. And then we start to see the results of our work grow over the course of fiscal year 28, a little bit in 28, 29, and specifically grow. That's just the work of ultimately an internal initiative to just change expectations of the fair's financial performance. Through strategy and through, whether it be through ticket strategies, sponsorship strategies, and other more entrepreneurial ways of driving revenue, that's a driver for me. And I think while this year's fair budget is fairly flat, it shows success, and ultimately and I will explain that in a couple slides how we're choosing to be successful. The real growth in the fair, from our financial forecasting perspective, is a little bit down the road, and certainly that working capital is that baseline that is a good, healthy start to keep that going.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks,
I
Steve.
feel like
Welcome.
I'm zooming in from above or something here.
Yes, you are.
Appreciate the accommodation. I'm over in Albany.
There he is. We got you.
At a conference. I wanted to let you know I was here. I just wanted to also make a comment that, traditionally the fair has not made money. The last few years it's done well, but traditionally we just wanted to break even, or not lose too much money, on the fair, and to see, these projections going forward, moving more positive, and also some of the other revenue sources that you've brought is really encouraging. It's encouraging to the fair board, and anytime you bring someone new in and they have a new perspective, opportunities like this open up. And so I just wanted to highlight that and just emphasize, you're taking some time to get your feet underneath you, but some of the future looks really bright as you bring some of these new ideas to the table.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that comment. And great to have you join me. I'm lonely up here, so it's great to have you on Zoom. I also will note that I think it's a little bit of a different leadership style as well, which is setting the bar a little bit higher, setting your expectations a little higher, revenue growth, and really ultimately, rather than retreating to try to make a number that you think guarantee you can make, is like let's have a solid plan, and let's put it on paper, and let's implement plan by a series of strategies. And that's the piece of the puzzle that I'm bringing to the table. It was a lot of support, so thank you. Looking at the fiscal side, this slide, and I compared it to the presentation a year ago done by our predecessor. It hasn't changed dramatically, and when you have to look at the little longer term, I'm excited about the revenue growth. I'm challenged significantly by the aging facility for sure, and wouldn't be a surprise to this group at all. This budget reflects we are going to specifically move forward with some basic maintenance that is going to be deferred maintenance for sure. It does create some challenges. It's largely status quo, but I'm then again optimistic on the revenue side of the ledger. But the operational costs are going to continue to create some stress. Certainly, I think that's very real. There's also very much uncertainty The large-scale campus-wide rentals that you saw, those are not something that is sustainable. Those come and go. So we're going to be building a strategy to focus on those short-term events, agriculture and livestock events, what it was built for. If we can get some of those larger rentals that'll pay us market rate, you bet. But the reality from a strategy standpoint, that's not something we're going to really focus on because they are so vulnerable to market conditions, especially in the music industry. But at the end of the day, and this is something that I think is the ongoing, is that the reserve fund, although we've kept it, and actually it's going to grow it just a tiny bit this year. It's just continues to be not where it really needs to be of our facility of our size and scope. Specifically. So that's an initiative. That's an overall fiscal challenge that isn't a surprise to probably in this room, and something that ultimately I'm charged in working with our Fair Board leadership to develop a strategy to ultimately address those things.
So you say that there's uncertainty, and I would certainly agree with that. But you still have a pretty hefty line item in terms of revenue around produced events.
We do.
So how do you square that, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that are squaring that. One instrument that's squaring that is, first of all, and this was a kind of a good piece of business that happened naturally when we lost Fairweather Festival. The Base X is using they just completely outgrown their campus, and we have these large parking lots that sit empty, and so they literally wrap up these produced units before they get shipped, and there's some healthy revenue associated with that use of our campus, that especially in the wintertime, that's a significant little piece of it. A strategy is retaining the small stuff. The sum of all parts lead to a larger number. We actually, over the course of producing some of those bigger events, we actually had to ask other events to leave our campus. So you bet. So maintaining those events and those smaller events is also a strategy, but also some reciprocating of how we distribute money. So it's likely you're going to see some renters get a little more proportional and paying a little more. Can't just jump them all the way up based on discounts that have been given over the years. At the same time, continuing to offer some incentives for some of the smaller groups to use it and as well. So I'm looking at market rates as well.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Current challenges and future initiatives, there's two different things, a lot going on in this slide. The challenges, again, reemphasize that, this facility is aging. So that's repair and maintenance is going to continue to be a big piece of it. And so that challenge rises into future initiatives that I've spelled out here. And specifically the well and irrigation repairs, specifically the water supply system out there, roof and repair, asphalt repair, interior drop ceilings. The list is fairly lengthy as future initiatives. What I can tell you in this fiscal budget that's built in our capital reserve is some basics: asphalt repair for one, painting for another, toilet fixture, stuff that no one likes to talk about, that is built in this budget. While we continue to plan for some longer term, bigger projects, like the well and irrigation is going to take a little bit longer runway, and some financial planning associated with that. But I have given basically the green light through the budget process to really accelerate our basic deferred maintenance with the funds that are available. So, because those will only get worse if we don't address those immediately. So while we saved some money over the previous years of not spending dollars, we can't have that practice continue. We have to spend these dollars now not to accelerate the problems with basic deferred maintenance. So you're going to see some heavier activity in that stuff. There's also some revenue initiatives. It's not all about let's spend some money related to the capital side and use those resources, but then try to not have an answer to solve how do we replace those things. The revenue initiatives, I think, are part of the story. Kind of a reevaluation, what I already mentioned, a reevaluation of our monetization of our facility, specifically looking at the fair itself and how to be a little more entrepreneur with that. Sponsorship, naming rights, and rental analysis. So those will all play key roles into what we can do, rather than just relying on a state funding source or other things. What's not mentioned is grants that are sometimes available for us as well. So those are all pieces of the puzzle.
If I could just jump in briefly, as we look back over the last few years, we were more opportunistic in doing maintenance and upgrades, and we did leverage Energy Trust grants and things to upgrade lights and improve there. But we had been very conservative in spending on some of the things that you are now that just need to be addressed, that we can't hold off anymore. And so I want to emphasize that, we've always tried to be very conservative, but it is time now to address the different items that you have brought up. And so, definitely support that.
Thank you, Steve. This slide gets into kind of those solutions, kind of what we're looking at as in this fiscal year that's been presented to you. And then we're going to break it down specifically in Fund 615, which is the year-round fair and expo. We are calling it a year of transition. I still have a lot to learn, and of ultimately, what needs to be addressed, what needs to be fixed, how does my leadership mold into that. But to answer your question, this guy's really the goal and how this budget was built is really maintaining our core business. We don't want to lose our core business. It's much harder to replace if you lose a user. So maintaining our existing single-use rentals and making up for that music festival revenue, which I mentioned, we're seeing success in making up for those dollars. There's definitely a renewed focus on agriculture and livestock events. That's what it was built for. It's one of the best facilities I've ever seen that's tailored to that area. The challenge is getting the rental rates appropriate to, and how do you do that with FFA and 4-H with limited resources? But it's definitely a renewed focus of our team from a sales perspective, and looking for the way to get to yes versus getting to no, you can't use the facility because of. So that's a part of our focus, is that's what it was built for, and it's a phenomenal facility for livestock events and other agricultural-based activities.
The National Dairy Goat Association, and let them know that the Farewell Festival isn't going to
be there.
Because when they rented the main building, but they really spread out in the whole campus, and when people started working around them, because there was a transition time, they just couldn't handle it.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the downfalls of renting a facility, and if you're not getting the market rate rental facilities, it's really not the best business decision. So if you're going to rent the whole facility, you got to make sure that it works, without displacing some core users. So this budget doesn't really. It only has one full use rental built into it. The rest of them are single use users. Weekend users, full weekend users, single use users across the facility, upwards of 250 of those. So,
Are the power meters running backwards during the day on the solar?
It's a good question. That we're going to start. I have. That's a question for our friends at on the finance team to see where that is. But that's an exciting initiative for sure. And there's a lot of solar up there for sure.
And as I've mentioned to you in passing in the past, we might be able to come up with a wholesale rate, maybe not free, but a wholesale rate for soil amendment in the parking lot.
That's right.
So, I mean, if that's an investment that needs to be made, because, those poor parking lots are so susceptible to the lack of water, but get a little bit more foundation in there, we can maybe see some green grass.
Thank you, Commissioner. You bet. We have a renewed focus on sales and marketing, selling the property versus just a call comes in, we want, what about? A renewed focus of offering that. That's also, to Commissioner, your question, we don't have an outbound marketing person right now. It's one of the vacant positions that focuses on representing us, Deschutes County, representing our facility, that ultimately is recruiting for events that we can accommodate. So also branding of those things. So those are part of our renewed focus in the coming year. Still want to stay competitive with our rates. We are going to conduct a detailed P&L of specific rentals. So understanding what we ultimately collect and what it really truly costs to keep the lights on, and having a better perspective for when we do approach those renewal conversations about what's the right rate to charge for some of those. So we're going to be doing some of that work kind of behind the scenes in the future. and evaluating our food and beverage. That's been a topic, a big topic. As well, the alcohol side of things, as well as just general food and beverage as well. We're just limping along right now. At the end of the day, that's a vacant position. Fill that with the right type of leadership. With my experience, I think I'm excited about what that could yield, but it's not really built in from the revenue side in this budget. We got to get the right person in play, build some structure, and start to grow our food and beverage side of the operations.
Visit Central Oregon Board, or are you starting to go to those meetings?
I have been asked to get engaged with Visit Oregon.
My thought is just that marketing position before you go hire somebody, just look for that alignment there, because it's the heads and the beds is what we're doing. And they've got a lot of money for marketing too. So there may be a opportunity for really amplifying that effort.
I've met with Scott and plan on meeting with him again next week. Yeah. This is something that Steve's mentioned before. Thank you, Steve. And it's in the slide presentation. I'll say it again, emphasize basic, when the money was budgeted is have the resources and the right way to conduct the plan to get this, to start to fix some of the deferred maintenance projects, because they're going to cost us more a year from now. So that's an emphasis in this budget, specifically. And we have a few pieces of equipment that that need to be replaced, that have been outdated, that we've been continuing to operate. So that's also built into this fiscal plan.
And just a note on that, a lot of the equipment, I think the commissioners know, have come through the road department at the county. So we have benefited from them being able to pass something on that still has some usable life in it, and be able to save Fair and Expo some dollars there. So always looking at ways to solve those issues and leveraging other parts of the county where we can.
Thank you, Steve.
Maybe we could get a scoreboard naming right for a new scoreboard that you can actually read. That would be really awesome. Maybe there's somebody out there listening that wants to have their name on it. Because, yes, it needs some help.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, it's like right out there.
So then fund 616, you can see the scoreboard in that photo, kind of.
But you can't read it. So somebody needs to call Phil Knight.
616, the annual fair and rodeo. What I'll say is build on success. And what I was able to do with our team is actually create enough of a profit margin, taking everything into account. This fund is expected to contribute back to the capital reserve fund, this specific one, transfer some money out after all said and done. How that's achieved is a couple specific strategies. Want to build on the success they already have, stable, consistent attendance, strong marketing, strong entertainment, and some thoughtful cost cutting that's already taken place, specifically on some specific things that were in the interim of my predecessor's departure and my arrival, and your interim, Eric Kropp, your interim leadership, trying to understand what some expense side of things would. So that's all to help us positioned the annual fair budget to be in a good, strong position. We have made some decisions that have impacted and improved the likelihood of this budget really being as strong as possible. And my experience has kind of brought this to the table, and it was already heading this direction. Is we're not spending as much money in national acts based on the business model that exists. So we still have a national acts. If you haven't seen, we introduced them week to week now. But we've actually been able to have strong national acts, but actually reduce the overall expenditure of these national acts, which has made a significant difference. Now, some of those resources of expenses, we are on the expense side, we are making decisions to increase some expenditures, specifically parking. How many people have heard? I've heard this over and over again. It's the experience, and it's an experience you come when you first start, when you first enter the property, when you leave, or before you get there. And there's challenges up in Redmond for sure. But there are resources available in the industry of organizations and companies that do this and do it really well. We just submitted an informal request for quotes and have a parking company that I feel really confident about. There will be providing an additional layer of assistance to ensure the parking, and we also have good partnership with local law enforcement and even the road departments involved. So I'm thankful for that, but it's going to get better. And additionally, that we're also increasing some resources with security. We're thankful to have the Deschutes County deputies as part of our budget plan to be there, but there's we're going to increase our investment in some of our daily our security resources as well. So that's all part of an save money here, spend a little extra in the right places. Will ultimately lead to success. And our marketing strategy is changing a bit. It's less about those national acts. It's more about come see the animals and come see this entertainment on these smaller stages and spend the day and be proud of being part of this. Is your fair. Yes, those national acts are happening, but the marketing campaign is adjusting a little bit. And then we're focused, opening day, Wednesday, is going to be a Salute to America's 250 celebration. We're doing some special discounts for vets and those who serve us every day, first responders, some things of that nature. So that would be good on Wednesday. So to drive and to open up that deal. So and trying to continue to outreach to new markets, including some marketing strategy in the Portland metropolitan area more than we've done in the past, but also doing what there's already continued to do is really focus on our Hispanic community, especially on Sunday. But I'm proud of this budget is going to contribute back to the to make a significant contribution. 617, this is the capital side. Like inherited a lot of what it should be done or what could be done. I think it's going to be a careful approach in working with our fair board of just kind of prioritizing what specific things we need to do now and what specific things we need to do over the next 5 years. And we have a 5-year outlook that's in play specifically on what needs to happen. But really, the short-term things of what has to happen now, as well as kind of creating a plan for the longer term on improving the facility. It is aging, several things, including things in that kitchen, have outgrown their useful life. I just had a conversation internally about that. So those are all strategic and conversations that we're going to have while still balancing a good budget year to year. And this budget does balance that budget, but it doesn't fully address the fair and capital needs that we need to make, but really confident in the conversations that we're having. Summary of 618, the RV park really is performing well. Revenues are increasing. We've done an analysis of RV parks across Central Oregon, up and down the 97 corridor. We're on the light end of the daily rates, so we are increasing rates. So that has an impact on this budget, as well as we started doing 30-day stays in the winter. That has filled up some spots, and we saw success on that. That is impacting this year's financial performance, but we'll also we budgeted for that continuing optimism. So super pleased with our RV park and our team, and very strategic on the part of the planning team 27, 28 years ago to think about the needs of RV users when planning a fairgrounds. A lot of fairgrounds are jealous about what we have to offer, and it's a tool we use to leverage rental business as well.
Probably the number 2 or number 3 fair RV park, and I see my share of fair RV parks.
Have you?
Kootenai County still knocks everybody out in Idaho, but the Klamath Falls, the Klamath RV park is really nice now. So, but the improvements that you've been doing are nice. There's still a lot to do, and the access to the fairgrounds is amazing from there. I mean, it's a gem of an RV park, and it's a real opportunity for you to be able to get people to not only come and stay, but you can use that to drive some of those smaller events.
Absolutely. It's an absolute driver. Many of you know I came to the Alaska State Fair. I had a temporary RV park that we built and managed that from scratch. So having this resource available and the amenities that it does have is truly a good tool to attract user groups. We just had the Oregon State Equestrian Championships filled up our RV park and with a waiting list. That's the kind of model that is you're looking for. Some events don't bring that to the table, but some do, and that's a great piece. And then the capital reserve, just really just basic maintenance. There's nothing too significant in this item. Safety and security, looking at some lighting improvements, some gate improvements. I think is probably the one that I've earmarked the most need and pressing. But looking at how does this park, we're not doing a ton of capital because there's, as we do a master plan, what is the master, how does that impact the RV park? Would it potentially grow? Would it move? So we're being really cautious on doing too much major, and any reserve dollars, as you probably heard me say, are going to be focused on the central campus.
Since you mentioned it, I mean, where is the status of the master plan? It was for a while, what this committee got told, and I'm sure others as well, let's wait until the land acquisition goes through and then we'll plan. You could be waiting a while.
Sure.
What's the thought process on how you get to a master plan? Because your vision is going to identify your tactic.
Great question. It's actually built in this continuing investment in the master plan with the third party that we're using is actually in this budget. Meaning it was already in there, but so where we're at specifically about halfway through, maybe we might even be some would argue we're about maybe 3/4 of the way through the stakeholder groups, the board driven group. There's a lot of work. There's a tentative draft that actually, when I was interviewing, was asked to kind of chime in on. So where we're at now, and now that we have our new fair board, meaning that it's finalized and we have a new member and those continuing their terms, that's going to be picked up starting as early as tomorrow on our agenda is to kind of recalibrate and refocus our attention to finishing the master plan. So it's not waiting to land acquisition to be on answer. It's our intent to have a master plan done within this year, less than this year, frankly, with a true intention of what we want it to be. And then at the end of the day, as the land acquisition comes in play, we already have it. It's already there. It's in play and a tool we have to use.
Could I chime in, Jeff?
Yep.
So last year, as our former director, Jeff Hines, was leaving, we put it on pause, really. It was, with his transition, we didn't really have the leadership to move forward. And so there was just sort of a push pause on that until, as Jeff said, just very recently here, as he has stepped in and now been getting familiar with it. So we're ready to pick that up again. So that's partly why, you haven't heard much, Jim, to this point, just from last fall, because we've been waiting for the new Jeff, I'll call him.
You got me.
Related question, from the time that the master plan is finished, how long or short do you think it'll be until we start to see implementation of some of the the planned features of the master plan?
Yeah, well, that's a loaded question because what's going to come out of that master plan is how you're going to pay for it, and that's our $4 million capital reserve is really core stuff. So depending on what's on there, whether it be sports fields, whether it be a new flat space facility, you're talking, and not just to mention the roadway and infrastructure required to implement the master plan. I don't want to say years, but we'll have to do some aggressive stuff, talking with county leadership about what is the funding mechanism to implement that. I couldn't answer it today.
And Commissioner Chang, there will potentially be opportunities for public-private partnerships, depending on which part of that plan gets implemented. It's certainly been a discussion, so that could be one tool to move that forward.
Yeah. Thank you. Good question. I think that is that we end that question. I think that's a good question to end my formal comments as it relates to the presentation today and open up for questions. But I do think that is an appropriate way to end, is that this budget is built very fiscally responsible. It shows some degree of entrepreneurship with what we're doing to kind of raise some rate, to mitigate some loss of this event or that event, and it shows emphasis in what we have to do now for the current facility. And then the 5-year plan kind of shows that we're excited about the optimism of what we do have, but we have to address the longer term runway. And those are the conversations 3 months in the job that I'm just barely unpacking, but I'm looking forward to working with the Fair Board and our team to look at the long-term runway. It's one of the exciting parts of the conversation. And prior to me even coming here is about what this place could be. It is really, I don't have to say this, it's one of the best facilities in the country as it relates to fairgrounds. It could be and would be, if this happens in this master plan to the degree that it comes together, something unprecedented, and we'll have an economic return, not just value to people of Deschutes County, but that tourism dollar that we're talking about with its strategic location of the airport, the hotel properties. But what the caveat is that the transportation infrastructure around the fairgrounds is a key part of that. We'd have the best master plan that exists and the aggressive event, but if the transportation system doesn't support that, it's going to be problematic. So it's got to go hand in hand, and that'll require some partnership as well.
Just need to repeat it.
Yes.
Trail racers in Deschutes County pay a lot of property taxes, and they love when they can run at the Deschutes County Fairgrounds. We get a lot of positive kudos from that. And the other day when I was driving over the mountain, you cannot believe how many barrel racers were heading over here, but they were all going to Crook County. And that personally breaks my heart when I know that they're not going to our facility, because I know they love our facility. But especially the people that are paying huge property taxes that live here really appreciate being able to compete here.
Yeah,
So,
I think it's going to change.
at South Point, Las Vegas, South Point, that facility has horse equestrian events like every weekend. I mean, it's in Vegas and it still has horse events constantly. So that, people with horses love to compete with their horses.
Couldn't agree more. I think that, and I'll add a comment to that, Commissioner. There has to be some degree of vision and leadership and from a strategic direction from not just from me and the Fair Board to say, this is what the facility we really want to focus on. And while we want to be a little bit to everything, there relates to being a good steward to our current facilities and that's what I was emphasizing in this with the team is that we have some really good facilities that focus that cater to horse equestrian livestock events. And so we want to make sure we try to get to the yes. And when we can't get to the yes, well, there's why was that? Was it a financial question? Was it a logistics question? Things of that nature. Because we've lost some events.
Big to deal with, but I know they like competing here.
Yeah. I would like to close with, there was a question that surfaced at different levels about Senate Bill 1601, which is the cap on lottery funds that has been lifted, and what that impact is going to be for the 36 county fairs. It hasn't been a super simple, this number's kind of varied across, but the latest projection, which is right just from perspective of your budget binders, it's the funding, it ends up in 616. It's $80,000. Basically, $79,000, $80,000 is what we have had. That projection could go as high as 200, 225. It's still a safe bet, might be 200. Likely to be seen in this fiscal year. We didn't budget for it because it was kind of emerging through the conversations. So that's a piece I work with finance on about realizing when that could be. But I think it's a safe estimate from a budgetary perspective that decision at the state level could impact us by about $100,000 to the positive in terms of that lifting of the capital funds. So to be like I said, don't quote me on that, but that's a number that has been talked about in the industry. That's what's been reported, and that's what and that's the impact of that bill.
Yeah, I was trying to confirm it, and yes, seems rather difficult to confirm.
It's tough it's not a black and white number yet. But I've heard as high as 225 to as low as 140. So I'm kind of landing in the middle a little bit. So of what that will look like, and benefits all county fairs.
All right. Additional questions for Fair and Expo?
I
Survived your
had-
first one?
I did,
Jeff.
I had one
On
additional.
time, looks like right there.
A little ahead.
Little ahead. Thank you
Can-
very much.
Can I throw a
Appreciate-
comment out,
appreciate it.
Jim?
I bet.
Before
Thank
Jim? Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Steve.
Oh, I just wanted to throw a shout out to Eric Kropp for the work that he did on the interim and on the search for Jeff. Fantastic job and coming in and listening and learning about what was going on there. And it just was a really smooth transition. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Eric and thank him for the work that he did in the interim there.
Fair director.
Interim fair director.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure. And I have to tell a funny story. When I was trying to get Jeff to say yes, I told him, I said, I'm not a very good salesperson, but I'm going to try now. And I did everything possible to sell him on the job. So I went way out of character to try to get Jeff.
So yet another hat. You're actually, you're a stealth salesman.
Occasionally.
And the results is he got me. So he sold it. So thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody.
Steve, we're ready whenever you are. You seem to be a busy man these next couple of weeks, so.
You told
Thanks
me
for taking
there's
the time.
a line of cars outside.
Yeah.
Alex.
I'll actually say as you're getting in, I deposited my wife's and my envelopes yesterday morning, followed the little red box all the way in. So yeah.
I didn't. Glad you found it.
For all three of you in the public are actually listening to this, get informed and vote.
Early, please.
Thank you. All right. So we are moving on to our penultimate agenda item, which is the clerk's office. Steve Dennison is here, and we'll turn it over to him.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. And I just want to make sure that I navigate correctly. Can I just use arrows or give a nod? Okay, thanks. I'm sure you've had a lot of polished presentations so far. You know that I'm not going to take anything to chance. I'm going to read a little bit here, or quite a bit of it. So feel free to ask questions, obviously, as I go. And I will keep this brief as I walk through the core services that we provide. Again, Steve Dennison, Deschutes County Clerk. Go through a few accomplishments from the past year, some main fiscal pressures affecting our budget, and the operational issues as we're planning to go forward. At the end of the day, the county clerk's office is really a service-oriented office. We're committed to providing timely, accurate, and professional service to the public and to other county departments, while keeping up with the changing requirements and expectations. And we do that with a very small but high-functioning team of dedicated public servants. We're currently at 10 FTE filled in one vacancy. We support a wide range of public-facing and statutory requirements. And they take great pride, I take great pride in maintaining the high level of service to the community. Our office handles a diverse portfolio of responsibilities. We oversee county record center and permanent archives. We are where you would go to record real property records. We issue marriage licenses. We process passport applications. We handle Deschutes County business licenses and lost and found filings. We oversee the Property Value Appeals Board, or PVAB. And of course, we handle elections and voting. This broad range of services reflects both our public service role and our statutory responsibilities. Still don't see any hands. I'm going to lull you guys to sleep today. I know it's been a long couple of days, and I don't know if I appreciate being a bookend or don't, but first of the morning, I don't know how much better that would have been. For significant accomplishments, this past year, we continued with our strong records management and our archive operations. We supported departments with records retention, storage, and destruction compliance. While at the same time, we strengthened continuity through our staff development and cross-training. We also prepared for the launch of a new property recording alert service to better inform the public and support awareness of property-related activity. Once launched later this summer, that service will be offered at no cost to customers that sign up for those notifications. Cost to our department is considered minimal, at $1,000 to set up and install and $2,500 annually. Small price to pay for that awareness. On the resources side, the clerk, our office continues to rely heavily on core services such as passport applications, marriage licenses, and real property recording, along with reimbursements for certain election costs. These are the primary sources that support our day-to-day operations and the county's general fund. On the requirements side, the budget reflects personnel costs, software maintenance increases, as well as a higher supply and mailing costs associated with conducting elections. Because FY 2027 includes one additional scheduled election compared with FY 26, we need to budget accordingly for that added workload and expense. Personnel paper, oops, just hit the button. Personnel paper and postage costs are some of the largest election-related costs we incur. Our fiscal picture continues to be shaped by both short-term and long-term pressures. One of our main fiscal concerns is that recording revenue is still below historical averages. We're also continuing to watch interest rates, possible state policy changes, outdated statutory fees, and the ongoing issue of the lack of dedicated funding sources for elections. Counties bear, I'm not sure if a lot of people are aware of this, but it really bears mentioning every time at least we can have this conversation, that counties bear most election costs throughout the state of Oregon with little or no reimbursement from federal government, the state, the parties, and even cities during even years. This leaves the county's general fund carrying the majority of election administrative expenses. I have many more notes on that, but I really do want to bring that up. It's throughout the state of Oregon, election funding is fundamentally broken. You consider that we're running this election right now. You have federal races on your ballot if you're a partisan registered voter. You have all the state races. You have a state measure. You have these partisan races, precinct committee people, and none of that is reimbursable. The three districts that have a measure on the ballot, the three fire districts, they're all going to receive a bill, but nobody else that we're running this election for will. One important point is that our recording revenue is closely tied to the document volume, especially mortgage related recordings. When those transactions decline, page counts fall and the revenue drops with them, which creates volatility in one of our main funding sources. This volatility is not new, but it's something we watch closely. Looking ahead, we're balancing immediate operational challenges with longer term improvement efforts. Our biggest concerns include election space constraints, reduced federal election security support, changing policy decisions, and growing public concern about that property fraud. At the same time, we're exploring solutions such as improving that election space, subscription access to property records, and expanded voter outreach and education. I didn't leave much time for you to fall asleep. So thank you for your time and your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And I won't read when I'm answering your questions.
Questions for the clerk?
Steve, I'm wondering, I'm assuming that the funding mix or that the funding streams are the same. You know, what we've seen here, for example, like at times when there's just tons of real estate transactions happening, you know, refinancing, all that stuff, that the clerk's office is generating enough recording fees to cover costs and contribute some to the general fund. And then, you know, other times when things are slower, it's you know, we have to support the clerk's office from the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
how are other counties solving for these issues in different ways than us, or?
You're right, Commissioner. All counties are in the same boat as far as that revenue source for elections itself. I would say that if we're considering that we are generating, we were even or net contributor to the general fund at some point in history over the last 20 years. That was before a lot of our staffing costs had increased, our internal service fees had increased. It just costs more to keep the lights on and keep the business running. Our staffing level is still the same. Our 10 FTE or 11 FTE that we have is the same, similar staffing model that we had 20 years ago. So, but one fundamental problem that we haven't really had much movement on is that our fees, our statutory fee of $5 hasn't moved since 79. So where a lot of these other costs have increased so greatly, we're not collecting at that same, our fee schedule was not tied to anything that moved with it.
That's a state.
Yes.
Statute.
Correct.
So other clubs feeling squeezed in the same way.
Every county takes that same hit to conduct elections. The feds don't pay for that portion of the ballot or any testing or tabulation or anything like that. That the state doesn't for those positions or even this statewide measure that we have on the ballot is a good example. And the parties that really get a free ride as well. And managing those precinct committee people throughout the year, not just to mention the elections, is expensive. So we're all in that together. And that's why I said that, something really should change because it's the burden on all counties to run elections. And then we have election changes, whether it's through an initiative process or something that came through the legislature that's further imposing those costs on the counties.
Chair, I'll just say, yeah, we've spoken about, Steve and I have spoken about some of those known unknowns about the changes that could come. As most people don't know, you have a petition in your office now that would propose ranked choice voting, or what could happen with mail-in voting. I mean, these are some really potential significant impacts on your office. And
yeah, if a federal change came through or it wound up being moved through the states to go back to in-person voting, it would be expensive. We would obviously need the time to implement it, but it would be very, very expensive. If ranked choice voting moved forward and made it to the ballot and the voters approve it, that will be expensive. And it'll just be one more cost piled on top. And I hope that whenever these changes come through, that the funding is addressed as well.
That was very Rumsfeldian of you, I will just note. Sorry? I said that was very Rumsfeldian of you. I will just, if some of those things are coming on, are you, how are you doing the prep work to say, well, okay, I'm ready to jump on what could end up being a fairly short deadline?
Well, with any of those large changes, I just hope it comes with the two things that are most critically needed. It's funding and time. We need both. Some of those changes might not need a lot if, say, the Supreme Court rules on our grace period of a postmark. That doesn't move the needle one way or another cost-wise. But if somebody said you'll need to set up voting 400 polling places this November, then yeah, we'll be moving. But right now we're following the law, and that's the bottom line. And vote by mail works. It's effective. It's repeatable. It's auditable. We've been using it for decades successfully. So I will say, as of right now, following the law, vote by mail is alive and well.
Okay. Additional questions or comments for the clerk?
I have one more.
Yes.
Go ahead.
You talked about paper costs. Every person that's registered to vote, do they receive the voter pamphlet and, the mail-in ballot and all that? Is that how that?
They do. Yeah, we do mail a ballot to every registered voter, and then we do our best in working with either the state for an election like this in November or our other mailing vendor in an odd year election to distribute those. Voters pamphlets.
There are a large number of voters that never vote, even though they're registered.
It depends on the election. So in a presidential, we tend to have somewhere around 80% turnout. During a special district election, just a few months after that, the last time around, we had less than 30%.
What does it cost us to pack it out?
$2 a piece or so, roughly $2.
About making it and
That's all the costs baked in together. Yeah, per piece. Yeah.
But isn't it per household? Because we only got one at my house.
Voters pamphlet. It is correct.
One per house.
One per household. Correct. Yeah.
okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So is there any discussion about streamlining that to making it online?
We put them online as well. Anyway, we put out proactively place them on our website, as well as an audio version for accessibility. Some high level or low level discussions about potentially having an option for voters to be able to opt out of receiving that in the mail, which would help with costs, and some other states do it. But as of right now, we would have no way to track that and distribute those to only those voters. But so discussions are in play, but I don't know of anything definitive. And not every county does produce a voter's pamphlet as well. I think it might be about a third.
Do they, meaning not all counties print a voter's pamphlet?
Generate. So, and I'm not sure how it works during a statewide election, they may have an option to go through the state and upload some information so that that information could be provided on the state's website, but not all counties produce a voter's pamphlet. So say next year during an odd year election, when we have all of our local district directors up for election, not all counties will produce one for that election.
And so what, on a general election, what would be the cost savings for not producing a voter's pamphlet?
I honestly don't know off the top of my head. I know the ballot, but I don't know the pamphlet.
I was talking about the voter pamphlet too.
Yeah, okay, ballot.
Yeah.
What would be cost savings?
For not producing a ballot?
Yeah, well, so you have no idea how much you would save so say the most recent election, you created a voter's pamphlet, what it cost?
I don't have the number right at me. Sure. Yeah, be happy to.
Just the most recent.
Yep.
It's pretty variable. I mean, the number of printers within a 200-mile radius are fairly low.
But just to get a ballpark.
And by most recent election, do you mean last year? Or?
Well, I would say.
The last one.
Yeah, the last.
Okay.
Because that voters pamphlet was not nearly as big as the one in 2024.
They vary from election to election, depending on how many candidates and contests we have.
All right. Other questions?
Thanks to all the volunteers that are out there picking up ballots. We've been seeing them come and go out here.
Thank you. Yeah. I mentioned that 10 FTE, small but mighty team, but we can't do it all. I mean, they're amazing in everything we do day to day in recording and marriages and passports and elections. It takes so many people. We have 40 or so people that come in this election to help us out and picking up ballots or removing ballots from envelopes and scanning ballots, tabulating ballots. But then I always like to tout other departments, because our department, even with that coordination, is not enough. Facilities, admin, finance. I'm not playing to the crowd here, but facilities or finance, HR. I say fair. We have a Dropbox out there. So roughly a dozen other departments help us get across the finish line. And most times that I see people participate and know that they're playing a part, they seem proud to be playing that part. We really appreciate it. Yeah.
Great. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Enjoy the counting.
Thanks. I'll sit in the back and find those numbers. If it's still a public space.
Yeah. Okay. So we are on to debrief. Are there any requests from departments that presented today to return Thursday?
The information we just asked for, will that be just brought to us tomorrow?
Yeah, it'll probably be here in the morning, would be my guess.
Okay.
I say the magic pixie dust kind of sprinkles at night and there's paper on your desk.
Well, I've noticed that and it was kind of nice. I like that.
I think its name is Cam, but I'm not sure. And Daniel, yeah.
Yeah.
Emma. So, and we had one request from yesterday. I don't remember who it was.
It was the USDA.
Oh, the USDA. So that'll be there in the special request. So unless anybody's going to get really excited in the next couple of minutes, we don't really have any additional departmental information, other than just some of the general stuff that we have. Tomorrow we will have a fairly robust health services discussion, and then we'll have 4-H and Sun River Service District. Is there a chance that we can, I guess one of the questions is there a chance that we can move the elected officials' compensation discussion up before lunch? Because sometimes that generates some changes and requires a little bit of work on your side. But the same is going to be for those special requests. Correct?
Yeah, correct. And we do have, we built in 3:45, 4:10 recess after compensation and after deliberations to allow my team to just crunch some numbers so that we can come up with the total countywide proposed budget that's being approved. So I think we should have time after elected officials to be able to accomplish that.
The other alternative as well is it depends how long the deliberations, the special requests take, because we do have scheduled for about 2 hours for that. If it doesn't take 2 hours.
That seems like excessive.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could, and at the time, we didn't know how many special requests we would be having. We could move elected officials during after deliberations and then have a longer recess before we reconvene to finalize the budget motions.
Yeah.
I think we can play it by ear. Let's get, I'm sure health services is going to take the full time. That's, like I said, that's always a good discussion. 4-H and Sun River have a fairly short period of time, so we can decide if there's anything to put in before lunch, but we have that 45 minutes or so. And we could even run a little late. I think the recommendation that I would make, and it's worth every cent that you pay me, is look at the special request tonight and really come in prepared. You have the 3 in your binder, and let's have a good discussion on that and see where we can get on that. And then it never hurts to end early. I never promise to end early because that jinxes it right away. But I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be able to end tomorrow. Does anybody else? Please say no.
And tomorrow early.
Well, or just end tomorrow.
Was the plan.
Yeah, I know it is the plan.
I think that's why Phil.
Yeah.
Used.
Can we just move it?
I was just terrified that we were going to argue and go, shoot, we need to come back Friday. I got meetings.
Yeah, we have almost 45 minutes there at 11:15. So yeah,
It-
should be able to move things up.
So take a look at your special requests, and we can break it up if we need to, especially if it's taken time. But do the genuine eval of, do I think we can discuss this in 45 minutes? And if so, let's move that up, and then we can move elected officials' compensation right after lunch, and then that gives us plenty of time to figure out what we want to do.
On the special request consideration, do we need any of those departments to come back? I would ask the other budget committee members, is there?
From what I will say personally, from what I have read and from what I have heard of these special requests, I do not need any of them to come back. But I would open that up to the rest of the budget committee.
I feel like I have a pretty good grasp, but of the 2 that we've seen so far.
Yeah. So the only wild card is we are still trying to figure out whether somebody's going to come from the USDA or where they're going to get something in writing.
No, they are coming at
They are coming.
11:15. Well, they'll be on Zoom. Yeah.
On Zoom. Okay,
At 11:15.
at 11:15. Okay. So then we're good. We can, that'll probably be let's consider that one first since they're going to be there, and let's be conscious of their time. And then we can go from there. Does that sound like a plan?
Works for me.
And there's a letter from them here, from Mark.
Mm-hmm. All right, any other comments on the day or on the 2 days so far? Hearing none, is there any other business to come in front of the Budget Committee before we break for the day? Hearing none, we are adjourned until tomorrow. We will reconvene at 8:30 on Thursday, May 14th.